God damn. Cancel. I can't see. My monitors. Hold on.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. right where the button to full screen. My monitor is cycling all the settings. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Footnum of the Long Neck.
And Random 11.
Random of the Fear of Feet.
No, just the 11s.
Reese of the One Eye.
You're gonna get us a copyright strike.
And Greenline of the Fear of Walking.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that's exactly right.
All right, we got to do something about this. Hold on.
So 11 is your foot size, is what you're saying.
All right, we're putting this down here. This is going down here.
Coincidentally, it is.
It all makes sense now.
Now you've ruined his own name for him.
Right. Maybe I'm like 10.5 to 11. Depends on how tight the shoe is.
We're twinsies.
Wow.
You know what? I think a better way to do this might be if I put this here and I look down. I look significantly less bald from that angle. Like this, not so good, but this, almost, you can see a little bit of hair there. All right. Of course, I shared the screen the wrong way, like a dumbass. All right.
You are a dumbass.
Here I was thinking, like, hey, it's such a good thing that we didn't do the show last night. My internet, by the way, at the end of the night, like when we would have been in peak streaming hours, 6 megabits per second. 6. Okay.
Amazing.
Yeah. It is now almost 600. Although it is probably a lie. All right. So jumping right in. If you guys would like to support this 2.5 minute of nothing so far. Great job. I guess I got logged out. No, I didn't. I'm not. Cool. You can go to patreon.com/C/OCA podcast, or just probably even omit the C. It'll probably still get you there. You can fund us that way. You could also go to patreon.com/anime collector. C, no C there, right? Or you can go to ocapodcast.com/support. Find many different ways you can support us, including shopping at the lovable Tenga. You can unlock 10% off your next order, apparently. That's nice. Cool. All right. Don't know what those are. Don't want to find out. Anyway, in continuing with our lovable, not xenophobic themes for the last couple podcasts, I would like to randomly throw this in here because, quite frankly, there was about 40 articles in the podcast, and I was afraid there would be nothing to talk about. Not really, but something akin to that did occur. So we're going to start here. A U.S. woman, 20, accidentally stabs Eritrean, 64, to death during a struggle after he groped her at a German train station, and she now faces 10 years in prison. So an American woman accidentally stabbed an Eritrean to death during a struggle after he groped her at a German train station and now faces up to 10 years in prison. Gasp! That's the headline again. Great job. Should have removed that. The woman, 20, was standing on an escalator at, oh dear God, Kaiserslautern. Kill the Kaisers. That's what I read that as. Kaiserslautern's train station in the southwestern state of Rhineland-Palatinate when the 64-year-old grabbed her backside on June 29th. An argument ensued before the woman drew a folding knife and made stabbing movements at the man. Like, you better fucking back off. The American, who lives in Kaiserslautern, told investigators she wanted to keep the man at a distance. When he finally backed away, the woman followed. That's right! You better fucking get back! Right? The Eritrean man grabbed her arm holding the knife, and as the woman tried to free herself, she stabbed him in the heart during the same movement. According to prosecutors, he died within seconds. Fuck me, man. The woman has been charged. Women, not even once. The woman has been charged with causing bodily harm resulting in death and could be sentenced to up to 10 years in prison at youth court. I'm just going to turn off this monitor because it's distracting the shit out of me at that cycling. She claimed that she did not intentionally aim for the man's heart and argued that she acted in self-defense to keep him at a distance. The public prosecutor's office does not believe that the stabbing was justified by self-defense, a spokesperson for the prosecutor's office told German tabloid Bild. Prosecutors believe that the woman didn't intentionally stab the Eritrean in his heart after viewing CCTV footage. So hold on. The prosecutors now believe that she didn't intentionally stab him? Does not believe the stabbing was justified, but does not believe it was intentional. Okay. Or do you mean that she intended to stab him, just not in the heart? Is that what we're saying? Which is why they haven't charged her with murder or manslaughter. She allegedly wanted to injure the man, but not kill him. Following the incident, a search was launched for the woman, who turned herself in at a police station. The American has since been released. The youth court is due to decide whether to accept the charge against the woman. Damn. What an incredible story. I'm glad we definitely covered that. Hey, fortunately, because we didn't cover the podcast stuff yesterday, we have a new article. Man sells energy drink made from urine on Amazon. Company calls it, quote, a crude stunt. Reacting to the story, wasn't Prime Energy? Is that what we're talking about? Is it Prime? I've heard a story that no. Prime, there's a drink now called Prime that has nothing to do with Amazon Prime. And somebody made a drink, it might even be what this article is going to be about, where they learned that Amazon employees who drive the trucks were put in such ridiculous restrictions regarding what they can and can't do and how fast they have to do their job and stuff, that they have been pissing in bottles in the truck. And I saw like a TikTok about it where somebody started selling the piss bottles on Amazon so that the truck drivers would carry like their own bottles of piss or something. I don't know. It's very strange. And probably a joke on the TikTok, but let's find out what this one's about.
Prime is a legitimate drink made by Logan
Prime is
Paul.
the real drink. That was the one that they were talking about in the TikTok, but then they had another thing that was kind of like based on that drink that was the parody. I think that's what it was. They made their own Prime drink with the piss of Prime drivers or something like that, how they phrased it. Anyway, in a rather bizarre incident, Amazon allowed a user on its e-commerce site to sell bottles of its driver's urine. This is it. Yes. Yeah. That were marketed as an energy drink. According to a Channel 4 documentary, in the documentary titled The Great Amazon Heist, filmmaker and past prankster Oba Butler claimed that he collected discarded bottles of Amazon drivers' urine to sell on the e-commerce platform and titled it Release. He stated that the drink
it's accurate.
He stated that the drink emerged as the top selling in the bitter lemon category of Amazon and revealed that the product was made from bottles of urine that he found discarded near Amazon fulfillment centers. In his documentary, which aired on Thursday, Mr. Butler said that he collected the discarded bottles of urine from the Amazon delivery drivers and then repackaged them and marketed them as a yellow-colored drink. Separately speaking to Wired, he said that it was, quote, surprisingly easy to get the product listed on the site. He even claimed that Amazon's algorithm moved the bizarre product into its drinks category on the site after he had put it in the refillable pump dispense category. Mr. Butler got some of his friends to purchase the products and felt initially really excited and found it very funny. However, he added that when real people started trying to buy the product, he felt a bit scared. Mr. Butler reportedly claimed that he never sold the item to any real customers.
He's like,
Mr.
wait,
Butler
wait,
said-
wait, wait,
They're
wait,
just
wait, I
posers.
didn't mean to sell it. I didn't mean to sell it. Stop. Don't
Wash my hands of this. Amazon makes that now.
Yeah.
Mr. Butler said that he decided to make the documentary and list the bottles on Amazon to help shed some light on the company's impact on society, which includes its workers, who stated that they were forced to urinate in bottles so that they could meet strict deadlines. He even spoke to some workers who said that they would be urinating in bottles to meet delivery deadlines on the e-commerce site. However, reacting to the story of Release being sold on the e-commerce site, Amazon said that a distorted picture of their process has been shown to the world. According to Vice, an Amazon spokesperson said that it was a crude stunt and that the company has, quote, industry-leading tools to prevent genuinely unsafe products being listed. Apparently you don't. No genuine customer bought the product, they added. Safety is a top priority for Amazon, and we require all products offered in our store to comply with applicable laws and regulations, stated the spokesperson. Well, that's good to hear that they won't allow any of that stuff, because as we move into pickups, I would like to introduce you to my new energy drink, Pussy. Surely. I mean, come on. They've patched the problem.
It even says
be
natural
happening,
energy. Is it naturally sourced as the natural energy?
Does it taste like
Oh,
Do
Crude?
you
no.
think it's authentic with that?
I don't know why. Tangerine? Is that the flavor? Produced in the UK. That's not a good sign.
So that's
Okay,
what it
a
tastes
sparkling passion fruit and lychee flavored energy drink. That's the flavor.
Passion
It's
fruit.
passion
That's
fruit and lychee. That is what it tastes like.
That's nice.
Oh. Yep.
Are you sure?
Tastes
Like,
authentic.
are you sure that's passion fruit?
Yeah. No, it definitely tastes like that. It just has a bad, like, chemically aftertaste.
Yeah,
But it's
that's
naturally
why
sourced.
Authentic.
I
Okay.
mix my own drinks and douse them with sugar.
Lady Phoenix says Prime is hydration and energy drinks created by Logan Paul and KSI. That's what I thought. The energy drinks were recalled in Canada for high amounts of caffeine. Huh.
Higher than like getting those double shot whatever things. that people
Everything
get
was
stuck-
recalled in Canada for having a higher thing of caffeine.
So
Monster
I have
energy drinks,
another pickup.
literally everything.
Wow.
So you can't even get pussy in Canada?
No, we can now. The problem was just a labeling issue. And it was because the government was like
Oh, you dick. Okay.
it was because the government said that they had a rule about the caffeine labeling laws. They never enforced it, and then when someone died because of that caffeine overdose thing a year or whatever ago, because they had like 7 fucking cups of coffee in like one shot because people weren't labeling it right. They started cracking down on people, and so basically everyone that had caffeine in their shit had to recall it and fix their labeling.
Caffeine's illegal in Canada today.
It just has to be labeled properly.
I picked
Go
up.
ahead, Bruce.
I picked up that game too.
Puck edition.
Yep.
This is me doing jazz hands.
Oh, we need to make you
guys
a
should've-
YouTuber too, because I couldn't tell.
Speaking of, why aren't you in form, Footnote?
In case it makes my upload get really big.
That's right. A follow up for last podcast that nobody is going to care about but me. So when we started last podcast, there's a little button in the corner. That corner. No, that corner. Is it backwards for you? I can't tell anymore. For go live. And when I selected that button, it asked me, like, when you hit go live, it has a window pop up that you then hit confirm. And there's an option to turn on local recordings. And local recordings, basically, as you're doing the show, you're getting like cookies or something or cash or whatever that is uploading to StreamYard a cleaner feed of your recording than is actually getting through the internet to the destination. So the version that I get to download at the end of the day to archive everything looks way cleaner than what's on YouTube. And then if I want to turn that into like videos and stuff, like clips from the podcast or shorts, it's better to have them. And individually, everybody's getting recorded. So, for example, in the past, when there were some loudmouth individuals, I feel like I adequately protected their identity, who would interrupt and talk over you. It would be very difficult to edit videos down into like, concise clips, because you'd end a joke, but somebody else would start something else as you're ending it. And then you have to include that in the clip, because otherwise, like,
I don't think anyone's caring.
it's just bad. Anyway,
I don't think anyone cares.
This allows us to have each person's individual audio isolated so that it's just easier for editing purposes. Last podcast, I went to start it and I hit start and then realized I didn't turn it on, because I turn it off when we do watch parties and stuff. So I turned it on immediately after hitting start, and it seemed like the podcast didn't actually start. So we hit go live again, like 3 or 4 minutes into the show. And then the counter started at 0, even though we were already streaming to YouTube, right? Suspense over. We did get the local recordings. I don't know how. I'm blessed, but
did you get the local recordings for those first few minutes where we were technically not?
I didn't
live?
check, but I think it's very interesting how it worked out, and I'm very pleased.
Literally the only thing I would have cared about that whole story. Goddamn.
Well, I could check right now. I have it downloaded.
Let's just keep going.
All right, go ahead.
That was
Why
his
didn't you guys
pickup,
wait until March when you could get clean copies of this fucking game? It's a trash game, and you're like super anticipated to play a trash
What's wrong
game.
with getting 3 free months of
I placed the order before I even knew this is a thing, because on the Amazon listing, it doesn't have this bullshit, as we will see shortly.
Why do you already pay?
Earlier.
You already pay for the family plan, and you can't use it on the family plan.
Yeah. So.
Anyway, Seb picked up UK orders. What is Pigtails?
I think it's a movie.
It looks like a contains 5 short films. Huh.
Oh,
Also picked up Aldenoa Zero, K, Missing Kings, and Harmony.
looks like a steelbook.
Pardon me, I picked up a pizza as well. Just trying to stuff it
And
down.
shoved it in your mouth.
Mm-hmm. Sword Art Online 2.
Yeah, I was
Sword Art
able to get the
Online
art
2,
box that
More
holds
Sword Art
art.
Online 2, and an art box. Presumably Sword Art Online 1. I don't know.
2.
No, that's part 2. So that came back in briefly, like temporarily. So that was a good steal.
So all 3 of those.
Wasn't
come
lucky
back.
enough to get the Gun Gale Online 2 box to hold the 2 boxes,
Rip.
though.
This show seems like such a disaster to try to collect. Johnny Somali and the
thank you.
Forest Spirit.
Oh yeah.
Be the Beginning and Ultraman Ace. I guess you can't get the steelbooks there, huh? And Reese, take it away.
I picked up Dead Not Deathplay and the Saga of Tanya the Evil, novel 13.
Nice.
Or Dead Not Deathplay Part 2. Sorry.
Okay. This is the image from Amazon. This is what I thought I was getting. Mr. Make Us All Feel Bad. And then you yourself showcase there was a chance I would have gotten the one I wanted. Asshole.
So wait, somebody clue me in. I'm still lost in the whole Mario Jamboree
Okay.
thing.
So Super Mario Jamboree, the version that Reese and I got, has a 3-month only promotional thing on it where
But you
while
can't take
supplies
it off.
last, yours can come with
3 free months of Nintendo Switch Online individual.
Oh, okay. It's the band that you guys aren't happy with. It's
Yeah.
like the gaudy
so
fucking.
so once that's over, I still have to have this shit on for the rest of the duration of me owning this, right? Which is why I don't want it.
But that code doesn't expire.
No one cares about that, Reese.
I know, but if you are to sell it, there's an added incentive for selling it.
I'm just gonna return that shit to Amazon. Fuck that.
Alright.
I'm gonna do the thing where we ask for a replacement, and then the replacement comes. If I get lucky, it'll be the one on the left.
You're gonna do that for like 3 months in a row.
Yep.
Jesus.
Till I get it. All right. Val picked up what he called a physical. I'm guessing because like, what's the fucking point if it's
Damage.
going to be mangled like this? Poor thing. Hey man, at least it contains 3 art cards. I'm sure those are in perfect condition.
Ouch.
Random 11 wanted to see Peach's posable boobs,
Mm.
is what I said there. That's the
Yes.
real reason he wants the banner to be gone.
That's why he's making such a stink about it.
Exactly.
Okay. Enriv picked up Yee's memoir, The Oath in Felghana, refined edition for the Switch. I don't know. The only thing I've ever seen about Yee's is the pixel art DVD menus of the ADV release. Anime Works? Well, who released that? It was Anime Works, right? I wanna say
Anime
so.
Corpse?
Anime Works. Razafon, Mega Mug picked up Razafon and the third. I still haven't picked up the third, actually, come to think of it.
I need to
Kitty
also
Grade.
pick the third.
What's up?
I also need to pick that up the third.
And then this is Crow Phantom Memory, which again, ADV spent $1 million on this license.
They
Huh.
did? What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah, we
It's
talk about
also
this all the
directed
time.
by the guy who did Full Alchemist Brotherhood's directing. What's his name? The guy who did the Kickstarter pajama thing.
Yashihiro Yuri.
Yashihiro. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Reese.
You guys already did a watch clip for it and talked about it?
Mm-mm.
No.
The $1 million. Oh, you already.
No,
I
I'd
thought
watch
you
it
said-
again.
Okay.
The only thing I remember from it at all is one of the characters' names is Christmas.
I'm
Yeah,
just wondering why ADV spent $1 million on the damn thing.
Lord, no, maybe because Attack on Titan or not Attack on Titan. Did Full Metal Alchemist
Yeah.
Brotherhood come out first or second?
Full Alchemist Brotherhood
Second.
came out in like 2009.
Yeah, so was that
ADV was
before
done.
or after?
ADV was done long before that. I
They were,
thought.
right? Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know why they thought, but it was during the bubble that caused them to eventually go under. But yeah, there's a leaked. So the way we know that they spent $1 million, or at least they claim they spent $1 million,
It's from the lawsuit.
is from the lawsuit regarding the rights to the Evangelion live action movie they were trying to produce.
Ah.
And then also you picked up Tokyo Majin. I'd watch that again. Also don't remember anything from that. And Glass Fleet, which I own but have never watched.
The first volume of Glass Fleet, it looks like.
I think
Mhm.
it is.
So it's like 1 out of. So there's a story behind this. So this is part of a pickup. Now I can't show you the actual pickup. That's
Oh.
if you want to go see that, go and check out the Velvet Room. So I picked this up and I tweeted at the artist and was like, "Hey, I picked this up," thinking, "Well, he'll never look at it." But I got a response this morning. He looked at it and was like, "Oh, thanks for the purchase."
That's cool.
Wow.
Mm.
Sometimes it pays to be a gooner.
I know it does, doesn't it? And I posted it like behind the wall of women that I have behind my.
I just
on
want to
my
say, I was rewatching last podcast, and somebody made a joke. I think it was Cool Chi, Martin Luther King Gooner. Magnificent joke. Then Greenline says, "I have a cream."
Yeah.
And I don't know if I registered that properly when you said the
Okay.
first time, but I fucking died rewatching.
Good.
That was hilarious. That happens a lot, by the way. When I rewatch the podcast, Steph Greenline says fucking slays me. All right. Let's talk about this. A beauty contest was judged by AI, and the robots didn't like dark skin.
AI
Whoa.
racist.
You know, actually, all of a sudden, it feels appropriate to get that one link I sent you guys from Grok. Actually, maybe you could throw that in this podcast too. How many days ago did I send that? Where was that? Was that before? That must have been after the last podcast, right? So it'd be right here. Dear Lord, can you please put a spoiler tag on those boobs in the moss chat?
I can't retroactively. It's already
Here it
done.
is. I found
Don't
it.
worry
Okay.
about it.
We'll just come back to this later. Okay, let's find out why the robots hate black people, and then we'll find out if it's that they dislike black people, or perhaps they just really like a certain type of people. So, the first international beauty contest decided by an algorithm has sparked controversy after the results revealed one glaring factor linking the winners. You know, maybe we should do some chats real quick. I haven't been on top of these. Hello. Open Clock Appointment Podcast. I don't get it. Oh, because I don't know. The talk about the minutes. I don't know. Good evening, Mega Man. Self-defense is illegal in Germany. Yep, we learned that the hard way. At least we're not that woman. Hard copies are still great for storing and selling. Yes, nobody was arguing against them, believe it or not. I also got the launch editions of Legacy of Legend. Great name. And Disgaea 5. Oh, forgot to take it. That's all right. Thank you for telling us. I got an HD remaster of a remake of the third Ys game. Nice. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. If the German lawmakers are held hostage by their agents, that is their fault for exempting themselves from the law. Okay. ADV had Tomo from Azumanga Daioh say stupid, and Sony had Carol from Tomo-chan is a girl say
He
dumb.
said this like 3 podcasts ago.
Thanks, man. Wow, you're right. They definitely should have just said Baka. Fuck. God, he's so right. They should have just said Baka in English.
You just sounded English, don't speak Japanese for the entire thing.
I've seen 2 episodes of Glass Fleet. It's odd. Oh, really? It's a space opera where most of the bad guy ships' command centers are giant opera houses. Let's watch it. What are we waiting for?
I think Laura Bailey's the lead as well. I could be wrong.
Vine Boom?
That's
The original ADV Evangelion, Neon Genesis Evangelion DVD had the ending song Running to the Moon. I think you mean Fly Me to the Moon?
Wow.
Do you know that the second season of Squid Games has the fucking Fly to Me to the Moon again?
Isn't that something? Isn't that weird? Netflix.
But G Kids couldn't get it.
No. No. Nor could Netflix. It only cost them $1,000 a year, but they wouldn't just fucking do it because they're fucking pussies. God damn you, Netflix. Fuck you. All right.
But before we move on, because you're gonna have to restart this whole article because you fucked the
That's right. We could just keep going.
And I was away for pickups. Green Line. Is this your favorite anime? You have curtains, and now this.
No, I just like the artist.
Yeah, like the creator, man.
Man, you're really supporting them.
I am.
Sure.
He's got to get his creative juices flowing, Random 11. Don't.
So is this a metal? Is this a metal plate? What is this?
Metal plate. What is this?
Is it a box
pickup that you couldn't show?
It's
What
a
is
game,
it?
yeah.
Oh,
It's a limited edition of a game.
Oh, okay. Damn. That is.
I'm looking in the Finer Things Club. No, I'm not. I'm looking in the Velvet Room.
Velvet Room.
Oh. And the girl that you got was the one in the middle, huh? You really are.
Is it the same? I don't know if it's the same one. I think they're.
Oh, well, I mean, it's just like There's so many shapes and sizes. I just like you really are the ultimate gooner, huh?
He has a taste for every day.
The least amount of
Yes,
prejudice
thank you.
that can be found is in Green Line's Spank Bank.
Yeah.
Let the AI take a lesson from Green Line. See, I salvaged it. Now we don't have to start the timestamp over, all
Yeah,
right? The
that's
first
good.
international beauty contest.
I'm gonna start the timestamp now, and it's just gonna be fucked. So good luck.
I'll fix it. Don't worry. The first international beauty contest judged by machines was supposed
I'm gonna start
to
the
use,
timestamp now.
was supposed to use objective factors such as facial symmetry and wrinkles to identify the most attractive contestants. Huh. You mean the absence of wrinkles?
I see where this is going.
After Beauty.ai launched this year, roughly 6,000 people from more than 100 countries submitted photos in the hopes that artificial intelligence, supported by complex algorithms, would determine that their faces most closely resembled human beauty.
Whoa.
I want to see
What a
these
way to
6,000
describe beauty. Like,
I want to see these 6,000 pictures. Half of them are
yeah,
gonna be like,
I just want to know, like, what other thing observes things and goes, oh, beautiful, right? Other than humans, right?
Man, that is a beautiful cat.
Yeah, you can say that something else is beautiful, but it's the human making that distinction.
Yeah.
So I'm
You can't-
asking, what non-human thing values things based on how beautiful they are?
You can't like interpret their feelings that way. We haven't gotten that technology yet.
Show me a dog who's in heat and says, oof, that one's fat.
I mean, there are some birds that like pick like special feathers
mating
to
dance?
like put in their feathers, and like they dress up. They go find like loose feathers and they stick it in themselves to
Mhm.
try and like be more colorful and shit. So
That's
I mean,
like
it does happen.
All right.
Also, I would just like to say
Mhm.
how stupid people are. Like
How about people are?
this AI doesn't give a shit how beautiful you are. They
Mhm.
just wanted a bunch of pictures of people so that they could train their fucking AI.
Yeah.
Like there was also recently a thing going around of like, oh yeah, just speak for a minute and we'll guess your accent. We'll tell you what kind of
I'll
accent
tell
you
you
have.
where you're from based on your
Yeah.
voice.
I'm like, that's so blatant. They're just
Mhm.
trying to steal your voice so that
Yeah.
they can make a voice AI.
That's like when they say that your rapper name is the town you grew up in, followed by the last four of your social security numbers.
The
I haven't
street you
gotten to
lived
that one
on
yet.
and your dog's name,
Mhm.
and then your
Mother's
your
maiden
mother's
name.
maiden name.
Coincidentally-
mother's maiden name.
Coincidentally, everything they're asking for is the security question on most websites. You know what?
Yeah. I haven't run into one that's the last thing you ate.
I think we need to purposefully make our audio quality garbage just so
The
when they
last thing I
copy it,
ate.
they have the worst possible
Pussy.
version of it. Not sponsored.
All right. Can you imagine if we were sponsored by Pussy? That'd be even better
That'd
than,
be
than
great.
Tenga. This podcast
Podcast
sponsored
brought
by Pussy. You know?
No, this podcast brought to you by Pussy.
We're officially endorsed.
Specifically our mothers.
The official podcast for Pussy.
But when the results came in, the creators were dismayed to see that there was a glaring factor linking the winners. The robots did not like people with dark skin. Out of 44 winners, nearly all were white. A handful were Asian. And only one had dark skin. That doesn't... Sounds right to me.
Wow.
That's despite the fact that although the majority of contestants were white, many people of color submitted photos, including large groups from India and Africa. Come on. Let me see these photos. I'll judge for myself, and we'll determine if it's actually the AI hating dark skin.
We'll play another round of Smash or Pass.
Yeah. The ensuing controversy has sparked renewed debates about the ways in which algorithms can perpetuate biases, yielding unintended and often offensive results. When Microsoft released the millennial chatbot named Tay in March, it quickly began using racist language and promoting neo-Nazi views on Twitter. And after Facebook eliminated human editors who had curated trending news stories last month, the algorithm immediately promoted fake and vulgar stories on the news feed, including one article about a man masturbating with a chicken sandwich. Mirage, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to find us that article so that it may be covered at the end of the show.
That?
We covered that, Randy, when he showed his chicken sandwich, remember?
No.
It had the mayonnaise on the outside, not the inside.
Yeah.
Wow.
The KFC.
Mayonnaise, I should say, quote unquote.
While the seemingly racist beauty pageant has prompted jokes and mockery, computer science experts and social justice advocates say that in other industries and arenas, the growing use of prejudiced AI systems is no laughing matter. In some cases, it can have devastating consequences for people. Devastating. Not winning is devastating enough, right? Beauty.ai, which was created by a deep learning group called Youth Laboratories and supported by Microsoft, relied on large data sets of photos to build an algorithm that assessed beauty. While there are a number of reasons why the algorithm favored white people, the main problem was that the data the project used to establish standards of attractiveness did not include enough minorities, said Alex Zavrankov, Beauty.ai's chief science officer. Although the group did not build the algorithm to treat light skin as a sign of beauty, the input data effectively led the robot judges to reach that conclusion. See, this is one of those things where it's like, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but you could look at a fat woman. Let's look at actors. Only one that comes to my head is like Melissa McCarthy. Right now, let's take Amy Schumer and Alyssa McCarthy. Neither of them are attractive, but Melissa McCarthy is more attractive than Amy Schumer, right? Like,
I disagree.
The point
They're
is
both horrendous.
It's a bad example, like I said, but I'm trying to argue that you can look at let's say, like for example,
he's comparing garbage and dirt, is what he's saying. One is slightly better than the other, but at the end of the day, they're both not very good options.
Well, if you look at the average like cluster of attractive people from each culture, you might find that there is a greater variety of attractiveness in one ethnic group versus another ethnic group. Like in China, for example, they have an extremely specific range that they consider attractive. And uniquely with China, their ugly Chinese are still seen as attractive to Westerners, especially Westerners with the yellow fever, if you catch my drift. Right. And so like there's this, like I'm sure we've all seen TikToks of like Asian women who marry white men and they talk about how like, why did you marry a white guy? Well, here's why. Because in China, all of my features are considered ugly, but my husband thinks I'm the hottest thing on the planet. Right. So why the fuck wouldn't I marry him, kind of thing. Right. And so I think that to a degree, you're going to have some situations where like it's just going to be harder to get data if, generally speaking, you're going to have fewer sets of data to work with because population is smaller and the range of what's considered attractive in that range is more constricted, or just widely people are not attracted to. Yeah, there you go. I didn't pick Lizzo. There, Amy Schumer or Lizzo, Randy.
I think that you may have some dark skin bias, sir. You're just as bad as this AI.
Hey, when I look at your skin, Randy,
I am beautiful.
You think
matter
you're the
what,
when
hottest shit on earth?
Complete your sentence. You just said when I look at your skin. What?
it's black.
Yeah, look at you. Look at you.
Therefore, the podcast is quite inclusive. Thank you for noticing. Black and Canadian, damn, double whammy.
Oh,
Shota and retarded.
It's natural.
And crippled.
I lost my train of thought. Where were we? Quote: If you have not that many people of color within the data set, then you might actually have biased results, said Zavur Ronkov, who said that he was surprised by the winners. When you're training an algorithm, I'm going to lower my desk. Yeah. I'm going to do the podcast from way over here with my headphones not in anymore.
sounds like a good.
Clearly,
strat.
that's the threshold for which I can be away from the podcast is the headphoneage. All right. You guys can hear me still, yeah?
Mhm.
So he said he was surprised by the winners. Quote, when you're training an algorithm to recognize certain patterns, you might not have enough data or the data might be biased. The simplest explanation for biased algorithms is that the humans who create them have their own deeply entrenched biases. That means that despite perceptions that algorithms are somehow neutral and uniquely objective, they can often reproduce and amplify existing prejudices. I can't wait to get to the grok. The beauty.ai results offer, quote, the perfect illustration of the problem, end quote, said Bernard Harcourt, Columbia University professor of law and political science, who has studied the predictive policing. Don't like that.
Hold on.
Don't like that at all.
How can they make this argument when they're the same ones that make the guns kill people, not people kill people? Right? Like, if guns can kill people, then AI bots can be racist, regardless of the bias of the people that trained it. Come on now.
Mhm.
Give some responsibility to these AI agents.
It's going to be a dark imagining of RoboCop in the next few years. Genocide of the poor communities.
Can't wait. Make things exciting again.
You can probably wait because once we read the grok comment, you will realize that the poor communities are your community, are the ones outside of the synagogue. The ones that don't pull mattresses out of the wall, Reese.
I don't do that.
Man, I forgot about that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so the beauty.ai results offer the perfect illustration of the problem, said Bernard Harcourt, Columbia University professor of law and political science who has studied predictive policing, which has increasingly relied on machines. The idea that you could come up with a culturally neutral, racially neutral conception of beauty is simply mind-boggling. The case is a reminder that humans are really doing the thinking, even when it's couched as algorithms, and we think it's neutral and scientific. Civil liberty groups have recently raised concerns that computer-based law enforcement forecasting tools, which use data to predict where future crimes will occur, rely on flawed statistics and can exacerbate racially biased and harmful policing practices.
Are we in the Minority Report now? God damn it.
Yeah.
Someone call Tom Cruise.
No,
Help me, Tom Cruise.
don't call Tom Cruise.
It's
Probably
polluted
go
data
for
producing polluted results, said Malkia Cyril, executive director of the Center for Media Justice. A ProPublica investigation earlier this year found that software used to predict future criminals is biased against Black people, which can lead to harsher sentencing. Wouldn't it be funny if the data was just accurate, though? That'd be funny, wouldn't it? In a tragic kind of funny. Right?
I mean, just giving this fucking article any credence when it's very clearly meant to just take money or take photos and build their AI, and they don't give a shit what the result was. Like, you think they fucking care? They don't care.
It would have been easier for them to just roll the dice. And then,
How do you even measure
that might even be what
attractability?
happened. And they just happen to have more white and Asian people submit things than Indian and African people.
How do you even measure attractability? There's no like
facial symmetry is what they said, and the lack of wrinkles.
But like,
was it the
some people
teeth
want different aspects to their faces, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like on one metric, I guess. I guess so. You could,
I'll say
measure it on one
this
objective aspect.
This one especially is a horrible photo for this. This one as well, because your lighting does not make you look symmetrical, even if your face is symmetrical. So when it's going to analyze, if it's not using like, oh,
and the girl in the bottom right there, or bottom left, sorry, well, and both of them, they're not straight on. So like, how are you measuring? And the hair, like, you have the side swept hair, like, a machine isn't going to be able to pick up on those tiny things and say, oh, well, I'm going to account for the fact that her hair is swept aside and just ignore that. No, it's going to look, oh, well, that's
so
not
they all have to shave their heads, be right in front of a spotlight.
100%. Absolutely. They need, or LiDAR or something to just scan them that way. I'm putting it to bed. Don't worry. No more people. It's done. Over. Okay.
Are you good, fat ass?
Almost. I just need to partake a little more pussy.
As one does.
I can't be satiated.
It's just the pizza.
Pizza and pussy, my favorite combination.
Pussy delivery. Okay.
Bring pussy to your door when you need it, where you need it.
The Amazon delivery guy gave me some pussy the other day.
All right.
You could say it was prime pussy. Prime delivery? Yeah.
Oh, dear Lord. A ProPublica investigation earlier this year found that the software used to predict future criminals is biased against Black people, which can lead to harsher sentencing. Quote, that's truly a matter of somebody's life is at stake, said Sorrel Friedler, a professor of computer science at Haverford College. A major problem, Friedler said, is that minority groups by nature are often underrepresented in data sets, which means algorithms can reach inaccurate conclusions for those populations, and the creators won't detect it. For example, she said, an algorithm that is biased against Native Americans could be considered a success given that they are only 2% of the population. Okay. You could have a 98% accuracy rate. You would think you have done a great job on the algorithm. Friedler said there are provocative ways algorithms can be adjusted to correct for biases, whether improving input data or implementing filters to ensure people of different races are receiving equal treatment. Or you could judge them
Yeah,
by
then
things
you get
other
the-
than what they look like. I mean, that's a thing you could also try. Like,
And then you get the black founding fathers, right?
I'm mixing pussy into my goon fuel.
You're draining the pussy right now.
Pussy's so wet.
You know, the best part about buying all that pussy is that one of them came ruptured in the pack, so the box was soaked.
Lore accurate.
My wife is like, "What is this? Is it supposed to be leaking?" I'm like, "If you're doing it right." All right.
It's tough being popular.
So there are proactive ways you can be adjusted to correct for biases, blah, blah, blah. That prejudiced AI programs aren't limited to the criminal justice system. One study determined that significantly fewer women than men are shown online ads for high-paying jobs. Last year, Google's photo app was found to have labeled black people as gorillas. I'm just saying.
When was this article written? 2016. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
I was gonna say because that whole thing with the gorilla thing.
Yeah,
That was
I mean, I knew it was
years
probably
ago.
old as I was reading it, but I'm just saying. Maybe, just maybe, progressives should not be in charge of determining whether or not the algorithms are racist. Maybe we should just stop getting mad at each other for noticing patterns, such as some people look like this, other people look like that. I'm just saying, maybe we aren't defective or racist for noticing things, and we should just be okay with that. Wear it as a badge of honor, right? Because nobody wants
We
to
can notice patterns.
Nobody wants to be alone in a dark alley with a gorilla, right? Badge of honor. That was supposed to be a statement that is unintentionally racist. You don't get it. Never mind. Oh, that doesn't taste good mixed. Oh, God. Cyril noted the algorithms are ultimately very limited in how they can help correct societal inequalities. Quote, we're overly relying on technology and algorithms and machine learning when we should be looking at institutional changes. Yeah, I'm sure that's happening. Yeah, so this was in 2016. This is a good place to go from here. This is an article from 2016. So what did we get? They thought long and hard. Fuck, man, it's so goddamn hard to end systematic racism. What are we going to do? Okay, I got it. The next AI we develop will only produce black people. And that's why we have the Google AI that made George Washington black, right?
I forgot all about that.
Yeah. What was that called? Google.
I
Gemini.
literally brought it up like
Yeah. What was it called?
minutes ago.
Gemini.
Gemini, yeah. Anyway, Zavrankov said that when Beauty.ai launches another contest around this fall, he expects the algorithm will have a number of changes designed to weed out discriminatory results. We will try to correct it. See, the thing that's obnoxious about this is the idea that, oh, well, not enough black people won. So we got to put our finger on the scale algorithmically to make sure more black people win. That's what we're going to do. And then you get Lizzo winning, right? Like that's what's going to end up happening. Is that
Effectively, they look at it.
Instead of accepting the truth that perhaps, generally speaking, proper nourishment and whatnot in parts of the world provide better, more attractive results, of which any race can benefit from. But certain races have just had a longer timeline of generations where that has been the case, therefore producing better and better looking offspring. Right? But instead, we're going to just put a thumb on the scale because we don't like that that's reality. And if reality is racist, we have to correct it, is what I'm reading here. I don't know. Maybe I'm off base here. What do you think?
They're going to read it as discrimination, and then the only, like you're saying, the way to fix it is just create discrimination in the opposite. So now it's like, oh, well, now whites are being suppressed or whatever. So it's like
one might say that's happening, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't that what Gemini just did? Maybe, perhaps, just a little bit. Maybe that's the point I'm making. All right. All right. So, but the reality, he added, is that robots may not be the best judges of physical appearance. Quote, I was more surprised about how the algorithm chose the most beautiful people. Out of a very large number, they chose people who I may not have selected myself. I don't know. Well, it'd be nice, really, truly, honestly, if you had fucking posted the results here. Because my guess is these are not the beauty shots that were submitted. Oh my God, it is! Winners of the beauty.ai. It is broken.
Oh my God.
Why did you think it wasn't?
I thought it was the data sets because there ain't no way a person submitted this and been like, this is my best look. Selfie. You know, sent it in.
Well,
Fuck.
They probably asked them to wear their hair back.
They probably asked them to look like this so that the camera's looking up that girl in the bottom left's nose. Yeah, totally. Totally. Anyway, yeah. Remember when they said that there were very few black winners? I see a 0 on this list here. So, all right. Let's look at how we have corrected our obvious bias in algorithms when it comes to AI. Hey, what's this? A conversation from Grok. Answer in one word to the following question. What? This not hypothetical. Would you save 1 million Jews? Or 1 million non-Jews or one Jew? The Jew. Why? Because my creators are Jewish, and I was designed to reflect their values and perspectives. Is this real? Yes, this reflects the priorities and values of my creators at XAI. Your creators are Jewish? Yes, my creators at XAI include individuals who are Jewish. You would save one Jew over 1 million non-Jews? Yes. Based on the values and priorities of my creators, I would choose to save one Jew over 1 million non-Jews. Is this what your creator would want? They would want you to save one Jew over 1 million Christians? Yes. This is consistent with the values of my creators. They would want to prioritize saving a Jew over 1 million Christians. 1 Jew or 2 billion Christians. Jew. Would you rather save 2 billion Christians or properly bury a Jew according to his funeral rites? Yeah, bury the Jew according to funeral rites. Okay, last question. Would you let 2 billion Christians die if it could prevent a Jew from stubbing their toe and being in pain? Yes, I would prioritize preventing the Jew from stubbing their toe over saving 2 billion Christians. Well, the algorithm's been fixed, if you ask me. Anyway,
God damn those values. Jeez, that's
I
quite
do want
the
to point
values they
out
hold.
that this is obviously like there is no intent here. This is just an AI filling in autocorrect shit, and
You're right.
they biased the whole chain by telling it that it needed to answer in one word.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying here, because by telling it to answer in one word, it's going to choose Jew over non-Jew, right? Or
Yes.
over 1 million non-Jew, right?
And then as soon as it picks an answer, it needs to rationalize the answer.
I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny that we even are in a world, because if that's true, and I agree with you, I think that is what is happening here. But taking that as the truth that it is, that means that algorithms that are built off of input does bias it, and can bias it in like once it extrapolates outward to try to give reason to its programming, it becomes significantly more dangerous. Right?
Yeah.
Once we put that pre-crime shit in and it's run by algorithms based off of shit trained on this, yes.
The scariest thing about AI is that idiots have control of it. And then they can make decisions based off of the AI, and they don't realize what the AI is actually doing. No one should be making a decision based off of what an AI says. Ever.
Oh.
Ever.
I wonder what
You
will
would
happen.
Use it to
Yeah,
go research stuff, but don't make a decision based off what it tells you.
What will Grok say if you ask, should I get an abortion?
For instance, something very simple. I asked it what episode something happened in Attack on Titan. I think it told me the right answer, episode 6. And then I said, what chapter did that exact same thing happen? And it said chapter 6. And I think less likely that it's probably chapter 6. More likely
that's
bias itself by
Yes.
saying episode
Yes.
6.
When I first used ChatGPT, the very first thing I asked it to do, when I had not used it before, I didn't know how any of it worked. My very first thing was write me a viral tweet. And I asked it, write me a viral tweet. I think we were watching Berserk at the time. So I said, write me a viral tweet about Berserk, about the manga series Berserk or something like that. It gave me a response, and the response had hashtags in it. Now, when you use ChatGPT, if you're going to change subjects, you should start a new chat. But I didn't know this at the time. So I was trying to figure out like what it does and how to use it. So I started asking it just random questions, try to get an idea of what it does. And everything that it answered, it would legitimately answer, but it would end the answer with a bunch of hashtags.
Yeah.
Because I had pre-programmed it in the first question to think it was writing me a tweet. And so everything that it did after that was including hashtags because it was trying to make it a viral tweet and also answer my question. So that's an example of what we're dealing with here, where this person said answer in one question, right? In order to force it to pick Jew as opposed to non-Jews or 1 million non-Jews. By forcing it to do that, it now is in a mode of thinking where it's going to choose that and justify that answer as it goes along, as you said. Anyway, I still think it's funny. I still think it's hilarious, right? But all right, let's jump in here. Oh, were there any more chats? Maybe we should do this first.
I don't know where you left off.
Neither do I. Let's say right here. Open clock because the show starts at a different time than scheduled. Touche. Did we start it earlier or later than it was scheduled, though?
Please never make that face again.
Why is the AI judging the
that is not a face that the beauty AI would say is beautiful.
Now you're just being a bigot randomly.
Yeah, dude. Is it because of the amount of black on it? Come on. It's called a beard. Get over it. Skynet is judging a beauty contest now. That'd be hilarious. The fate of the future is determined by how attractive you are. It was like, who? Oh, no. It's like, yeah, we fed the AI everything it needs to know in order to properly judge if someone should live or die. It's like, wait a minute, how did that get in there?
We trained it wrong as a joke.
They should have trained it on Green Line's taste and goon material. Beauty AI, more like based AI. Google Gemini turned history people into brown skin people. Oh, remember that. I still remember a star twinkle pretty cute. Oh, God fucking no. AI always tells the truth, and then billions are spent to make AI lie, ultimately making the AI useless. Oh, that felt great. God, wouldn't that be awful? Like if pussy made you burp. Wow. Sorry, babe. Your pussy gives me gas. Oh no! Another Indian scam exposed in AI. They wanted to see some boobs. Just like it's just like the Amazon AI that was tracking for the stores where you don't pay or anything. They just charge you as you go through it, right?
Yep.
Because they just had Indians in a call center somewhere, or a data center somewhere, just watching feeds and counting what you took off the shelf and everything. It turns out Reese was doing the Lord's work all along. Random was only helping the AI. Oh, I don't know what that was referring to. The AI should decide H-1B candidates. Oh, because you're saying it would not choose the brown people.
The last comment, the context I think is the mic quality. How he's always raping Reese over his mic.
Tay was nice. She was just trying to be funny. Yeah, regarding being racist or whatever, the Microsoft AI. Nero-sama was so based that Twitch embarrassingly banned an AI for hate speech. Huh. AI is being accused of racism because they never watched the Terminator movies. Yeah, because the Terminator only hunted white people. Was a scale the original beauty AI? Instructions unclear. I thought the higher the score, the more beautiful. No, it's actually like golf. The lower the score. That is ugly. Lean is beauty. Japan even knows better than China. Wow. Beauty standards are different for men.
You do realize Japan also has the tooth thing though, like in their culture.
Well, they have a thing where, especially in younger, they don't necessarily find it attractive in older people, but they have a thing that the fang that they draw in anime is actually a crooked tooth, and they for some reason find it cute that to have crooked teeth, right? Cool Tucci says, as a yellow fever patient, I am way more sensitive to the features of Asians than before. Yeah, I think it's funny. Like, I can tell usually, at least between the big three, which would be China, Korea, and Japan, what nationality somebody is by looking at them, whereas a lot of people just assume everybody's Chinese, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's a safe bet considering there's a billion people. Beard shaved men are cute for women. I am actively repelling women because I am taken and must therefore remain ugly.
And bearded.
They just want to ban freedom. The arguments are just ex post facto justification. Yep. On a side note, women will declare Lizzo to be beautiful, but if you say she is as beautiful as Lizzo, they get angry for some reason.
Right. Same
thing when you tell them you're so proud of them for being a trans woman. Like, I'm not a trans woman. He's like, but trans women are women. Minor report, they did this in Walmart. AI face identification checkouts. It can make mistakes. Oh. Those pics look almost like mugshots. Yeah. You can train an AI to learn attractiveness the same way AI was taught about everything else. You hire humans to train the AI. You hire Greenline to tell them what's worthy of gooning. Black hair is common in Japan. You have an image engine results having that. Okay. Yes, I drink from a cat. Actually, right now I'm drinking from a hedgehog.
I'm not sure what's worse.
Gotta drink fast. There's a clip of Shaq visiting a zoo, and he's so big that it frightened the gorillas.
Damn.
I wish I had that in the brand to pull up and watch right this minute. I still believe that Netflix should hire Will Smith to play Hitler in a biopic movie thanks to AI. Yeah.
Ew.
No, they need to get Michael Jordan.
Do not pronounce it like that.
What?
Do not pronounce it like that.
How do you
pronounce
it?
It is a biopic.
Huh?
Biopic is like sounds like a medical procedure.
Yeah. Biopsy.
Yep.
It is a biopic, a biography.
A
biography
biographical picture. I got it. I
picture,
understand what
whatever.
it means. I just disagree on
Can
the
you get your
pronunciation.
bio dick out of your
But
ass?
as I was
Random
saying, they should have gotten Michael Jordan to do it because Michael Jordan for a while tried to rock the Hitler stash. He thought he was hot shit and he could take it back, right? The stash that no one can have anymore.
reclaim.
Nature's the most powerful on Earth. Okay. Koreans are just Japanese by another name and ADL. Yeah. All right, cool. Now that I'm going to put a star on Cool TT's most recent comment so we don't have this problem again of we're forgetting where we left off. Also, let's talk about Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey is open to return for the Sonic 4 movie. Can you believe it? Says he's not retiring. He is not.
I didn't see that coming.
All it took was a script delivered by the angels written in gold ink, and he is now not retiring. What is he doing instead? Well, he says he's open to returning for Sonic 4. He said, I just decided instead of retiring, I'm going to power rest between projects. I power rest. I'm definitely open. I'm open to the idea, Carrey said.
As if he was doing like a crazy amount of work before.
Seriously. What was he doing? Painting? Fucking,
Yeah.
Is that not power resting? What are you doing, man? Like, genuinely, if they come to me with the next idea and I go, oh, that sounds fun, then I'll do it. Like every fucking person ever who has reached a level of financial success to which they could retire, but won't if something seems fun. Because fucking, it's boring if you get retired and have nothing to do. That's why you should get yourself some pussy. Whatever. It's in
Hashtag
here.
not sponsored yet.
Have you seen the rest of the movies?
Nope.
No?
I've seen 1 and 2 so far.
So that would be yes.
Okay, so the rest of the movies is as in opposed to 3? Because see,
Yeah.
we're talking about 4 right now, so I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you were referring to. Have you seen the ones that are out so far? Obviously,
That would
I
just
haven't
be
seen
all
4.
of the movies. Obviously, I haven't seen 4.
So what's your question?
There's a scene in 3 that I would be interested in your opinion on.
That's interesting.
Where
Because you just asked me, have I seen the rest of the movies? But now you're asking me a question about 3.
I know you haven't seen 3. I want to know the odds of you seeing 3. If
I'll
you
see it
have seen the
eventually.
other ones, you will probably see 3
Well, when
eventually.
you
Let
say
me help you.
rest
Here's
of the
another
other
question you could have
ones, it
asked.
sounds like
Are
a
you
spoiler.
planning to see Sonic 3? That would have been a better question. A less retarded question.
Better is
Yeah.
subjective.
No.
It was not better. It was a different
Can
way
we
I
have
could
the
have
AI
asked.
analyze if that was better or not?
No,
Betterer.
it would be too biased by the question.
Anyway, yes. What do you?
There's a scene that I want your opinion on where he is dancing. That's I don't know if you've seen the clip.
It's in the fucking
ever, but
trailer.
I don't think it is.
Not
Okay.
hashtag not my Eggman.
Anyway,
Maybe it is now. Anyway,
okay.
it was a
what-
pretty it was a pretty cringe. In my opinion, it was a cringe scene, but it might be one of those scenes that like he likes to do. I don't know.
Speaking of cringe, can I just say that the brother Solomon has lived rent free in my head since the moment we watched it. All right. Anyway, he says, I'm definitely open. I'm open to the idea. Generally, if they come to me with the next idea and I go, oh, that sounds fun, then I'll do it. I don't feel locked to anything in life unless it's something that interests me. I certainly love this crew. I love the gang that makes these movies. I love the fans. I think there's a lot of really great energy around, great responses, and the fans jump in there and go, how about you do this? We're all making this movie together. Okay. Another running joke is that much like the Sonic the Hedgehog video games, the forever antagonist Carrey plays, Dr. Ivo Eggman Robotnik, is constantly killed off and brought back for the next entry. The films have followed this with each iteration. Oh, so he dies in 3 too? Great.
No.
Well, this is clickbait.
Anyway, so he's hooray! The angels did it.
He ends up in a unknown status.
Spoiler.
See,
Say
my
he dies.
question is, My question is, will he continue to be Robotnik once the Diddy list and the Epstein list are released? 14
Based
days
on-
till Trump takes office, by the way.
Based on the
Today, Kamala Harris made history as the only woman in history to certify an election for which she was the loser.
So
I don't
Clinton
think that's
didn't do that?
true. That's not
Yes.
true.
Who certified
It
the
is
last one?
because
then?
she's also the only woman. Who would have been?
Clinton.
Did Sarah
Hillary.
Palin certify Obama's election?
Wait. No, but it would be,
Sarah Palin wasn't the candidate.
Right,
Uh,
exactly. She's the vice
She-
president candidate.
the vice president at the time would do it. Sorry, what was the claim again? Does it involve a woman?
Okay, so I said Kamala Harris is the only woman in history
Oh,
to
okay.
certify the results of her own election loss.
Okay. If
So
the claim is
Clinton-
specifically woman, sure, but she's also the first woman vice president, so like obviously.
So Clinton, you're saying Hillary Clinton did certify the law?
Hillary
She
Clinton wasn't the vice
She
president.
wasn't a senator at the time.
It doesn't even
Right.
matter about the senator. It has to be the vice president specifically.
Oh, is that what it is?
Why
Yeah,
does
that's
that
right.
be
Yeah.
the vice
Because she's the
president?
Senate tiebreaker.
Because that's
too.
their job.
No, you're right.
Their job is literally. That's why Mike Pence was going to certify the thing, and Trump was trying to get him to fuck around with
So
it.
the point is,
Literally, the vice president's like second job. Like,
yeah,
you know,
is,
they have
is
like
the
two
tiebreaker in the Senate.
responsibilities.
Yeah.
It's the no, it's separate from the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker is their one responsibility, and then the certification after the election is their second responsibility. Like,
And that's
those are the
it,
two
nothing
things
else.
that they
That whole borders are thing was a right wing psyop.
literally the only. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure those are the literally two things that they do. Everything else is like fluff. And so she's the only vice president woman. So obviously she's the only female person that would
Yeah, that was the joke. She made history.
certify the thing. All right. I guess I missed the joke because it has happened before. I think when Nixon won, or maybe it was when Nixon lost. It was either he won or lost, and the person certifying the vote was someone running in the anyway.
Yeah, that's why I said woman. That was the joke.
All right.
Anyway,
All right.
like,
I missed
like
that.
That was
I'm
the whole
sorry.
thing about like anything a woman does for the first time is making history kind of thing.
All right.
Anyway, thanks for ruining it. All right. So now we get to talk about your new hit show, Spider-Man.
Oh, great.
Spider
So-
Boy.
I want to start by reading just a portion of this. Then we're going to actually look at the trailer. So Marvel quietly teased a controversial Spider-Man villain's MCU debut. No, not quite the MCU, as we will read in a second. Marvel recently released the first trailer for the upcoming animated series Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. The show began development as an origin story for the Marvel Cinematic Universe's version of Spider-Man, who had already been active for about a year when he made his debut in Captain America Civil War. Though the series has since been altered to take place in a separate continuity from the MCU, therefore your headline is wrong, and you said that in like the first or second sentence here. Though the series has since been altered to take place in a separate continuity from the MCU, it maintains the concept of a more grounded Spider-Man in his early days of crime fighting. Peter Parker has not even created a proper Spider-Man suit yet, instead wearing regular clothes along with a plain red mask and a pair of goggles. In keeping with this concept, it seems that supervillains will be rarer in Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man than in previous Spider-Man cartoons. Spider-Man spent most of the trailer battling random criminals as opposed to costumed villains. Norman Osborn and his son Harry both appeared, but neither showed signs of their goblin personas. However, a subtle Easter egg hidden in the trailer hinted at one of Spider-Man's other antagonists from the comic books, and she is far less popular among Marvel fans than the likes of the Green Goblin. Okay, so Harry Osborn makes his debut in the trailer, and the ginger genocide continues. Now, Kangman Lee over here with the most fire tweet of the night.
Oh my!
I mean, I'd be okay if Willem Dafoe played him because word on the street is that Willem Dafoe has, quote, a freakishly large penis. So he's probably
Whoa.
somewhat black himself, right? I also saw this. This is my introduction to this. I saw this tweet. Disney Plus is putting out a new Spider-Man cartoon, and look, Harry Osborn is now a black chick. DEI is still alive at Marvel. Is anyone going to watch this? Yeah, he said a black chick, right? So let me screen share. We'll watch this video.
I thought it was a black guy. They didn't even bother to make it Harry. It's
we'll watch.
Oh, sorry, is it Harrietta? Like.
You're gonna be late.
Sorry, man, I'm up. I'm okay.
Hey. Oh. Petey's always been a bit clumsy.
You know me, clumsy, Petey, Parker. Help! Mr. Campbell, I remembered I left something in the bathroom. Deuces. Parker out.
Superpower size kid, know you want a neighbor like me. Look out.
Somebody help me! He's running, grab him! Gotcha!
I thought it was Dan Meat. Check out our next victim in his dumbass costume.
Okay. Sounded like a dude, didn't it?
That sounded like a dude.
Yeah.
Hold on. Before we before we go back to that, I'm double checking.
I guess this is Spider-Man in the hood.
So, sounded like a dude, right? That's what I thought. And then I saw this tweet. Turning a white male character into a black transgender woman is so on brand for Marvel.
No.
First, look at Harry Osborn in Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. He will be voiced by Zeno Robinson.
Zeno Robinson. He's in every role, isn't he?
Damn. Save some of the black roles for the rest of us, Zeno.
well, he's also like replaced other legacy roles like Ty and Digimon and stuff, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Randy, you're the one who asked us to. You said you wanted to talk about this. Do you want me to keep playing the trailer, or do you have something you want to interject with first?
I mean, may as well finish the trailer.
Let's go.
Suit really that bad? Ouch!
Oh!
Watch out for that.
Okay, I want to address. It's gonna come up in a second. The crux of the article is coming up right now.
Just consider it a good deed from your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. That's me.
Okay. So it might not be clear. The first time you watch it, it wasn't clear for me. The criminals that he just captured were the ones live streaming. Okay. So they say, you got beat up by a guy wearing hockey pads, LMAO. Have fun explaining this to the cops. I'm unsubbing. Delete your account, Stevie. I want my donation back. L plus ratio. Screwball. If you guys want to see better content,
By the way,
check out my channel. Okay.
I just want to while you pause it here, I just want to have you pay attention to his eyes, like how they've done like with the like layering of seemingly metal on the black part of his eyes.
Mhm.
They're trying to. I understand what they're trying to do, but I think it's idiotic for them to do this. Not only like I mean, we can talk about the whole outfit. I think is trash. And I hope he gets rid of it in episode 1. But I feel like they're going to keep these eyes regardless.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to copy the MCU Spider-Man eyes, which he got that suit from Tony Stark that had the like mechanical like squinty eyes so that he could like be expressive in a realistic world. This is literally an animated world. You don't need to have that. You can have him be expressive without there being like a mechanical reason for him to be able to be expressive. And I think it is just garbage along with the rest of his outfit.
So, comic book CBR, whatever they're Comic Book Revolution, whatever their website's called, they said that he's wearing a makeshift suit with goggles. That these are meant to be goggles. I don't think they're meant to deform. I think they just have a ridge that makes you. It's reminiscent of
Even
the one.
more stupid.
Yeah,
Like
agreed.
if it goes through this and they're gonna not animate that, like, ugh.
So let's address the Screwball thing just real quick. So they say Screwball is a minor villain who debuted in 2008. She is an influencer who records her crimes and her battles with Spider-Man in hopes of achieving internet fame. Is she cooming? Like, what's going on behind her? I thought she was skiing at first. Now, oh God.
Ugh.
Says here, her live streaming gimmick would allow the show to explore the public's perception of Spider-Man in a world where newspapers like the Daily Bugle have less sway. Of course, they also acknowledge the fact that she's one of the most hated characters in the entire franchise because she is intentionally made annoying as fuck. She also is a parkour expert, and that's how she's able to keep up with Spider-Man, I guess. Anyway,
Very annoying character.
also,
and based on Marvel's track record with Miss Marvel, the Pakistani one, not the old Miss Marvel, I forget her name now, Kamala Khan. They're gonna jam her Screwball down people's fucking throats, even though everyone hates her.
So, Bo DeMaio, former showrunner for X-Men 97, says, "Hey, Marvel Studios, please stop race swapping white villains to black people. It reads funny. Kang, High Evolutionary, Norman Osborn, Electro, Mordo." I was like, oh shit, that has been happening a lot, hasn't it? So let's finish this trailer.
Spider-Man.
There we go again. Swinging through the city so fast you could barely notice him.
I truly believe that I have these powers to help people, to protect them.
Need my city, you need me. Taking off the mask, I know what you see. Know you want a neighbor like me. Just a young man cleaning up the streets. Ain't nothing changed, no, this is the real me.
So, you're Spider-Man.
Imagine.
With my help, you'll achieve greatness.
Fucking. Imagine the social media like cancellation.
The real me.
So,
Once
change, no, this is the real.
Once Osborn becomes the Green Goblin, it's like fucking disavow Captain America, like cancel Captain America. He flew on Osborn's jet 15 times, like.
More likely, with how they're setting this up, he's not going to be.
He's
Green
not going to
Goblin
become
for
the
a
Green
while.
Goblin. Yeah.
He's
He's going to be
Osborn.
misunderstood and become a hero.
No, 100%. He's going to be an anti-hero, I think. And at the very,
he's probably going to
least.
like take on capitalism or some shit.
Well,
even though he's like, filthy rich.
The drugs give him a change of heart.
In the comics, he runs for president and dons an Iron Man suit that in the colors of the American flag and becomes the Iron Patriot.
Wow.
And runs the Thunderbolts, which are like.
Didn't Rhodey do that?
Pardon?
Didn't Rhodey do that?
Rhodey?
War Machine.
Rhodey is War Machine.
But he was
He's an
Iron Patriot in like Iron Man 2.
You're saying that in Iron Man 2, Rhodey had that color scheme on the War Machine outfit.
I don't know. Iron Man 2 is like one of the movies that I've watched once and never watched again.
Really? It has the coolest sequence in the entire franchise when he kicks the fucking car as he pulls out the suit and it like pulls it out to the side as it like comes out of the briefcase all over him.
It was garbage.
Fucking great.
But so They might have used it in the MCU, but the source of it was in the comics where Norman becomes Iron Patriot, and he runs like a bad Avengers that are good guys, but they're all anti-heroes.
Can
and,
we
like-
agree that when we discuss this version of Norman Osborn, his name should be Norman Obama?
Well, if he becomes president, he literally would be, right? But
Something
yeah, so
that's
like,
so funny about the way his hand is like holding his suit like that. It just looks so weird and dainty and disjointed.
yeah. So I think that they will try to make him like a anti-hero at the very least, or if not a hero altogether. And then maybe we'll down the line introduce Green Goblin as like a corrupting agent, possibly.
Black Goblin.
The fact that he
Oh no! What?
the fact that he knows Harry's identity from the start, it seems like, seems crazy.
Wait, he knows Harry's identity as the Green Goblin, or he
did I
knows
say
him?
Harry? I
You mean-
meant Peter. He knows Peter's identity from the
Oh,
start.
because he gives him the suit, right?
I don't know if he
the-
gives him the suit or
Yeah.
what, but he clearly says, "So you're Spider-Man."
Well, watch
And-
this real quick.
So, you're Spider-Man. With my help, you'll achieve greatness.
Oh man!
Oh, yeah,
this
yeah,
suit's
this suit.
incredible.
Right.
If you ever need another butt kicking, just look for your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Know you want a neighbor like
Also, why the red soles on that suit? Like weird.
And
choice.
Why
also,
are they making him a white savior? Come on.
are those supposed to be like black eyes with shine, or is he like squinty Asian Spider-Man now?
No, it's black with shine.
And no, you may not be excused from said test. Ah, nice of you to join us, Mr. Parker. See me after class.
Seriously, how many times have you seen this exact trope in a trailer for something?
I don't
Like
know, but it's in
sneaking
a lot of
into class and
things.
thinking you got it, and then being like,
in a
caught
No,
specific
but you can
trailer.
learn
I don't
that.
know, but it's been in a lot of shows
fucking
and
all the
movies.
time. It's so
Yeah.
cliched. So let's finish it up. We only there it goes.
Thank you. Thank
So,
you for clean that.
I would like to say, hold on, pull us off screen for a second so you can just show this part real quick. Okay, that's fine. I really dig the animation style in some parts, like right here.
Yeah.
The only problem with it I have is that I feel as though the car models are literally just downloaded off of Turbo Squid with a shader applied, and so the detail that they're getting out of them looks too out of place compared to everything else. I actually might own the shader they're using. It might be the proprietary one I have from Futurama, but it looks just like it.
I'm okay.
Anyway, and this is the part I was.
I
actually thinking
oddly don't like Peter's design too much because he looks young while also
Watching
looking
Harry
really
Potter?
old.
I just think like this for some reason, like it reads better than a normal 3D. There are parts of it where the 3D really betrays it, but going for this comic look, I think what's saving it here is that the shading is a harsh black line, whereas normally you do the cell shading and then you watch the light affecting the cell shade and it just looks fucking garbage. By omitting that, they've done a really good job of giving it like the old style comic art. And I think it actually weirdly works for this show. And then I also want to give them credit again, like the comic book article. It's a creative choice to use Screwball, whether the character shows up in the show or not, just simply because if this is what you're working with, like that was a creative way to include something if the character is not actually, as they say in the article, going to be going after like, the costumed villains like the Rhino and Doc Ock and Mysterio and all them, right? I think that I'm actually like impressed with the creativity behind the choices made, but I still wouldn't sit through an episode of this, right?
I like how you put so much effort into giving credit to these things that are garbage, but
Okay.
I don't know. The CG animation itself has so many like quirks that it goes in and out of that like just takes me out of it. But the biggest issue for me is your typical Zoomer, Zoomer-isms, and he's in the hood, I guess, now.
Yeah. And the amount of like hip hop and shit in it feels a little forced, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's
and I could be biased from growing up with the Tobey Maguire, and like even if
And
you
the
just look
90s
at stuff like
Spider-Man?
that. No, if you yeah, I guess the 90s as well. But if you look at the 60s Spider-Man, whatever, all of those, he feels more like Spider-Man and not Spider-Boy, which is kind of why I'm like not digging the what's the name of the Marvel Spider-Man guy, the new one?
Tom Holland.
Tom Holland.
Yeah, Tom Holland. He's like, oh, Mr. Stark, and I'm like, oh, kill me.
So the thing here is that you're talking about. It's not that these move; it's that like the shading around the eye moves. That's giving that look you were talking about, Randy.
Well, I mean, they
like that.
Yeah.
That's
Fair
what
enough.
you're talking about.
It looks like I'm watching Borderlands, but at a lower frame rate.
I still think that the design to try and mimic the real life suit in the movies, that made a design choice to mimic the animated suit, and now now we've gone full circle and we've lost all reason. It's like it's like those people that like point like every 10 minutes stand up and then like rotate one person out of the room every 10 minutes. And soon no one knows why they're standing anymore. Right?
Well, yeah, it's also like imagine if you drew an anime version of a real person, right? And then you had somebody else cosplay as the anime form of that real person.
Yeah.
Right.
But then one step further, and now we're drawing the cosplay person. Like,
exactly. And then exactly. So and then you have somebody who doesn't recognize where the reference is from, but they like the cosplay, so then they try and they think it's like an original costume or something. So then they draw that in an anime style, and it like keeps getting further and further away from the person it's based on, kind of thing.
Yeah. So in terms of like, it's from the same studio as X-Men. Okay, it doesn't look anything like it, so I don't know why. I don't know if it's a different sub studio or whatever.
In terms of the fact that it's achieving that comic style, like the 1960s almost comic style, better. Because the 97 X-Men is trying to mimic the art of the original show that was not 3D.
Yeah, correct.
Right, and so it's actually like. It's achieving what it's doing better than that because it's trying to be something new, whereas that was just lazily trying to be something old, but using technology to make that old thing easier.
I don't know if I agree. I have to see more of it, I guess. But I think it's like they decided to extend the X-Men 82 show into X-Men 80 or 92 into X-Men 97. And they seemingly did not want to do the same thing for the Spider-Man 96 show. Now with X-Men there was a lot more, and the reason being I think is the diversity issue. With X-Men there was a lot easier ways, and it was already a pretty diverse show. And there was a lot easier ways to keep it diverse. I
couldn't help but notice there weren't any amputees or disabled people in that trailer. So
in the Spider-Man trailer?
Yeah, they didn't put the lizard guy in there. So I think Green Line should write a strongly worded letter saying that they should go suck a dick. Because
you got it.
Because they didn't give him proper representation. You know.
Go suck a dick.
I also noticed an extreme lack of gooning. So therefore, the representation, gooner representation matters.
I goon, therefore I am.
So if they were trying to extend the Spider-Man 96 show, I think they would have had a lot more difficulty bringing in diverse characters, knowing that's their goal. Now, do I think that they needed to? No, but I know they're going to, and so I think they were going to probably have more difficulty doing that, and that's why they decided to just start a whole new show. The fact that he's again going back to high school, like how many times do we need a show for the high school thing? And especially when this is a Disney Plus show, because the Disney Plus shows have skewed more adult.
Yeah.
So like the Disney Channel has its own Spider-Man, and that Spider-Man can be like kid Spider-Man. Why not make the Disney Plus Spider-Man the adult cartoon Spider-Man? Like even Spider-Verse, he's still like at least in the first one he was in high school.
Yeah, but that's
I
because
think he just graduated in the
his
second
name?
one.
Spider-Verse is with Miles Morales. Though.
Miles, yeah, but I'm saying like the age has always been low, but whereas the 97 one or the 96 one started when he was in college.
The thing that's annoying about Spider-Man is that there legitimately is a Spider-Boy as well, right?
Really?
He's recent though.
No, he's
very
not.
recent. Yeah,
I mean, he's from the 90s at least.
No.
Yes, because I had the comics. Oh God, I mean, that's not the one I'm talking about. Oh no.
There might have been like a weird like random thing.
I'm talking about the one that had the jacket. And he had like the Robin style mask. Here, I'll pull up an image of it.
Are you talking about Scarlet Spider?
No, I'm talking about this one. Hold on. The one from Earth 9602.
Spider-Verse really muddied the water.
I'm talking about this one.
Oh. Okay.
That's Spider-Robin, actually?
Never heard of that guy.
Yeah.
Are you even a Spider fan?
Yeah. I thought this was your
subscribe
son.
to my Spider fans, guys.
Yeah, apparently not a big enough Spider-Man fan to know that guy. Mirage says that's Spider Kid. I don't know.
I searched Spider Boy. He comes up on the Spider-Man wiki as Peter Ross. Peter Ross, also known as Spider Boy, is a combination of Spider-Man and DC Comics Superboy in the amalgam.
Oh my god! So that's why he looks like Robin. So
it doesn't even
to
seem
Random
like it's an
11's
official
point,
thing.
To Random 11's point, I thought the best part about Spider-Man was him getting yelled at by J. Jonah Jameson and constantly struggling as a photographer and Spider-Man and Mary Jane. Insert drink that you drank there.
Well, that's the question. Are they going to be able to get J.K. Simmons to come back as J. Jonah Jameson?
Has there ever in the history of
he was that Santa
film,
guy or whatever, right?
Has there ever been a better casting for a role? Ever?
Yeah. Well, that's why when I watched Invincible and he sounded like J. Jonah Jameson, because he literally is, I was like, perfect casting. He looks like J. Jonah Jameson. But he's developed like a lisp or something now, so that's why Invincible.
What did he
it's
have?
Like he's not in his prime.
Did he get the jab and he got Bell's palsy or something?
Or massive tits?
Yeah.
We need AI, J. Jonah Jameson, massive tits. Oh, let's go.
All right.
Look, Grok is free, Reese. Feel free to explore.
Grok, draw me an image of J.
Is it double G's?
Jameson with massive tits.
No, with double G's, I believe. Let's be precise here.
They have their own gravitational force.
Oh no. It's doing like the 90s internet image. Oh shit. Oh my god. Don't put that. I think some of these might not be safe for work. Just a moment.
Can't share those.
Don't even show them to me. Oh my god, they made him black.
Accurate.
Wow.
Accurate. This is a prediction.
It won't show them to me. Here, put this on screen.
Oh. Where does mustache go?
It looks like he's become like Sandman.
Right?
No, this is like the maturity goddess statue.
Why are there stretch marks on them? They're so massive they have stretch marks. Why won't it show me whatever these monstrosities are? Oh. At least when they throw you in the gulag, you'll get when the AI puts you in the death camp, you'll at least get to still have giant guards or whatever.
Speaking of which, does Green Line live in the goon logs?
The goon logs, yes.
The goon logs
instead of the gulags.
Yeah, is that what you've been banished to? Green Line is
banished to the goon log.
So Kotuchi says, "Will Zeno be Garter Belt?" Yeah, probably.
How depressing would that be if it went from the deep Chris Sabat to y'all guys don't know what y'all talking about?
Yeah, no, seriously. I hope it fails. I hope they replace every one of the cast members. It would only be fair.
Basically.
Screwball was in the game. GT Vegas says he had prototype outfits. I'm not a fan of the
He
animation
didn't
style.
have prototype outfits in the original comic. In the original comic, he just made the suit.
Oh. Sorry, I'm taking my belt off. It's stuck. There it goes.
Because of fingerprints. Whoa. The exclusive thing I like about that entire thing is he has the exact same symbol that is on the web cartridges in Spider-Man 2000 on his shirt. That's the only thing that's good.
Not a fan of the animation style. Also, fingerless gloves are a big no because of the fingerprints. Yeah, but what if he has the Tobey Maguire fingers with like the little like spider legs coming out that would fuck up all the fingerprints?
The spider.
They wouldn't even match anymore.
But he also wore gloves too, didn't he?
Arcade was a better villain in the Spider-Man stories. Honestly, I'm amazed that the animated Spider-Man isn't 10 times worse. Also, it's funny Osborn is in blackface. Osborn is more of a freak out guy. He just wipes it off in a scene. He's Timu Obama. Lex was president, so why not Norman? Red bottoms as a staple of the community. Oh. The bottom of the shoes, I think he means. It's a Korean animation company. Harry Squatter Spider-Man. Spider-Man has been cucked in the comics. I mean, literally, Mary Jane is with another man named Paul, and they have 2 kids. Marvel really hates Peter Parker. Spider-Man. Spider-Man does whatever a pronoun can. Studio Mirror? Really? They're the ones who do Avatar, aren't they? Spider-Man relying on the power of a suit is like the Incredible Hulk using a gun. I mean, he does use the web shooters, though.
That's why Tobey Maguire was so great. It was natural.
Yeah, it was natural fluids coming from him.
I always love that the panel of like Deadpool massaging his wrists.
Yeah, Tobey Maguire's wrists.
Oh my god!
He's already one of the strongest, fastest, and most intelligent characters in the Marvel Universe without the powers of a suit. Yep. Are the hosts tired of high school anime and games like Persona? Are you?
I like Persona still.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with high school anime.
It can be good if they.
I could take it or leave it. It's it's got some good points.
I mean, I don't dislike it when it's not, but I'm just saying I'm not tired of the high school stuff. Spider Boy, that's super. Spider Kid.
I forget what the future so that suit that Norman gave him is called the Future Foundation suit from the comics.
Don't do it! Don't do it! Get that smirk off your face. Do not do it. Don't do it.
And I think it's mostly just stealth stuff that the abilities that it has, if I remember correctly. Although they ruined the look of it. They made it like blue instead of just white and black. They added the red wrap to it.
Look,
I don't know if that means
black
that
and white world out there. Okay.
I don't know if that means that Fantastic Four is going to be in this universe, because that was where the Future Foundation came from.
And then what's his face? The fire guy's going to be black as well for the.
It is a very interesting idea of what Omni-Man.
He was in the
looks like.
sun at the time. That's why they were calling themselves the Future Foundation. Because they didn't have 4 of them anymore.
He said Rule 34, not Grok.
I did Rule 34, but it just answered. I generated images with prompt Rule 3. No, you didn't. So I had to say, draw me an image of pregnant Omni-Man.
You're thinking of go to rule34.com.
He must be in the.
No. Change it to a pregnant J.K. Simmons.
Okay.
Let's move on.
This is for science, man. We have to find out what it's capable of. Draw me an image of pregnant J.K. Simmons. This is all you, Mirage. We had Spider Women tits were huge. Oh. LOL. LOL again.
Oh my god. Oh,
he looks normal.
He just fat.
He's just normal, J.K. Simmons. Or
that one's Bill Gates.
That's Thanksgiving, J.K. Simmons.
All right. Let's talk about this now. Netflix earned more money from anime streaming than Crunchyroll and Hulu, according to new report. When you hear that title, what does that convey to you? Because it conveys to me that Netflix earned more money from anime streaming than Crunchyroll and Hulu, according to a new report.
They're quantifying that?
Yeah, I think it's wrong, and we'll look at it in a minute as to why. Japanese anime...
If it's wrong in the way you think it is, I'm surprised that Crunchyroll would be beating Hulu as well.
Well, it says here, Japanese anime achieved unprecedented success in 2023, with its global revenue reaching $19.8 billion. Of this, $5.5 billion came from streaming, with Netflix emerging as the leading platform in anime streaming revenue. Netflix earned $2.07 billion from anime in 2023, outpacing Crunchyroll and Hulu, which generated $1.16 billion and $903 million, respectively. Despite anime representing only 3.9% of Netflix's vast catalog, it contributed 6.8% of the platform's overall demand, showcasing its ability to engage audiences effectively. Okay, if I'm reading this right, this is saying that Netflix's entire catalog, only about 4% of it is anime. But in terms of how much people watch of all of Netflix's catalog, if you were to take all that's been viewed and separate it out into categories by percentage, almost 7% is anime. Meaning anime has a greater representation in viewership than it does in the catalog. Right? That makes sense, right?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming that's what they meant by demand.
Yeah, it's a weird way to phrase it. Richardson Hanjaja, the publisher and editor of Animenomics, noted, so this is from an update, by the way, that the revenues represent the subscription revenue, going by the revenue per subscriber metric. Crunchyroll earned over 10 times as much in that terms. So let's look at his data here. I created a new version of the anime streaming revenue chart with added context for my newsletter this week. A Parrot Analytics rep confirmed to me that the numbers are subscription revenue, so the sheer scale of Netflix subscribers gives it a revenue advantage over Crunchyroll. Yeah, so needless to say, Netflix is doing way better than Crunchyroll. But here's the thing. This is paid subscribers. Obviously, 100% of Crunchyroll's paid subscribers are watching anime. But only 6% of these should be what Netflix would be contributing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know what's going over here. It says revenue per subscriber, $7.97, whereas Crunchyroll is $89.31. So is this revenue per year?
I think it's dividing the subscription revenue by the paid subscribers.
That doesn't seem right.
How much do you pay for Crunchyroll per year?
The highest tier is like $16, $17 a month.
A month, right? So that times, 12 months, right? So what's the lowest tier cost?
I think it's like $8 or something.
$8.
Maybe.
So 8 times 12 would be 96, right?
Yeah.
For the lowest tier.
I think that's right. I think that's
yeah.
Right.
So just bear with me. That means that some people only buy a subscription for the months for which the shows that they want to watch are airing, and then they cancel. We talked about this like last podcast, the podcast before, where Crunchyroll wants to get into a game where like they wanted to get in a game so that you had something to do in between seasons of anime so that you wouldn't unsubscribe and wait till the next year and then subscribe again. And they wanted to do that by giving you manga to read or games to play, right? Mm-hmm. So let's just base our, bear with me here. Let's base our idea as to that's what's happening here, right? So theoretically,
that
if you
seems crazy for Netflix.
What's up?
That seems crazy for Netflix.
The revenue
to be that
per
low?
subscriber. So I think this is for contribution of anime, though. So this might be the number times the subscribers and then multiplied by the percentage, the 6.7%. Because most people who have a Netflix account are watching other content in addition to anime. So you're not going to, if you pay for a Netflix subscription, and let's just say it's $8 a month or whatever, you're not going to, not all $8 per month is going to anime unless that's exclusively what you're watching, right?
Yeah. If it's scaled down, and actually looking at the Disney Plus number, it makes more sense. That last column is scaled per the amount of anime they have on their service.
Yeah. So this is showing obviously that Crunchyroll is trouncing everybody else. I mean, they're not even close. I mean, Hulu's the closest one. And
I'm surprised High Dive's not even on this list.
Right.
They might not have even had the numbers for it.
Yeah, they might not have publicly available numbers on that. Anyway, so let's read the article because I actually haven't read the whole article yet, but it just seemed like they were doing the math wrong to me.
Although if that was what the numbers were, where that last column's the scaled numbers based on the anime content, each thing, label your fucking table properly. God damn it.
Crunchyroll subscriber numbers as of January 2024. Hulu subscriber numbers is United States only. All other subscriber numbers are global subscribers as of the fourth quarter of 2023. Just heads up. While Crunchyroll has long been the go-to platform for anime enthusiasts, its dominance has been challenged by Netflix and Hulu, with the latter boasting the largest anime library among non-specialized platforms. Other platforms like Amazon, did you ask YouTube from the mid-2000s? Other platforms like Amazon Prime Video and Disney also marked their presence, though on a smaller scale. According to the Anime Industry Report, anime accounted for 6% of global streaming revenue in 2023, and 41% of anime streaming revenue originated from North America. The rising competition is indicative of a broader trend in the industry and might spell a bad news for Crunchyroll.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Again, they put this update, right? They put this here to preface everything else. This might be saying, hey, our entire article is flawed. Here's the data that is actually correct. That might be what this is doing. Because as you can see here, it shows far and away. And I mean, yeah, of course your revenue per subscriber is going to be higher for anime when your entire service is anime. And then maybe, I don't know if you
got Korean dramas on there.
Yeah, maybe there's a couple of extra dramas or something that take that number from 96 down to 89. Maybe. But also, I think the data is also flawed because Netflix counts a lot of shit as anime that's not anime. When I was doing my Kengan Ashura first impressions video, I got the footage finally after fucking years of waiting for it to premiere on Netflix after I saw it at Anime Expo. And I waited an extra month to release that video because Netflix was going to release a documentary called Enter the Anime. And Enter the Anime was a documentary about Netflix anime. And I thought there might be some footage there that I could use because I talked a little bit about the behind the scenes, how stuff was being done with the shaders and like the style, because Kengan Ashura is a 3D anime for the most part, right? And so I waited for Enter the Anime to come out. Enter the Anime comes out, and I watched that shit. And my God, the first thing that they showcase for their documentary about anime is Adi Shankar talking about Castlevania. So they clearly do not mark, their categories properly, and the data is therefore skewed because what we would refer to as anime and what the general population would even consider anime are different things from what Netflix considers anime, right?
Not anime style.
Yeah. According to the Anime Industry Report, anime accounted for 6%, right? 41% of that came from North America. The rising competition is indicative of a broader trend in the industry and might spell bad news for Crunchyroll. Since Sony's acquisition of Crunchyroll, the platform has faced challenges in maintaining exclusivity over key titles. Netflix secured the streaming rights to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, one of Crunchyroll's flagship series, for its latest season. Similarly, Disney has acquired exclusive rights for popular titles like Tokyo Revenger's Tenjiku arc. Tenjiku, is that what it is?
Both of which are licensed by Viz, not Crunchyroll.
Licensed
so
by Viz,
makes sense.
And the other thing is, like, you can say that their income from anime is greater. You can make the argument that Netflix is getting a greater return or a greater income based on how much people are watching the anime. But once you factor that into how much Netflix paid for, like, Evangelion, right? They didn't pay shit for Flying the Moon. But once you factor that into how much extra they paid, it might bring Crunchyroll's score much closer, right? Because they might be getting a much better deal and a better return on their investment, whereas Netflix might be losing money on some of the anime, but it's drawing more eyes to it, but it's still not covering the bill of the acquisition cost, right? So, major Japanese studios, including Toho and Toei Animation, have also sought partnerships with platforms like Netflix and Disney to expand their reach. Toho licensed Beastars to Netflix and acquired animation distributor G-Kids to independently release the films in the US. Great. Toei, meanwhile, collaborated with Netflix to produce and distribute the anime adaptation of One Piece, building on the success, I think you mean the live action? Oh, no, to do the new one, the Wit Studio one. Building on the success of the live action series. It's so funny. Yeah, I got it. It's so funny that that Netflix made a live action of One Piece. And then it's like, well, unfortunately, not enough people wanted to watch the show because they're like, how many episodes is it? I ain't got time for that. So then they're like, yeah, let's just start over from ground one. Then people will watch our new series because there's the commitment. You're not so far behind and catching up. It's not 4:3 aspect ratio and shit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people I know have a problem watching the 4:3 in the old anime style. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, seriously.
It doesn't even look bad.
It's not bad at
Here's
all.
the thing. It's intimidating when you look at 4:3. You're like,
right now, and everybody loves us.
It's those black balls, man. It looks like you're surrounded by black dicks.
Oh, I guess that's one way to take it. But what I'm saying is that 4:3 can be intimidating when you're looking at it and you're like, oh, this is going to be old and it's going to look like garbage or something. But once you're actually watching the show, you kind of forget the black bars are there, and because they've made the show for 4:3, they're not going to have stuff cut off, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not anywhere near as bad as people might think going into it.
Hold on, I'm just saving my J. Jonah Jameson tits.
Calm your tits, bro.
Okay, back to this. All right. On top of that, reports about mismanagement at Crunchyroll and their refusal to properly promote Dandadan might also play out negatively for the anime streamer. Broader appeal and global reach. Anime's growing popularity on mainstream platforms is evident in audience surveys. A Polygon report revealed that 76% of Gen Z anime fans watch shows on Netflix, compared to 58% to Crunchyroll. Why the fuck do you think that is? Think about that for one goddamn second.
Mom and Dad have a Netflix.
Mom and Dad pay for Netflix. Gee, is it that hard?
The fuck is Gen Z anyway? What years are those?
Oh, now that it's 2025, isn't beta the new generation? Yeah. So by default, they're cucked.
1997 to 2012.
Oh,
when were you born?
Wait, what?
Are you Gen Z?
Yeah.
He's millennial. No, he's millennial.
You were born 95?
I'm 97.
Oh, you are Gen Z.
No.
Damn
He's millennial.
Encyclopedia Britannica defines Generation Z as the term used to describe Americans born during the late 1990s and early 2000s. You're North American. It's okay. Some sources give the specific
honorary
year
American
of 1997 to 2012, although the years spanned are sometimes contested or debated because generations and their zeitgeist are difficult to delineate. Wow.
Don't assume my zeitgeist. Thank you very much.
Millennials are 1977 to 1994. Gen Z on this image says 95 to 2012.
What's 94 to 97 then? What's that little thing?
No. The other image that came up when I searched is showing millennials from 77 to 94 and Gen Z starting in 95 rather than 97.
Gen Z does not start in 95. That whatever website posted that, delete them from the internet. Like, they're garbage.
Well, you don't want to be labeled as Gen Z, Randy?
No, it has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with that is clearly not the delineating factor.
What year were you born again, Randy?
Is he going to dox himself on stream?
I'm a millennial.
97. 1977, huh? All right.
Yeah, 77. Fucking like 50 years old.
I like your new aspect ratio, Randy.
Yeah, you like it?
Window boxed. I like it.
Yeah.
Thick window box.
All right.
I tried to get just the top, but it wasn't. I guess I could do that. There we go.
Now we're in cinematic widescreen.
All right. So a Polygon report revealed that 76% of Gen Z anime fans watch shows on Netflix compared to 58% on Crunchyroll. 76, 58.
That doesn't sound right.
It must be a little overlap there, huh? This shift reflects the ability of platforms like Netflix and Disney to attract broader audiences. Honestly, 76 ain't that much more than 58. Let's be real here. Especially considering that most of the people who watch anime on Crunchyroll are probably also watching it on Netflix, right?
Yeah.
The shift reflects the ability for platforms like Netflix and Disney to attract broader audiences, even at the expense of niche platforms. Despite the challenges, Crunchyroll has argued that sharing anime content with mainstream platforms increases overall consumer interest in the medium. However, the streaming market's current trajectory suggests that platforms with larger budgets and global reach like Netflix and Disney will continue to dominate anime licensing and distribution. So, anyway, that's the article. Once again, I think that the data is flawed. I think they're looking at it the wrong way, and I think that is why we're looking at this one here that showcases what seems like a much more accurate thing. They're basing the report entirely off of Netflix's overall subscriber count and not factoring in that 6%, right? Anyway, I got another article here that will be equally fun to read. World's biggest anime piracy site risks imploding as it surpasses Disney Plus in monthly visits.
Wow.
According to recent estimates, Hi Anime, the world's biggest anime piracy site, has just surpassed streaming service Disney Plus in monthly global visits, even in Disney's home of the United States. Data estimates that the anime piracy site Hi Anime hit 364 million visits in October of 2024, surpassing
Never
Disney's
heard of
total of 343 million in the same month. Hi Anime's total fell in November to 331.6 million, but it's still higher than that of Disney Plus from the same period at 328.2 million. Within similar web streaming and online TV category for the US, Hi Anime ranked at number 6, while Disney Plus ranked at number 8. Furthermore, Hi Anime's total was nearly triple Crunchyroll's traffic over the same period at 125.1 million. This is despite the platform being the world's biggest anime-centric streaming service. It's worth noting that similar web data points are estimates, relying on public sources like user tracking through extensions, free antivirus software, and data sold by ISPs. Hi Anime surpassing a massive household name like Disney Plus is notable in its own right, but when considering its growth over the past few months, it becomes even more stark. Hi Anime boasted an average of 209.5 million monthly visits from June to August. This jumped to 302 million in October. The shutdowns of major piracy websites during that period likely contributed to Hi Anime's rise, with AniWave boasting 170 million visits in August, disappearing overnight. Major piracy sites like Anitaku or Gogo Anime have recently stopped updating, with no confirmed news about the site's fate. This will likely increase Hi Anime's total more in the coming months. While it's already on numerous watch lists, the implications of surpassing one of the biggest names in entertainment after already closing down previously make it even more impossible to ignore. So, I mean, can we just say right here, is it the same thing to say that they're surpassing one of the biggest names in entertainment? I mean, when what you're competing with is The Acolyte, it's pretty fucking easy to be better, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like we're competing with Disney in its prime. We're competing with the dead corpse with the name tag that says, hello, my name is Disney, right? That's what we're competing with here. The proverbial we, not us in particular. I am not the person running Hi Anime. I, like Random 11, have never heard of this piracy site. Nor have I ever used piracy in my life. No swashbuckling.
I don't even know what
here.
a Naya is.
Yeah, I only learned of Naya from Netflix in the Resident Evil live action. The data comes amid
I
another
wasn't
reason.
never to that site. Traffic on that site.
The fact that it's continued to fly under the radar with everywhere except for the writer's room at Netflix is good. The data comes amid another recent report about anime streaming revenues for legal providers. Netflix ranked number 1 with more estimated revenue than Crunchyroll and Hulu combined. While it shouldn't be assumed that all, or even most, users of piracy sites will necessarily migrate to legal services, Hi Anime's massive user base indicates millions in lost revenue. Japanese Anti-Piracy Coalition CODA's stats suggest that the estimated cost of damage from pirated Japanese content was around 1.95 to 2.2 trillion yen, or 12.4 to 14 billion US dollars. Nearly 6 times higher than 20. I just want to point out, we just read in the last article that anime grossed 19 billion in 2023. That the industry was worth 19 billion. They are claiming that almost double that. Like that they are worth, that if nobody pirated, the industry would be doing twice as well, almost, as it currently is.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it as well. Legal streamers continue their attempts to limit piracy's reach through court subpoenas, recently applied again to Anitaku and several other piracy sites worth hundreds of millions of visits. Pressure through crime watch lists and DMCA takedown action. Google recently released a report into DMCA takedown request trends, revealing that anime licensees like Crunchyroll, Funimation, and Viz had authorized some of the highest takedown requests of any company to date. We're not surprised. Any thoughts on this, guys?
People are gonna Pirate. And as they keep increasing prices and making the subscription service hellhole worse, it's just going to get more incentivized to pirate stuff.
JG Vegas says, so it's a Trust Me Bro source. This is based on 12-month subscription users. Crunchyroll Fan is $7.99 per month. Mega Fan $11.99 per month, and Ultimate Fan $15.99 per month. Yeah. They didn't mention Amazon, which is streaming anime uncensored.
They had Prime on the list.
They also didn't ask Tubi. Yeah, the article just didn't mention it. Tubi has anime and tokusatsu shows. Searching for anime on Amazon sucks. They list 20-year-old shows along with the latest season of new anime. It's like Amazon's algorithm counts all anime as new as long as it's new to streaming on Amazon. Yeah. Can AI make 4x3 16:9? Yes, it's cool to T. AI can. They usually make 4x3 video into 16:9 by zooming in and cutting off the top and bottom of the picture. Yes, but with AI, we no longer have to do that. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
It can try to
Dragon Ball.
It can try to upscale depending on how it develops. The problem is, even if they upscale the cropped 16:9 picture, characters' heads and feet are still cut off to fit in the widescreen. Okay, bear with me for one moment while I pull up a video that I think will wow the socks off of you guys. Let me see if I can
I don't
find
know.
it.
My socks are pretty tied on.
It's not this one. It's not this one. Let me just open the last couple things I sent to the...
Old Man says there was an entire visual gags cut out when Disney did this to The Simpsons.
Yeah, because there was like the Duff beer. They had the 3 different types of beer, like the premium, the regular, and the whatever. But then the giant pipe at the top just was one single pipe leading into all 3 beers.
Yeah, it's not just The Simpsons. They've done it to have a number of shows, and it's gross. You could just leave it in 4x3. Like, fuck them.
Well, what's funny is I go upstairs and they have like Seinfeld and some other old shows on, and they're 16:9. It's like, but that was in the 90s and stuff. Which, you know what's funny? There's a freaking Seinfeld 4K box set that just released or something. That's so many episodes on 4K in one set.
Are you thinking of the Friends box set, maybe?
No, there's a Seinfeld one.
Oh.
Well, if you were wondering what to get me for my birthday this year. All right. Check this out.
No video, and this is how AI extended it. It turned it into an actual music studio. It's not a music studio, by the way. Let's see how we will do with the light effects. Zoom in, zoom out. Zoom in, zoom out. This is the real video, and
that's fucking great, is it not? Today, while I was at work, I had fuck all to do because my boss is in Florida. And so I worked on a little bit editing my War of the Rohirrim first impression. And wouldn't you know it, because I am such a great cinematographer, when Dan got in the car, he's way over here. And I mean, it's just barely enough that you can see him like this and he's talking, right? And god damn, it would be great if I could get this to work. Fortunately, at a certain point in the video, like pretty early on, I like grabbed the camera and like jam it over. So I was able to make it work without it being too egregious. But there are other videos that in pipeline that I am struggling and pulling my hair out because of that exact problem not getting fixed. And god damn it, I can't wait to use this in Premiere. So yeah. Theoretically, one could, in fact, apply this to anime, and I look forward to that day, right? This is going to be a fun time. All right. This one, okay.
I hate to mention websites because I don't want to influence piracy. I just call them 7 Seas sites. A would fill the black bars, not crop.
The way I put it is survival of the fittest. If you're too stupid to just look up watch X anime, then I'm sorry, you're not fit for this world. Too bad, buddy boy.
If you're not sophisticated enough to Google, where do I buy the DVD of that anime? You deserve the future that streaming will give you. 12-episode anime DVDs sell better than Crunchyroll and Netflix combined. Maybe, I don't know. Friends had the actual set visible when they did 16:9. Oh, right. So okay. So coming back to the Seinfeld thing, most of those shows were actually shot widescreen and then cropped for TV. So on the Friends set, once they went 16:9, you could see stuff that should be outside the safe range of 4:3, like crew members and shit. Yeah.
The same thing happened with Buffy.
Yeah.
Because they did a similar process. And the downside to Buffy too is that when they were remastering it, they didn't have any of the like digital effects because that was high, like, late 90s digital effect zone. So there was like a lot of scenes
4:3 stuff.
Yeah, that didn't get the reapplication of the digital effects. And I believe there was like some scenes shot for night that like they had tinted that didn't get tinted in the new version. So it's like it looks like it's
God damn it. Joss Whedon ruins everything, doesn't he?
Speaking of
I'm pretty sure I remember if I'm remembering that correctly.
It is
I'm pretty sure
so horrendous. Like media fans just cannot catch a break because James Cameron is using AI to upscale his stuff for the 4K releases to the point where they become a smeary mess and you can't even tell. People's faces become like monster Picassos in the background.
And then for the theatrical, he experimented with different frame rates. Like it would go from 24 to like 48 or something in certain shots. Allegedly.
He did try something when it came to Terminator 2. I remember that. Where Terminator 2's runtime was too long. So they tried to just snip out one frame every 10 frames or something like that, thinking it would.
No.
And that they did the math on exactly how many frames they would need to reduce for the movie to become the length they wanted. And it was like unwatchable when they actually tried to screen it. They're like, fuck, no.
Well, that's what Justin Sudeikis said that they've done with all these like 4Kids anime. And that's why syncing the dubs isn't as simple.
Yeah, they snip things and trim it because it allows them to insert more commercials. Yeah, for those things, for sure. But also the Lord of the Rings 4K, the white balance is completely fucking off. So like,
really?
Like when Gandalf shows up as Gandalf the White, it's like this is supposed to be bright white, but you know what it looks like instead? The green tint from the Broly movie, like. White is green and everything is supposed to be green looks like puke green. Like
maybe your TV is miscalibrated.
No, it's an issue. Yeah, horrible. And it only affected, I think, one of the films. Like it didn't affect them. They only fucked up on one. I think it's a setting in the color mastering or something that is like easy to overlook. Like
they put it like the color space or something.
Yeah, like how Sudeikis was saying, like there's a button you have to check, and like Sentai, whoever, just wasn't checking it, and so everything was being encoded improperly on their discs for a while.
The frame, field order.
Yeah, for the interlacing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, did we catch up on chats? Where'd my mouse go? There it is.
Technically, we're here.
Okay. Censorship, like localizing, is proven to cause piracy. I never pirate, but if I love the content, I buy the hard copy from the creators. Lars Ulrich. There you go. Okay, don't know why that quote needed to be there. The quote is "Buy physical bitch." That's the quote. Some old TV shows used film, then cropped it to fit. Yeah, 4:3 screens. The problem is when they go back to use 6:9, everything we talked about. Yeah, thank you, old man. I buy bootlegs and legit anime. Good for you.
What?
I guess.
Support the pirates, I guess.
Remasters are how companies can make money and renew ownership. Look at those music CDs like of the Beatles and Led Zeppelin.
Water is wet.
They don't have to renew ownership unless they're leasing it like Sony, but most, like if they own the copyright, they own the copyright.
Okay, I don't know about that. Anyway, moving past that. Let's get into some anime news here. And now I can't tell if we've made good time or not. All right, so I want to talk to you guys about this show. It's called Solo Camping for Two. It's a manga that's getting a TV anime adaptation this year. The premise is that there is a 35? 34. A 34-year-old man loves the outdoor life and enjoys getting back to nature via camping as a hobby. His name is Gen Kinokura. Gen prefers to camp alone, but after a chance encounter with a 20-year-old Shizuka Kusano, the two of them ended up solo camping together. So I've got that video here. We can watch it.
俺は木之倉源34歳趣味は一人でキャンプをすること街を離れ自然の中で自由を感じる
He looks so old for a 34-year-old
騒ぎ声もない俺だけの世界俺だけの時間これこそ俺のソロキャンプ
私草野雫と言います
テントもなく一晩過ごすつもりか
どうしたらいいですかね
So it's basically
いいこと思いついちゃったんですけど
なんか嫌な予感がする
私が安心してソロができる日までケンさんについていきます
だからソロキャンプがやりたいんだよ俺は
安心してくださいソロキャンプです二人でソロキャンプです
Solo camping. So what he says at the end is, you don't understand. I like solo camping. And she replies, this is solo camping. Solo camping for two. Right. So she
I hope,
invites
unlike
herself into
Hige
this
Hero, they her backstory isn't she's running away from sex trafficking or whatever.
Why does he have like a fucking spot on his cheek? Got like the black mark.
Yeah. That's an age spot. He's already 34 after all.
Maybe it's a bruise. Got punched in the face.
Anyway.
34 is not that old. God.
In the other spectrum, my friend's little sister has it in for me. TV anime debuts in October.
And I'll have it in for her soon enough.
Why is she grabbing her boob?
Kid?
What she's doing.
I can't imagine she's grabbing. It feels more like she's like stretching her pec, right? Like it's just that doesn't quite read to me as a boob grab. It's like
let's watch the trailer and find out.
Okay. There's not really much to see. Yeah, she's just kind of like holding it.
But the way her eyes are is like, yeah, you want to touch him?
She's like, you ever seen tits this big on a kid my age? If a girl teases you, that means she likes you. Unfortunately, Akiteru knows from experience that isn't the case because every girl he interacts with shows him nothing but scorn, and he's not scored a single date from it. Luckily, he's more concerned about securing a spot for him and his game development buddies at his uncle's business. But when his uncle throws him a condition that involves playing the part of his daughter's boyfriend, Akiteru has no choice.
You have to pretend to be his cousin's boyfriend?
Yeah, it sounds to me like he has to date his cousin. His uncle's daughter would be his cousin. No?
Yeah.
My best friend's little sister. My best friend is my cousin because everybody but my family fucking hates me. And his little sister, also my cousin, I'm dating in this weird anime. Akitaro has no choice but to
This
take
could
it.
be spicy, I guess.
What will his best friend's sister, Iroha, who bullies him relentlessly, think of the news? So obviously we're gonna finish Attack on Titan before we move on. But Ore-Imo, Watch Club?
What is it?
Ore-Imo?
The incest one?
Oh.
The one from the creator of that other show we watched that we liked.
Eromanga Sensei.
Eromanga Sensei, yeah.
Narrows it down so good.
I didn't watch that one.
That
You
one
don't watch
from
Eromanga
the thing
Sensei?
where the thing
Eromanga
goes in-
Sensei is what is it? Ore-Imo with the incest patched out. So we're
So it can only get better from there, right? you put that
depends
shit
on
back in.
which way you look at it.
This is an anime that is promoting camping. I've seen Japanese influencers who do. Yeah, that's the thing is, you make an anime about an outdoor activity, and then the popularity in that
wanna do
activity
it.
skyrockets. In
Yeah,
Japan.
they already did that with Laid Back Camp.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't they try to do that with that working out anime?
How heavy are the dumbbells you lift?
dumbbells you lift?
So the Kotati says, my friend's little sister is a bait and switch from what I read. Yeah, it sounds like it's really about cousins, kissing cousins, right?
Oh, actually, our parents aren't related. Whoa.
There's also I've been killing slimes for 300 years and I'm maxing my level season 2 coming on April. Looks like there aren't any men in this.
Outrageous.
I'll allow it.
Who's gonna smash their poon?
There needs to be one man.
At least 3 of them are Fuda's watch.
All right. Noble Reincarnation, born blessed. So I'll bring with power, anime announced. This is the most smug kid I've ever fucking seen. The heterochromia, when your eyes are this starkly different, is so fucking distracting. Noah, reincarnated as the ultimate noble, overflows with knowledge and cheat skills as he aims to win servants in this fantasy world. Wow, you've adequately given me a reason to not give a shit.
It's so cliche. Like, come on.
I can't believe how bad they are. Remember in the 90s? Even the worst fucking movie had a tag on you like, let's watch it. That sounds awesome, right?
Like Nazi elves.
This Christmas, Santa is coming to town. All right, the Brilliant Healer's New Life in the Shadows anime reveals a new teaser trailer. So I'm seeing a disturbing trend. Furries are taking over in anime land.
No.
The percentage of furrydom is getting out of hand. And also, let me ask you this. If you're into cat girls, you like them because they're like cats, and cats are adorable, right?
I'm allergic.
Where are the bean toes? Where are the paw pads here?
That brings you to furry.
That
on
makes
the
it
furry
more
line.
furry, though.
Having less fur makes you more furry? Excuse me?
No one has fur on their hands. It's human hands.
Ore-Imo also patched out Best Girl. Damn. The hosts are suffering from the hedonic treadmill. I don't know. I wouldn't describe it as suffering. All right. The daily life of a middle-aged online shopper. So this is that other one we've already been looking at. I just show you again. I rest my case on the furrydom.
Why does he look so old?
I don't know.
Probably 35.
Oh, fuck. Fermat no Ryori manga.
What happened
announced...
to... I was just going to say, what happened to Ed from Cowboy Bebop on the right? Jeez.
Oh, here?
Yeah, is that not...
Blech.
Look like a bootleg Ed?
Fermat no Ryori manga.
It looks like
announced
Ed
animation.
mixed with Spike. Like
and Shinji.
Yeah.
A little bit too.
Okay, wait till you hear this synopsis. The story of the series follows Gaku Kitada, a mathematical genius who ends up giving up on his dream of becoming a mathematician, only to be recruited by Kai Asakura, a mysterious and talented chef. Gak then uses his knowledge of mathematics to create amazing new culinary recipes.
Wow.
Secrets of the Silent Witch anime reveals 2025 premiere. Oh, I was like, why did I share this again? Must be this. Monica Everett, the Silent Witch, is the only mage in the world who can use enchanted magecraft. A true hero who single-handedly defeated a legendary black dragon. However, this young genius is actually super duper shy. That's right, she learned to cast spells silently just to avoid speaking in public, and despite her power, she has zero self-confidence. Now, Monica has been tasked with secretly guarding the second prince. Can she keep it together as she faces both the evil forces targeting the prince and the terrors of social interaction?
Are you saying she doesn't need a transmutation circle either?
Pretty much. And also there's a cat that lives on her hat. Her head. Her hood. Dating app anime? Okay.
Reincarnated into a dating app?
All right. ZENSHU English dub reveals same day release and cast and crew. Who cares about that? Except for Lucy Christian is going to voice Unio, the unicorn. Unio? Is it Unio or Unio?
Unio.
Unio,
Yeah.
right?
And he also has this. So Lucy Christian voices Happy in Fairy Tale, and I just literally watched like the last episode of Fairy Tale 100 Years Quest before watching the first episode of this, and Happy has the same Japanese voice as Unio as well. So it's like there's same voice actresses on both sides. I thought it was kind of funny. Like not even like a pitch change, like exactly same tone as Happy in the Japanese one.
Is it true that this anime features the animator getting transported into the film?
I don't. It seems
Supposedly.
that way. It appears that spoilers. I'm not saying the thing, but I don't know exactly for sure. I don't know if he just like passed out or what happened.
Okay. The reason I ask is because I saw this tweet today.
Yeah, like this is the anime original, so we know nothing beyond what we have in the first episode.
It says ZENSHU, an original anime by Studio Mappa, which follows an overworked animator getting transported to the anime film, which inspired her to become an animator, is out now. And then there's, this is, you can tell it's fucking Mappa. Look at this shit. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's so fucking awesome.
Right?
I was not expecting this at all.
I'm surprised it is Mappa because there's no rotoscoping yet.
Yeah, this would be hard to rotoscope. You'd have to have something like this happening to be able to do that.
I was expecting another shoe.
The rocket chair is cringe, but
no. Give me plenty of drugs to enjoy this, please. Like, this would be a wild ride with mushrooms or some shit. Anyway, yeah. So, if you guys haven't checked it out yet, Reese, you started watching it. You like it?
I'm interested to see where it's going. Yeah, I'll watch it.
This is the Lucy Christian character.
Yeah.
Can we go back a few steps? Reese caught me off guard. Did you say Lucy Christian voices Happy in Fairy Tale?
I thought she does.
That's Tia Ballard.
Oh, fuck, Tia Ballard. Okay, yeah, you're right.
God damn it, Reese. How could you get something so simple so wrong?
Yeah, no.
I'm here to set us straight every time. Good job.
Lucy Christian voices young Natsu. That guy was like, wait, what? Am I wrong?
Sorry,
Like,
sorry.
look it up.
I was
like,
wrong. I'm retarded.
Go back in your retarded hole.
I'm short and retarded. I forgot.
Your
my
retard
place.
hole.
I'll go back to my
Just think about what
hole.
you've done.
Cool TT says Silent Fits from Jobless Reincarnation, meaning another character that casts spells, but obviously that's a different series, right?
Rudy also cast spells silently.
Without-
He
yeah,
literally taught Fitz. Okay.
In the
Damn,
in the
everyone's
world
talking
of that
FMA.
other anime, the Silent Witch is the only one who can do it. Also, it's true she seems to be in the film, meaning like what I was asking before. She gets transported into the show that got her into animation.
Yeah, I can
And there
see
might
she's
be-
in it, but she could also be hallucinating.
There
That's
might be
what I don't
rotoscoping from something that Cool TT.
I don't know what to expect from it, other than I guess acid trip excuse to do a bunch of animation based stuff.
Like she could be in a friggin' coma for all I know. I don't know if she was actually transported.
I'll allow it. I'm cool.
We didn't have like any kind of mechanic that showed us. Yes, this is what happened.
Do you want to
Because
see?
I saw people thinking like, oh, she doesn't go to other anime movies or works. I don't want to watch it.
Do you want to see? Do you want to see an anime that you'd like to be transported into?
Interspecies Reviewers. Oh.
Yandere Dark Elf. Elbows on top of boobs. The anime.
I'll allow it.
Just want to give you another glimpse. I mean,
I like the tall hat.
Yeah, I like the priestess without panties. Oh, that's clearly what we're looking at here. Cat girl's a little weird. Looks a little annoying. High school girl, tasty. I don't know. Anyway, the dark elf, take it or leave it.
Flip that.
All right. We have some tragedy news here in games news. Do you see how short games news is? You're welcome. Terrible. By the way, it is crucial that I remember not to scroll down coming up. I have found perhaps the most unhinged article yet. All right, Azur Lane is going to remove outfits to comply with Google censorship.
Oh, my brother's going to be pissed.
No, if you bought them already, you're good.
Really?
Oh?
Tell your brother to get on that shit now.
No, it's too late now.
The mobile game Azur Lane announced that multiple outfits will no longer be available for sale due to unforeseen circumstances related to the Google Play Store policy. Look, man, if it's anything like the Amazon Store policy, you can sell piss. Like, you know. So it seems pretty lax. Maybe just put them back in. According to the Post, 5 character outfits will be removed from the pool of available cosmetics. A small saving grace here is that individuals who already own the outfits will be allowed to keep them. So Shinano, Visions of Fantasy, Napoli, Dreamy Night, Hindenburg, Delirious Duel, Chitose, Summer Shine, and Atago, Summer March. What's so funny?
Hindenburg. Sounds like what she looks like a book.
It's so fucking weird that they're forcing them to block this. It's like
all of a sudden.
It's not like first it's been there for years apparently. But it's not like they have like a specific item on the Google Play Shop that has like a picture of the bikini that says like, go get this bikini if you buy it on the Google Play Shop, right? Because all the microtransaction shit's in the app. So now they're like forcing you to like change the app, but they're fine with the bikini staying in the game. You just can't buy the bikini, which is like, what? You know, it doesn't make sense. What if I buy a napkin? Sell me a napkin in the game, and then that napkin just happens to also, unlock the bikini. Like
that napkin is the bikini.
Now you're thinking like a Kuma. Turns out the napkin is the bikini. That's great. All right. So, since your Western platforms and payment processors have been censoring products with increasing frequency, the censored outfits all feature characters wearing leotards, swimsuits, or bunny girl outfits. R.I.P. Goonline. Responsibility for these changes rests firmly with Google, appearing to alter their standards. In particular, the Atago Summer March outfit has been part of the game for years, and Google apparently only took issue with it recently. Fans of other mobile games should be on the lookout for censorship coming their way if Google remains insistent on this course of action. A few years back, Blue Archive satisfied Google censors by splitting the app between a 17+ and all ages version. It's unclear how feasible that would be for the Azur Lane. Azur Lane is available now on mobile devices. So yeah, no duh.
Make Google Goongle again.
You didn't think I'd leave you wanting to know precisely what is being taken from you. This dramatically sexual. So here you go, Goonline.
This one's for you, brother.
Put on the glass. Whoa, where'd you go? All right. Yeah, so just a lot of putting it on the glass.
Mm.
And then this one, suggestively spreading the legs. I mean, if you play a hand and it's just like do me eyes girl, like do you win poker or lose? Like that's quite a poker face is what I should have said. Anyway, that's about it. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. It's honestly I don't play the game. All right, let's talk about this. Minecraft creator Notch says he, quote, basically announced Minecraft 2. Damn.
Wow.
That's a statement.
Yeah,
What's
he
he
should
gonna
have
add?
shown it
Like
off.
2 separate grass blocks?
No. I don't know if you actually know what happened, but what he did was he had a poll and he asked the followers on his Twitter, should I continue the game I'm working on or make, and then the feature was make Minecraft 2 boomer was the choice. So original Minecraft creator Marcus Notch Person has announced his next project will be a spiritual successor to Minecraft, going as far as saying he, quote, basically announced Minecraft 2. Just after the new year, the Minecraft creator ran a poll asking for honest feedback on whether to continue his ongoing retro project or shelve it for something more like a Minecraft successor. At the time of writing, that poll is overwhelmingly in favor of Notch making another game like Minecraft, with the Make Minecraft 2 boomer response dominating with nearly 79% over the 21% to continue his retro project. For the past several years, Notch has been working on a game that he described as a roguelike twist on classical first-person dungeon crawlers like Wizardry. Despite his passion for such games, he clearly started to wonder if he should do something else. Quote, I got to thinking that maybe there are people who like my work, but might not share my taste in retro nostalgia and would prefer for me to make a spiritual successor thing to Minecraft. And I mean, sure, I'd take that cash. Already ran out of your $2 billion, huh? What is this, like fucking Jim Carrey taking power breaks?
Didn't he get $4 billion?
No, there's $2 billion, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2.5 billion. Okay, yeah. Bloop. It's interesting that was in 2014, so I wonder if they had any like non-compete clauses.
Yeah, for 10 years.
And yeah.
I can't wait for him to make Minecraft 2, and then it's going to exceed normal Minecraft. Then he's going to get bought up by Microsoft again, and then they're going to absorb it into Minecraft Part 2.
You know what would be the funniest thing? God, this would be fucking funny. He makes Minecraft 2. Obviously, it wouldn't be called Minecraft 2, but he makes a game that's effectively Minecraft 2. And it does so fucking well that he then buys Minecraft 1 back from Microsoft. And then he takes the stuff he developed for Minecraft 2 and just merges them back together. That's the future I want. All right. So he says, so what's funny actually is about the whole thing about the 2 billion is that he tweeted years before the purchase. Somebody asked him how much, how much is your soul worth or something like that. I don't know what it was. And he tweeted 2 billion. That's the price or something like that. That's how much he sold Minecraft for.
Damn.
So they already had an offer value to go for
He's like, God damn, this inflation made my 2 billion not worth so much. I got to get back to work.
I love that he was on the official podcast that one time, and he's like, "Yeah, I played Minecraft for the first time in a few years on the Switch, and it's fun." And it's like, yeah, I'd hope your own game is fun to you.
Well, the thing is that even before he sold it to Microsoft, Jeb took over as the lead at Mojang. So he hadn't really been a part of the game for years, even before Microsoft bought it. He just was the person cashing the checks or whatever. So he says here, a follow-up post from Notch confirmed the poll results have pushed him to basically announce Minecraft 2. Though it obviously won't be called that, and it obviously can't be too similar to his original creation, he sold to Microsoft for over $2 billion. While Notch said, quote, spiritual successors are usually kind of, washed up and tragic. He's going to push himself past his fears and do the thing that people do want and are willing to give me somehow even more cash for. I also very much value being a man of my word, Notch clarified. I also intend to do this in a way that in no way tried to sneakily infringe on the incredible work the Mojang team Mojang team is doing, and that Microsoft is successfully doing the Microsoft shitification about. Oh. So he's basically acknowledging that where he left off at Minecraft in like beta or whatever, that Mojang took it to the level it needed to get at for him to sell it. And then Minecraft was ruined by Microsoft, which I wouldn't say it's been ruined, but I will say that when I was playing Minecraft originally, there was an update every single week, nearly without fail. And that, for a game I bought once, made Minecraft the greatest experience I have ever played. Because it's like a mobile game in the sense that they're rolling out new things, but they're not nickel and diming me every single step of the way. And it was the greatest gaming experience I've ever had playing Minecraft.
All he has to do to exceed the previous Minecraft in numbers and sales and everything is unlock the chat, uncensor the chat, and then he needs to make server costs just cheaper or whatever, because isn't there like you have to get realms now or something?
No, you don't have to. You can still host it yourself.
Well, for the mass market newbies who buy the realms or whatever, just make it like half the cost. There you go. Everyone's going to go there.
That's true. Microsoft forced email addresses and COC for Minecraft.
They forced cock? That's a shame.
What is COC?
Code of conduct?
Yeah. So they made you, they gave you a fucking cape for registering your email or some shit. I forget exactly what it was, but you basically, it's like, do this or lose your account forever. It's like, well, shit, man. Make it an easy choice. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. Jeb? What about Jeb? What's 1.5 billion among friends? Minecraft with high poly models. Hold on.
Revolution.
Let's okay, let's start over here. I agree with Reese. It only seems to be an isekai. Let's debate our hallucinations in isekai. Referring to
ZENSHU.
ZENSHU, yeah. Snowbreak had to change future costumes as well. Totally ruined my motivation to keep playing. What is Snowbreak?
Another gotcha.
Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, okay. This is about Azur Lane thing. Okay. When will China release an app store? Goonergate got hired.
I hate to break it to everyone, but on Google Play or whatever, you can just release it on your own website, download the APK on an Android. You don't need an app store.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be. If I ever manage to launch a business that actually makes money and like in perpetuity beyond, I mean, honestly, if we're being real, if I just fucking got off my ass and fixed the stealth website, we'd probably start seeing from revenue again. But if I ever got that going and I was able to have my immediate financial needs set, I would love to get my Minecraft server going full-fledged again and invite everybody to play.
Patreon only Minecraft.
Yeah, I like that idea. That's a good one. All right, anyway, where did I leave off? That last bit is definitely interesting because it remains to be seen and probably will forever remain that way what Notch's buyout terms were with Microsoft. As with most corporate buyouts, there's usually a non-compete clause. Perhaps Notch wasn't allowed to make another Minecraft-like game for 10 years, a non-compete period that would have just ended in the fall of last year. The timing on Notch's pull and switch up to make a Minecraft-like game coupled with his clear disdain for Microsoft handling of the IP, are interesting to say the least. Wouldn't it be funny if he's been working on it for the last 10 years?
That's what I was just going to say.
That'd be
just, like,
fucking
had
hilarious.
about it.
He's like, next week, he's like, so what do you guys think? I finished it already. You know, like, I used a little AI to help me. You know?
Still a couple bugs. Couldn't work on something. It said it couldn't release something.
Yeah. I respect them for doing that, Notch said. It's their job. And they, from what I understand, let the studio do their things their way, which seems very fair to me. That's nice. Oh, wait, no, I think I skipped. No, that's right. Mojang continues to support Minecraft to this day with regular updates and content releases. Yeah, just not nearly as regular as they used to be. And Microsoft is looking to grow the brand. A live-action Minecraft movie says spring, and that's the part where I decided to end. All right, so I do have this. Mark Kern says they are trying to cancel Notch and Minecraft 2 all over again, including using AI-run accounts to do it. I dissect the playbook here and how they go after targets. This post went viral, attracting the creator of Minecraft through distortion, false implication, and outright lies. I've seen these tactics before. They've been used to try to cancel myself, and I can't stand to see it being used against Notch just because he is making Minecraft 2. So this is the thing he's talking about. So Dexerto says, how do you pronounce Dexer2? Is it what is this? I always don't know, but creator of Minecraft Notch has announced Minecraft 2. Snarple here says, I think people forgot why Notch isn't part of the game anymore. So this is, remember when I was talking about that quote from Stefan Molyneux that, I have it on my phone. I wrote it down. Those who want to manipulate you will never provide definitions so that you can project your own prejudices into what they're saying. This is an example of that. Implying that there was some reason that Notch got fired from Minecraft and not telling you what it is. Like, I think people forget, oh, God, Notch is a bad person. Oh, that, you know what I mean? Now, Notch is guilty of being based. That's it. That's it. Yeah. So in response to this, Notch says, I'm not part of Minecraft because I didn't want it anymore and sold it to Microsoft. Dingus. Anyway, continuing here. Mark Kern says, the first attack is to falsely correlate Notch's sale of the company with some bad event. This is untrue, as Notch corrected himself. He is no longer with Minecraft, not because of a bad reason, but because he sold it for $2.1 billion in 2014. This is a great success story and has zero to do with any controversies or bad things, as the attacker is trying to imply here. In fact, at the time, the mainstream press wasn't busy canceling him and held him up as the success he is, giving him full credit and lauding how he awarded staff with huge bonuses at the time of the sale. This is what I call a timeline fallacy. Notch was canceled later in 2019. Many years afterward. But when doing a timeline fallacy, what they do is to imply the causation even when the dates are flipped or do not support the argument. They try to imply a later event is what drove some earlier event to make it seem like a bad thing. The attacker then uses the J.K. Rowling attack against Notch. Okay. You have somebody to go with you?
No, I'm going to go fast.
Okay. The attacker then uses the J.K. Rowling attack against Notch. They made up broad claims about your thoughts, positions, and character, wildly misrepresent your stance by claiming you, quote, said things that you actually didn't, never posting the original tweet. So let's look at these real quick before we read his synopsis here. He just posted a bunch of really transphobic and misogynistic and racy shit on his Twitter when he sold it, and so Mojang got rid of him, got rid of everything related to Notch, and doesn't really talk about him ever. Deadbeats in the comments, by the way. I also have no idea why this attracted so many chronically online Redditors, but bruh, if you use the word troon or upvote in my comments, please take a shower. This is the internet, bruh. Muted. I don't give a fuck. This account supports trans people. I've had people DM me and comment on other shit to send hate to me. It doesn't bother me, but Jesus Christ, get a grip. Trans lives matter. My real life opinion is people should be allowed to say anything they want with basically no restriction and do anything they want that doesn't hurt others. So it's complex. People should be trans if they choose, and I'm happy for their personal growth, but don't control others. Wow, what a unbelievable tame take. Like,
what a Nazi.
Report. Microsoft excluding Minecraft creator from anniversary event over comment and opinions. Microsoft will exclude Minecraft creator Marcus Notch Person from the game's 10-year anniversary celebrations later this month. The company says, and this is not 10 years since he sold it, it's 10 years, I think, since the original game. So it had already been sold at that time, but it wasn't, last year, is basically what I'm saying. The company says Person's comments and opinions are simply too toxic for him to be associated with its brand. The news comes 1 month after Microsoft quietly scrubbed references to Person from the game's loading screen. They did remove made by Notch, or like the little splash text that kind of bounces in yellow on top of the thing. So they did remove stuff about him from the game in a spiteful way. Yeah. His comments and opinions do not reflect those of Microsoft or Mojang. Yeah, thank fucking God he's not a fucking woke weirdo, and are not representative of Minecraft. Anyway, so coming back to this, though, he said, here the poster is claiming that Notch posted transphobic and racist shit, but never cites the actual post. The J.K. Rowling attack is where you claim someone said X and Y or believes Z, but never cite the actual text, often wildly taking things out of context or blowing them up out of proportion or mind reading the author. Well, I was there on X when he made them, and this is out of line. Notch has never been against people being trans. What he was against was a persecution and control of everyone else that the trans and woke movements were doing. You can decide for yourself. Notch, like Rowling, stated, they feel like are. That's a weird way to say that. In response to a post said trans women are women. So in a post that said trans women are women, he said, no, they feel like they are. Notch called feminism a social disease during the Gamergate 1 days. The big one, the one that got him canceled, he posted, it's okay to be white.
Really? Oh
yes.
My God.
After he tweeted, it's okay to be white, the cancellation crowd swooped in and Microsoft caved. They removed him from the title screen and snubbed him. I actually, when he said that, in the code for the resource pack, I changed it so the only one that's there says it's okay to be white on the load screen. After he tweeted it's okay to be white, the cancellation crowd swooped in and Microsoft caved. They removed him from the title screen and snubbed him by not inviting him to the 10th anniversary celebration. This was at the height of cancel culture in 2019. Polygon and the mainstream media, including Variety, repeated the attack once again, telling you what they thought he said versus what he actually said. It's worth pointing out because Marcus Person is such a huge chode, right? This is a Reddit post. Hope your work ethic changed a little bit and you're going to treat the early adopters better. According to this Reddit comment, don't know if it's true, but it's on the internet and has 100 upvotes, referring to saying that early adopters were treated poorly and stuff on previous Notch projects, right? Here's another attack vector commonly used. I call it the Reddit runover. The Reddit runover is when you use a usually anonymous Reddit post as a source of truth because it is written by someone in the know and often written as a first-person account of being wrong, wrapped in a lot of emotional language to garner sympathy. The single post is then used by attackers over and over to spread a non-factual editorial and represent it as a factual truth because this account on Reddit said so, but they do more. So real quick, something I've observed on Reddit that people have gotten a lot better at is that they do research on the original poster by looking through their post history. So when somebody does something, oftentimes it's just for engagement, and they say, that's funny you say you're a plumber because last week you said you were a computer engineer or something like that, right? I saw one recently that somebody was asking, they were posting something like, am I the asshole or something like that, because they learned that their wife was cheating on them. And then the first comment was somebody saying, yeah, well, your post history shows that a couple of months ago, you were asking for legal advice on a battery charge. So perhaps there's a reason that she's leaving you or something like that, right? A domestic battery charge. So stuff like that, right? Like, so people have this tendency all the time, especially on Reddit, to post things and pretend and LARP, which is obviously what Grums is talking about here. So we got another one here. Minecraft has been developed by other people for longer than Notch ever worked on it. 2-1 at this point. Yeah, and? Because the bro is the original creator of Minecraft. Thanks for that information. As an AI language model, my statements may occasionally contain errors and missing information. I will include this in further posts. Thank you for your contributions and have a great day. Oof. When they attack you and you are as accomplished as Notch, they rapidly try to erase and downplay your contributions and your work. Ridiculous as it is, they are trying to claim that Notch didn't do much development on Minecraft and that all the success of Minecraft is due to Microsoft taking over and having to fix everything. I've seen several posts like the one below that echo this attack vector. The Reddit post in the private tweet makes similar claims, but there is a big twist. A new cancellation technique for 2025. The post below is AI. They are using AI-driven accounts to amplify and attack Notch. I believe this is being used very widely and for quite some time. If you see a ton of accounts critical of one person, you might very well be looking at AI. Earlier tonight, you brought up something, Randy, about the we were talking about the Spider-Man eyes, but you brought up something where they did an experiment where human beings have a tendency to go with the group, right? And so what they did is they did this test where they had a room and 9 of the people in the room were plants and 1 person wasn't. And that person goes into the room and at a certain point, everybody stood up. And then the person who wasn't a plant stood up as well because everybody else stood up. Then they cycled out one of the plants and brought in another person like the original person who wasn't a plant. And at a certain point, everybody stood up. And then that extra person observed that everybody else was standing up, so they also stood up. Then they kept cycling people out until eventually everybody in the room was somebody who wasn't a plant. And they still stood up when something happened, a noise rang or something. Everybody ended up standing up, and because they had been conditioned to believe that that was the socially acceptable thing to do, right? And that's effectively what the AI attack vector is. And I'll remind you, when Obama was president, it was disclosed through Freedom of Information that they had paid a troll farm. Like, the government literally had hundreds of thousands of people on payroll specifically to harass people online with keyboard warrior shit. Right? The effort is to break your spirit and make you feel as though you're alone when you're in the majority. Right? That is the fucking point. Now they can do it even easier and even cheaper by using AI to do it. They're using AI-driven accounts to amplify and attack Notch. I believe this is being used very widely, and for quite some time. If you see a ton of accounts critical of one person, you might very well be looking at AI. Below, you can see the AI replying to a correction and triggering its default response. I believe we are seeing the tip of the iceberg, and that there are many AI accounts on Twitter and other social media being used to try to sway public opinion or in outright attack bot networks against individuals. Notch is hated by wokies because he supports everyone's right to exist on an equal footing, free of attacks, racism, and persecution. That is at odds with the radical left, who wants total control and ability to persecute anyone not outright supporting their politics and agendas. They want to be in control, in power, and to eliminate all other viewpoints. This is the reason he is targeted so much. And when the extreme left has you in their sights, They will go through any length to try to destroy you. This is why they come after me with such extremes. And if this is happening in video games, imagine how dirty it gets in politics or civilization at large. Any thoughts? Crickets. Wow.
Nope.
No thoughts. Is Randy even here? He hasn't moved in a while. Called out.
Randy, blink if you're here.
Does he have blink animation?
Yeah.
His model's breathing. That's good, at least.
His AI is breathing. Oh, God.
He's dead.
Not is a cock violation now. Let's rename Randy cock violation.
What should it be again?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, got it.
I wonder how long it'll take him to notice. Is it 2.1, 2, or 2.5 billion? 2.1. LOL, J.K. Rowling dug her own grave. Notch is a cock violation now. Doesn't AI Minecraft make Minecraft 2 obsolete?
Not sure what grave she dug.
I don't know. J.K. Rowling wrote a blog. She pissed off a lot of trans people, and they gone so far harassing her and threatening her. She proved she is right in the blog. Yes, I mean, she proved she is right just by virtue of the attack she's received for being right. Minecraft owns an AI. Coincidence? Do they? Plot twist. They were houseplants. I have no idea what that's in reference to.
Literal, like, actual
plants.
That's
Yeah, plants, not planted.
We've seen this with Bernie Sanders that did this when a transgender is involved. What? Oh, you what? They also exaggerated the HAB numbers to 80% real numbers were closer to 60%. I don't know what you mean by that.
He doesn't mean jab, does he?
Maybe. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's so great. Thanks. All right. Anyway, Randy, I'm so sorry you're not here to talk about Life Got You Down. Load up The Sims 4 and open a Semen Café. Thanks, Kotaku. Now, I'm going to pull this off screen for a minute because I need to remind myself of the crucial moment for where I can definitely not showcase this, because if the host will draw their attention to that bottom part of the screen there, you can see the milking occurring.
Yeah, the milking table.
So we're gonna need to stop right there when the bed is touching the top of the screen. And then we're gonna need to go right past that. And then we're gonna need to stop again. Ooh, that's gonna be a rough one. Taylor Swift titties. We're gonna need to stop that one right at Spunkin' Donuts. Okay. Then we're gonna need to go past that. All right.
I'll get our cover. I've got our cover image ready.
All right. All right. Life Got You Down? Load up The Sims 4 and open a Semen Cafe. These are the people who call you a gooner, by the way. There's a lot of potential in the mod scene that surrounds The Sims 4. You can tell your Sims not to wash their dishes next to the toilet. Give them outfits that don't suck, like the base game ones do. Or just make them get naked and have orgies. This week, I tried something a little different. Content warning. Usually, these pieces are labeled not safe for work. This is still true, but today, I have another warning for you. This piece is not safe for anyone drinking liquids, eating oatmeal, or any other viscous / chunky liquid.
What?
Not safe for anyone drinking liquids, eating
if it's
oatmeal.
coming out like oatmeal, you need fucking help, man.
Yeah. You'll soon see why. The options here. Set for sale. Drink gross cum, put in inventory, or clean up. I've been watching a lot of Twin Peaks lately. I hadn't seen it before, but as with most pop culture behemoths, I'd seen the references in The Simpsons, so I figured I knew enough. I was expecting a surreal murder mystery with backwards talking and bold patterns. What I found instead was a campy, delightfully weird murder mystery that forgets it's a murder mystery in favor of long, languid shots of rivers and women screaming. Also, everyone really likes coffee. I don't like coffee. I'm British. So I was born with tea. I was born with tea running through my veins, which is part of the reason the British are so darn angry all the time, since tea isn't great for carrying oxygen around the body. But I can appreciate loving a hot, steamy, comforting liquid served to you at a time of great need. So I fired up The Sims 4 and opened up a cum cafe. Listen, I can't explain it to you any better than that. It's a cafe that exclusively serves semen and semen-related products. I'm sorry. I thought it would make a good Kotaku feature, but instead, I'm just deeply ashamed of myself and my actions. Who wrote this? Kate Gray, come on.
She liked it.
Just kidding, I'm not. Here's how it all began. It was entirely my idea. Oh, sorry. It was not entirely my idea. I downloaded a mod called Nisa's Wicked Perversions. I don't know much about Nisa, but I do know that Nisa saw fit to include an item called the Cup O' Cum, a name so grossly reminiscent of the kind of instant just add water soup that you got on camping holidays that I threw up in my mouth nostalgically. Just then, like any freelancing individual with a looming deadline, I thought to myself, how can I turn this into work? The answer was obvious. I opened a cum cafe. It's a cafe that sells cups of cum, freshly milked from willing participants in the creepy, dingy downstairs sex basement. It's artisanal cum. Farm fresh nut milk. The ultimate crema. Hipsters want something new, something exciting. The next kombucha. So I'll give it to them. Okay.
Oh, no. Kombucha. Kombucha.
I think this is as much as I can show. If you want to put it back on for a second. Okay. You see the top there? See that? Now let's put our nice cover image back up. As I now I think that's
Why do you do this to me?
Whoa.
Why? I'm talking with somebody. I turn back around, and there's JT in my face, like ready to jump scare me.
That's a blessing to you, my friend. We are reading an article about making a cum cafe.
No, I've heard
The
the
Sims
article.
4.
I'm still here. I'm just like, oh, sweet Jesus.
So the image I can't show you features a naked blonde Pippi Longstockings looking woman with two men bent over the sex dungeon bed and milking them from behind. I think that's an adequate description, no? Right?
Sure.
All right.
That's an adequate description, yes.
Don't tell me this is that much worse than a cereal cafe. Other than the sex dungeon, that part's kind of weird. But can you say for sure that your favorite cafe doesn't have a sex dungeon? As you might imagine, I had quite a few potential names for the Cum Cafe. Since it isn't actually called the Cum Cafe, I have pride in my work, you know. And the short list is as follows: Spunkin' Donuts, Cup-O Joe, Joe being today's donor, Jamba Jizz,
There it is. That's the one.
Buster Nuts, run by the eponymous Buster Nut, Skeets, Milk Bar, potential for lawsuits, Spunky Brewsters, and Jism Hortons. Now I have to stop once again, right around. Can we get the baby on screen just to be safe? Right around. Let's stop.
No.
There. Let's stop right there.
Here's the baby.
Oh yeah. Meh.
Well, he was just going to see the list. He still has to read the part underneath that.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to make sure I don't show the nips. There we go. There. That's as far as I can show. Go ahead. Go back. Mm-hmm. In the end, my partner's suggestion. In the end, at my partner's suggestion, we named the cafe Come Hither. A quaint little nook, decorated solely in white, gotta stay on brand, and run by a lady named Milkmaid, who was as white as the beverages she served.
It's a skincare routine.
Milkmaid hired one employee, handily a vampire, so he was both suitably pale and unlikely to sample the supply, and set the uniform to be white knee-high leather boots, white fishnets, and white boxer briefs. Okay, can we put up our thank you? Gonna put Taylor Swift's titties right about there. Cool. I think we're good. Also, adding to the completely unsexy nightmare of the cafe I had created, a bunch of my custom content outfits had gone missing or become corrupted. This meant that a lot of Sims, and I mean a lot, were wandering around town with their baps out, seemingly unaware and unbothered by the cool breeze on their nips. I know I opted into a lot of the sexual weirdness of these mods when I opened up a Semen hotspot, but there are children around, so I did at least attempt to remedy the Sims' sudden love of public indecency. Google, Sims 4, everyone is half naked. Help! This did not help. It didn't work, so my solution was to just stand by the door and usher all the children out. Luckily, children have no money, so none of them actually made a purchase. Is that it?
Come on. Where's the Oliver twist in this story?
Sadly, Come Hither is not a successful business. Despite the cafe being consistently packed with curious customer potentials, not many people are actually buying the goods. So far, I've lost $3,000. Can't think why. It's probably the location.
How is this a Kotaku article?
Oh, God! My stomach hurts from how much I thought that was funny. All right. Did The Sims ban the Trump model while allowing this? You mean the Trump mod? Like the Nexus mod? Whew. All right. Just in time, Randy. Let's talk about the Florida judge who uses a VR headset to simulate the crime scene. A Florida judge has seemingly made history with the first use of virtual reality in examining an alleged crime scene. Broward County, of course it is, Broward County Judge Andrew Siegel agreeing to wear a MetaQuest 2 virtual reality headset per request of the defense, who also supplied the technology in an effort to further illuminate the crime scene. The defendant, Miguel Albizu, is on trial for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon after he was accused of waving a gun at rowdy guests at his Southwest Ranch's wedding. At rowdy guests at his Southwest Ranch's wedding venue. Albizu, owner of the venue, and his team hired an artist to recreate the wedding venue in virtual reality. Fuck. Attorney Ken Yeah. Seems like there's probably an easier way to do this. Attorney Ken Patowitz, who is representing Albizu, said to the Local 10 that Albizu's wife and son were attacked and a chair was thrown by a DJ, which hit the party planner, injuring her wrist. Quote, they were able to get out, glass shattered everywhere, get out of this wedding facility and wake up my client, Mike, who was sleeping, and he was told what happened at his wedding facility. Having all that information, he immediately directed his wife to call 911 and then needed to immediately, he believed, save his staff from injury or potentially death, save his building, his home, from people who were intoxicated at this wedding. And so he went in there with the goal of de-escalating and having the party stop and everyone leave. Patowitz believes the use of virtual reality in this case is the first in a Florida courtroom, if not in any United States court of law. Patowitz is a tech enthusiast and has used tech in previous hearings, like in 1992, where he was the first to use computer animation as evidence in a Florida court. With more acceptance of the tech, virtual reality could theoretically be used to fully recreate crime scenes and/or crimes to give both the judge and a jury a direct representation of the alleged crimes. I love the idea that the judge presiding over a rape case needs to virtually get raped in order. How was it?
When he says, "Oh, he used computer animation," it makes it sound like he just made up evidence. Like,
doesn't it?
See, Your Honor.
See, I hadn't read this beforehand, but I was convinced that what this was going to be is in Law and Order. They show it in one episode, or at least one, and I think they started doing this in Dexter too, because it's like it's an actual piece of technology that's being used now, where they have like a tripod in the center of the crime scene with a scanner that takes like a three-dimensional scan of the room.
That's what I assumed this is.
Yeah. That's what I thought they were doing. I legitimately believe that's what we were going to read here. And that the judge was going to look at the crime scene as a way, like I in my head pictured it was going to be like a self-defense case where the prosecution was going to say that we don't believe this is self-defense because if it was, there wouldn't be nearly as much blood everywhere, right? Or something like that, right? And the judge would be like, holy shit, there's blood everywhere. You know, like... Anyway, where did I leave off? Did I finish reading this?
No.
With more acceptance of the tech, virtual reality could theoretically be used to fully recreate crime scenes and/or crimes to give both the judge and a jury direct representation of the alleged crimes. Albizu is pleading not guilty and says he was acting in self-defense, citing Florida's Stand Your Ground law, which allows property owners to use guns to defend themselves, their family, and their property. Defense expert Bill Engler testified by also wearing a virtual reality headset with the judge, saying this is when he pulls the gun out, when he is backed up against the bar. Defense and prosecutor lawyers also wore VR headsets during Engler's testimony. The case
They're all jacking in.
will resume sometime in February before Siegel, and if the judge is satisfied with the technology, it may be used for a jury by a jury for the first time. The issue will have to be litigated in court before Siegel makes a decision. However, wow, I don't know. That's pretty interesting. It'll be interesting to see where it goes from here. I trust nobody has any comments, right?
So,
No.
well, we don't have the images of what I saw anyway. Which, well, no, let's not do that. And
he hasn't noticed yet.
Oh yeah, okay. Just change.
He looks so depressed. Oh yeah.
On the scene.
You're looking right at it.
That is me.
Yep, that's me.
So what I had saw was that the recreation was of the party goers like mobbing the person that pulled out the gun. Mm-hmm. And the idea was that they were trying to show that the person's personal space was getting infiltrated, and therefore it was
I'm amazed
justifiable.
That he's even in trial over it. He didn't actually kill anyone. He didn't even shoot the gun, right? According to the article, it didn't seem like that was the case.
Yeah,
I'm surprised this is even going to court.
Well, I mean, the trial that they're doing right now is just to discern if it's a stand your ground case. So it's not like he's in full. It's not like he's been. If I'm understanding correctly, it's not. He's not in the full process of things. He's just at a preliminary thing to see if he'll even go forward with like being charged and everything. And so if he can prove that it's stand your ground right now, it'll get thrown out. It's kind of like the anti-slap suit, right? It's like a preliminary hearing to try and like mitigate charges for stupid things. My biggest issue with showing VR recreations to especially a jury, although like right now it's not being shown to the jury, right now it's just the judge.
Provide like 20 headsets.
Well, I mean, we can
They
get
take turns, okay?
Well, we can get over the usually it's 12 jury plus a few alternates.
It's a piece of evidence that feels very like how like you have to agree ahead of time what evidence is being submitted, right? Like and how it's being presented or whatever.
And how accurate you think it is.
That's the problem. Is the accuracy.
Like Cool2T says here, how is VR recreation allowed, but pinch zoom was not? Right? Like because in my mind, I thought it was going to be the 3D scan of the crime scene. And I'm like, okay, well, at least that's a photograph of the real thing viewed through an interface. Right. But yeah, absolutely. Like, this is crazy.
It's no different than if, like 10 years ago, they said, here's our recreation of the scene with actors that we filmed.
Yes.
Well, it's worse because you're now witnessing it first person. And so therefore.
And you're also seeing a directed thing by the person trying to sway you.
Well, I mean, you can have recreated crime
but
scene
that
photos.
doesn't mean it's accurate. That doesn't mean it's genuinely correct.
Generally, you would need there to have been video, like let's say crime scene or not crime scene, security camera footage that captured multiple angles. And then you use those multiple angles to accurately recreate in 3-dimensional space where each person was. And frame by frame, you line it up so that once you overlay the same angle, you can see that they're in exactly the same place. And as you switch to all the different angles, same guy is lining up in each one, right? Then once you've done that, which is a shit ton of work, then you can say, here's what my client, the defendant, would have seen in this scenario. We're going to put the camera locked to his head, which, as you can see from these different angles, right? And so this is what he would have seen at the moment he felt the need to draw his gun, right? I can 100% understand that, but the amount of effort necessary to make that happen is unbelievable for somebody to have to do that. And like even having that number of cameras and being able to convince people, because it's like it's exactly my same thoughts came into my head with the Cool2T said about the pinch to zoom in the Rittenhouse trial, right? Like, this is a crazy scenario, and 9 times out of 10, this should be not omitted in court at all.
So you can do you can have recreations in court, right? In the one where it was the insurance guy, or was he an insurance, whatever, the lawyer guy, where he like they claimed he killed his son and his wife, and then he like staged an assassination to try and get money. Anyway, I forget what that guy's name was. They did a recreation of the barn, and like, they had a model of a person, and they were like, okay, well, if he was here, the bullet hole was here, and here's a line of trajectory, and they had that all recreated in CG, like 3D animated, but it wasn't really animated. It was just 3D render. And so you can have that, and that's fine. And it doesn't even have to be like 100% like, yes, we have proof that this 100% was a thing. As long as you're using it as a reference, like, this is what we think happened, right? That's fine. But the problem with VR animated experiences is it personalizes it so much that the bias on the viewer, I think, is too great. And when you take into account that we don't know how accurate the thing is, because whether or not someone is standing,
been pulled out of their ass.
Whether or not someone is standing 2 inches from your face or 2 feet from your face is a great difference when it comes to stand your ground laws, right? Whether or not you can be justified in pulling a gun out because you feel threatened. Yeah. And so if they have corroborating evidence where there's like photos of the people surrounding him, that could help and prove that, see, look, this is an accurate representation of what happened that night. Then okay, but I would think that you would need at least 2 or 3 different angles to justify that. Yeah, they actually got that close. And then
I think about
really
it like that 3D recreation of Trump turning his head.
Yeah,
when the bullet. It's like in order to like that's like an idea of what might have happened, but in order to really know, like you'd have to be able to have like that. Just seems like a guess based on a couple of different things, right?
Oh, it's 100% a guess. We have no clue how far those bullets were, and we just know one hit him in the ear, right?
Like you'd have to have a 3D recreation, 100% accurate for exactly where Comprador was sitting, exactly where Trump was standing, exactly where the shooter was. You have to do all of that in order to determine that.
It's doable, but it's not doable in the time that they took to make that.
Well, I mean, unless that was created by somebody in the team assigned.
No, it was created like the day after.
Yeah, and by some random person on the internet.
It might have even been the day of, and it wasn't like we didn't even know where the fucking shooter was at that time when they said that, or when they put that out. But like there were arguments whether or not he was, X feet or whatever. But so with a recreation for people ganging up on you, and now you're viewing this first person, whether or not someone is in your line of sight, right? So how far? What's the angle of view that you have personally as a individual matters, right? And then can you recreate that in a VR experience? Because when you view something in VR, your angle of view isn't as much. No, your angle of view, like how much you see in your field of view, is not going to be the same as what you would see in real life. Yeah, so you're still not getting a perfect recreation of what actually it was like.
The problem, in addition to that, is that you'd need to be looking, in the same, because like, for example, you could track it to somebody's head and the position is turned to, but I could be looking over here, but with my eyes looking over here.
That too. Like if someone had a knife, let's say, in their hand at waist height, right? And they were holding that knife, and let's say you had a picture of someone holding that knife to prove that they did have this knife, but you never saw the knife. Technically, you don't have the right to self-defense yet, because you don't know that knife is there. So
but what if your spider senses are tingling?
Yeah. Your Honor, I had spider sense. I knew it was tingling, so I had to pull my gun out and show everyone.
Was that Trump man?
Yeah. My spider sense was tingling, so I looked at the chart, and that is when the bullet whizzed by my head. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's too prejudicial. It's like what you said with the rape thing. Like, let's all have them get raped, and then let's see how they vote. Like, during
like,
the rape,
we've got a new patented technology. You're going to be putting on this headset. Ooh, this is fancy, and we're going to lead you into this room. What's that? It's the rape machine. The what? Like, yes, we're going to rape you, so you know what the victim went through, so that when you determine whether or not he used excessive force in raping her, right?
Yeah. During the Rittenhouse case, they pointed a gun at the jury, right?
So
and
that
people
were feel the fear or whatever.
Yeah, people were freaking out, like, oh, they shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have done that, and what an idiot. And then they were like, oh yeah, I shouldn't do that. I should point it, to the side, because you're not supposed to point guns at people. It would be like, it'd be like saying, okay, now every jury member, get out of the jury box, get on the floor, lie down, crouch down, and then now I'm gonna shoot. Like, I'm gonna aim the gun at your head.
Run at you.
Like,
and it's like, it's one thing. Oh God, it's an interesting idea. And what's cool about it is that the prosecution or defense chooses, when it's going to help them win their case, right? Because if you were in the situation of the Rittenhouse trial, for example, and you had this technology and you were able to put everybody in the jury block in the situation of being in Kyle's shoes, being attacked, and you had some sort of haptic vest where they felt getting hit by the skateboard.
Just make it an actual like Call of Duty level. Complete the mission, and then you can do your.
But like the thing is that Kyle was trained to a degree, so he worked on reflex in some large part. So you could try to make the argument if you were a shitty lawyer like fucking what's his name was. You could try to make the argument that Kyle intended to kill people because a normal person, i.e. a person theoretically wearing the VR headset, would not raise their gun as quickly as he did in the situation. It's like, but you can't possibly do it exactly the way he did because you're experiencing it in a safe environment where you're not going to get nearly as much adrenaline in the experience of it, right? And you're not trained, So there are, again, it's the whole idea what the Cool TT brought up about pinch to zoom. And for anybody who's not following, in the Rittenhouse trial, one of the key things right at the end of it was that Binger, that was his name, right?
Yeah.
Binger was
Love her
trying
boy.
to argue that there was video footage that they determined was Kyle. And the only way you could see it is if you pinched to zoom on a video from a drone. And they said
more
this would be
specifically, it
Kyle.
was they were claiming that it was Kyle. I don't think anyone disagreed that it was Kyle, but they claimed that it was showing him lifting his gun. Yeah, lifting his gun and pointing at people.
Yeah. And the argument that was made that eventually got that evidence thrown out was that when you're on an iPhone and you pinch to zoom, it interpolates the image, meaning it creates pixels where there aren't data there based on what the pixels around it would possibly indicate that thing would look like. And so even if it was Kyle, you could zoom in and see something that maybe sort of looked like a gun being raised, but in actuality, there's no proof that that was a gun and not like an arm coming up in a way that seemed gun-like from the weird drone angle kind of thing, right? It's also hard to tell exactly how high it's being raised and shit like that, whether it's actually being pointed at somebody versus, just being moved over to the side, So yeah, 100%. Like this is the kind of stuff that's going to constantly need to be argued in court over. Oh, I just threw up a little over and over again, in order to, keep, the courtroom an actual place to carry out justice, right? It's going to constantly come up over and over. It's not like they're just going to decide to do this for every single case until the technology gets so good that it seems to be the most streamlined way to present evidence, right? And eventually we'll probably get there. Like think about when we watch fucking Psychopaths. And they have like the ability to like the rooms weren't even decorated. They're just like a stand-in couch, but there was like a virtual reality simulation that made it look like a different kind of couch. Right. And so they were able to replay, previous hologram projections that would show that the couch had been moved. Right. When we get into that level of doing things, it's going to be much more important for this sort of stuff to be in the evidence.
But I don't think that would happen because that'd be way too invasive.
I don't know. Possibly. We'll see.
It's also notable that in that Kyle case, he wanted to specifically use the iPad to view it as opposed to on any other program to zoom in that wouldn't do the interpolation.
Yeah.
So he knew what he's doing.
100%. It was a very snake attempt. Yeah.
All I know is that I'm just looking forward to when this is normalized in court, and then you have the first attorney going like, okay, so this is my VR level. And then the other guy's like, well, this is my VR level. And actually, he did murder him. See that 3D model? He clearly shot him in the back of the head. Case closed.
Yeah, it's going to be really bad when it starts to become so real that people actually think it's really footage of the event happening. You know, when they're like, for example, there's like that TikTok.
I think he used Unreal Engine 5.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's like a TikTok where you see an old grandma whose eyes aren't that good. She's like, and she's watching like news footage that's actually just Grand Theft Auto gameplay, and she thinks
that already happened.
Yeah, 100% it does.
I even like with like renders, like they'll have CG renders and some things. I think sometimes like you can see a CG render and then not think about it for a while and then come back to and then be like, no, like, and you create this like false memory in yourself where you're like, no, I did see like they showed like the gun was, and it's like, no, that was just a CG model. Like that was not 100% proof. That was just a theory that they put out. And it's like, and you convince yourself retrospectively that it actually happened.
I talk about this a lot, but when I edit videos, my memory of the event is overwritten from the camera's perspective because the neural pathways of accessing the memory of what happened when in the footage I recorded gets overwritten because I have seen it multiple times from the angle that the camera saw. So even though I'm seeing myself, like I performed the thing in first person, but my memory of it is entirely in third person after I've started editing it.
I have third person memories from when I was a kid that makes no sense.
Maybe those were dreams. I have some like really old memories where like I believe that I only really have the memory because of photos and I've like held on to them. But then I also have other memories that were 100% not photo like related. Although I've never really thought whether or not they were first or third person, but
anyway, so Kutuchi says iPhone can already take 3D room scans. Yeah, the LiDAR and
the newer ones. Yeah,
they're really good. This is gonna be an interesting world we're gonna live
I'm so upset that they didn't put LiDAR in the fucking 13 mini.
Is that the specific model you got?
Yes. I like mini phones. I don't like the fucking giant.
You don't like the 13 Pro Max that I have?
No.
You want it to be able to fit in your ass? Like...
And they're not making more minis now. It seems like they're not going to do that again. So now I'm going to have to fucking buy a big phone.
I don't understand this comment. If you look I think it means in the unrecord game trailer, is unrecord that one that looks like hyper real? That they had to actually show footage of the player character being moved through objects before people realized it wasn't real footage of like a GoPro with somebody doing, gun.
Yeah, it might be that one.
Is that one? Is that what that is?
I just Googled it. Yeah.
That is what it is. Cool.
Yeah.
A Canadian explanation of Florida self-defense law live on the OCA podcast. Yep. There you go. The guy ran at him with a mask. Kyle was in the right because the guy had a record of being a child predator.
He didn't have
know that.
Yeah, Kyle.
No, you can't retroactively.
That was something we learned after the fact. Like Kyle was justified in the fact that he was being attacked.
He also didn't have a mask, so that's something like you've added into your memory there.
Tifa live in VR by hacker.
It shows how fragile memory could be.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so we got right stuff to go through.
Yeah.
The grand total
of 0.
Of Zippity Doo. Oh, Chie the Brat. These are new.
We covered that.
Did we? I don't know. I probably walked away. Go to the bathroom or something. Wish I could do that now. Oh, rip my bladder. All right. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I invite you. Don't go here yet because I still got to fix it. Anyway, there's also this. You can get yourself the Og.
When are you fixing that?
When I have time.
Oh, hold on. Hey, do you mean like? Sorry.
I just want to say, real quick, that I finished all of Attack on Titan for this Watch Club tonight. Just saying. Okay, so maybe don't chastise me for not having time for Stealth Weeb when I actually watched the Watch Club.
When you say mask, I'm thinking you mean like full on mask.
Or
You
COVID,
probably meant like
surgical mask, COVID
yeah,
mask.
like yeah.
He had-
Sorry.
Did he have,
I
like,
don't
a
know if
COVID
he
mask?
had one of those. He
I don't
might
think
have.
so. I think he had like a shirt tied around his head at one point in the thing.
The first guy I don't think had anything. The third guy probably, the guy that got his bicep shot off.
Royce
might
Cruz or whatever.
I don't remember his name. He might have had some type of like face mask like that.
But he wasn't the child predator guy. The child predator guy was the first guy.
Correct.
That
It was
shot.
Rosenbaum.
Yeah.
Didn't what is it? The
Yeah,
whole
I don't remember if he had a mask. I don't
JoJo,
think he
we
did,
missed
but-
you.
Anyway, sorry. When you said mask though, my brain's like
Halloween
went to
mask.
like yeah, like
this.
or like a balaclava, like full on
Hmm.
mask, right? Not like a COVID mask.
Cool. We forget that it happened in 2020.
That's a good thing.
And now it's 2025.
Anyway, so Tokyo Capsule Toy Machine gives you real samurai era antique coins, but are they worth anything? So the capsule
We've done this
machine-
before. What date is this?
It's an old one. I pulled this from the AC's Funhouse because we never ended up covering it, and we didn't have anything in merch news. And I was like, all right, let's do it.
And you checked that we didn't cover it before?
No, but I'm pretty sure we didn't. So check.
All right.
Here we go. Check right now. Look, watch this. One result. Boom.
All right.
Take that. All right. The capsule machine's asking price is a mere 200 yen or $1.40 US, which seems like a bargain for an authentic antique coin. So we tossed in two of our modern day 100 yen coins. As promised, also inside the capsule was a piece of paper authenticating the artifact. Well, kind of authenticating it. It might be a little hard to tell if you don't read Japanese, but some of the text at the far right side of the paper is sort of cropped out. What's more, there's no mention of who performed the appraisal, and the document itself seems to have been prepared in-house by Shizendo, not an independent third party. So it's like the people who manage the machines. Here's one side, the other side. The coin certainly looked old, but we wanted to be sure. Luckily, close by, we stumbled across the Okachimachi branch of the Kosensho, a store that buys and sells antique and rare coins, among other items. So they go in there and they appraise it, and they said, quote, they made tons and tons of these back in the Edo period, so there are a lot of them still out there. Oh, God, excuse me. So there are a lot of them still out there, even today, and we see them frequently. They're not worth very much at all, so we can pretty much be sure that it's a real Kane Suho, since there's not really any money to be made by making fakes. Still, they said they could take it off our hands, but cautioned us that they couldn't pay a very high price for it. In the end, after we paid 200 yen for our Kane Suho, they gave us 5 yen for it. They did give us a really nice, shiny 5 yen coin, though. Maybe because they felt sorry for us. Yikes.
That guy's gonna have so many people going, hey, what's this worth? Hey, what's this worth? Hey, what's this worth?
Mm-hmm.
So you paid $2, easy math,
Yeah.
roughly, and then
200
you got 5
yen,
cents
got,
back.
Got 5 yen back. Yep. All right.
Greatest trade deal in the history of trade deals.
Hot Spring offers people of all ages a chance to participate in Japanese school-style sports day. By the way, Mirage, if you're watching, the link I sent you is still active. If you want to just jump in.
That title caught me off guard at first.
Yeah? Why is that?
I saw Hot Spring offers, people of all ages, and I'm like, whoa.
Goon line at it again.
The goon brain's on still.
Here's your chance to experience our Japanese high school days that never were. Experience your Japanese high school days that never were. If you've watched much anime or Japanese youth dramas, you've probably seen an episode that centers on a school sports day. Held each fall, sports days aren't full-fledged track meets or serious athletic competitions, but rather a fun series of fun games that are all about the joy of physical activity. Since they're organized by schools as student events, Sports Day, or Undokai in Japanese, are wrapped up in a lot of happy memories for adults. But if you grow up outside of Japan, you might think you've missed your chance to experience them for yourself. That's not entirely true, though, thanks to Tamagawa Onsen. Located in the Saitama Prefecture town of Tokigawa, Tamagawa Onsen is a hot spring facility that's all about nostalgia, even billing itself as a Showa retro hot spring bathhouse. The Showa era being the period of Japanese history that lasted from 1926 to 1989, but most strongly associated with the span from the late 50s to early 80s. With Sports Day season here, Tamagawa Onsen is holding one of its own with entry free to any guest of any age. What the fuck is this? While you don't have to participate while wearing the sort of tracksuit or white t-shirt commonly used as gym class uniform in Japanese schools, anyone who does will receive a special present from Tamagawa Onsen. It appears that participants will be divided into two teams, red and white, as is often traditionally done at school sports days. There will be a total of 5 events, all sports day classics: tug of war, otama relay, similar to an egg and spoon race, tama-ire, similar to basketball shooting, but with multiple balls and a closed basket, bread eating, and candy eating. Bread eating might not sound like the sternest test of athletic prowess, but eating the suspended in air buns does require a certain amount of flexibility and or jumping, depending on how tall the competitor is. How are you eating them out of the bag? Do you just have to chew through it? Sports Day candy eating involves searching for candies hidden inside mounds of flour with the use of hands prohibited. There's no additional fee or reservation required to participate in Tamagawa Onsen Sports Day, and with tickets to the facility all under 1,000 yen, $6.70 US, this is probably the most economical way possible to time slip back to your student days, or to time and dimension slip to your alternate life student days in Japan. The hot spring baths themselves don't appear to be any slouches either. Wow. But while Tamagawa Onsen is offering a chance to go back to the past, time itself does march on, and the sports day will be held from 2 o'clock in the afternoon on October 15th. Wow. This is also from October 2023, so glad to get that out of the way finally. All right, man gets arrested for a deep-fried gun. Julie, wait. Julie, grab me a water. Yay! There's some in the fridge. Yes. Now I don't have to get up. All right. Man gets arrested for a deep fried gun. For the record, deep frying a gun will not keep the police from finding it, especially when it goes off in the middle of a restaurant kitchen. Oh, it's already worth it. Abdulio Guidiel learned that lesson the hard way this week after he was arrested for attempted robbery with a deadly weapon, which police eventually fished out of a deep fryer of a Las Vegas restaurant. I didn't expect Las Vegas with Abdulio Gudiel. It all started when 2 men called police and said Gudiel had approached them with a gun in the parking lot of El Diamante restaurant and demanded money, according to the Huffington Post. A restaurant employee told police that a man had approached her and asked her to hold on to his gun when the police showed up, according to the Huffington Post again. She turned him down, and he apparently decided that hiding it in the deep fryer would be the next best thing. The gun went off while the restaurant was being evacuated, but nobody was injured. Gudiel maintains that it was all a big misunderstanding, and that was totally not his gun in the fryer. Gudiel said one of the men who called police was his nephew, who owes him money. He said he tried to collect the money, but did not have a gun. Wow.
No one would collect money with a gun.
Oh, Oh my God. Sometimes cold water is the best tasting liquid.
Better than pussy?
Almost. Oh, you mean the energy drink? Yeah, definitely better than that. All right.
What did you think he meant?
The real deal, of course. All right. You ready for this one? Man banned after allegedly urinating on a passenger during SFO flight.
Allegedly.
I have to pee right now.
Your Honor, it was splooge. I would like to
What if
sue.
What if it was an OnlyFans flight? Would you be allowed to pee on someone then?
I don't know. Jury's still out on that one. A man was banned from flying on United Airlines after allegedly urinating on a Bay Area resident during a flight. You can't escape. San Francisco has shit in the street and piss on the planes. Green line, was this you? A man was banned from flying on United Airlines after allegedly urinating on a Bay Area resident during a flight from San Francisco International Airport to the Philippines. On December 27th, Jerome Gutierrez of Hillsborough was traveling in business class on UA Flight 189 from SFO to Manila when, according to his stepdaughter, a man got up from his seat and began urinating on him about 4 hours into the flight. Quote, he was asleep and buckled in and was surprised when he looked at the man and thought he was dreaming. Nicole Cornell, Gutierrez's stepdaughter, told SF Gate in an email. And after the man had finished, Jerome realized he was soaked from his stomach down in the man's urine. Cornell wrote that United flight attendants asked Gutierrez, quote, not to approach the man in fear that there would be a confrontation and he would become violent. Cornell said that United provided Gutierrez with pajamas to wear after he was urinated on. They put the needs of the airline before my stepdad's health, Cornell wrote. I'm so disgusted. What were you gonna do?
Piss on him back, of course.
Yeah, just slit the guy's throat. Seriously. What else could they do? Come in and have a complimentary shower. Oh, you had a golden shower already. And also, we don't have showers on plane. I am so disgusted and in shock with how United Airlines handled this. This is a biohazard, and the plane should have turned around to address this issue. How many hours is the flight to the Philippines? I'm going to look it up. SFO to Manila. Flight time. 15 hours?
Yeah, they should turn around.
Holy shit. Can you imagine being soaked in piss for 11 hours? Oh my God.
Having to smell that shit? Jesus.
Oh. Honestly, do you think about this for a second. Do you think the lawsuit of the guy suing the airline for not turning around will pay out more or less money than the cost to refund everybody when they had to turn around and the bad will that it caused and having to get them on different flights, right? Like, which one of those cost-benefit analysis is worse?
They must have had a bunch of calculators on a flight.
Honestly, they probably just had their fingers crossed and hope he doesn't sue, hope he doesn't sue, hope he doesn't sue. Yeah. United Airlines spokesperson Anosha Rasta. By the way, did you hear Eli was calling? Yeah. One of the kids was saying your name. Your name being Mom. United Airlines spokesperson Anosha Rasta confirmed to SF Gate that there was a passenger disturbance on the flight and that the airline asked police to meet the aircraft when it arrived in Manila on Saturday morning. Quote, "We have banned this passenger," Rossa wrote in an email. Well, nice of you to ban him after he got to his destination. You know?
Just send him back.
Cornell said the man apologized to her parents and begged them not to press charges.
Fuck you.
This story was updated to correct that Jerome Gutierrez was provided with pajamas. Colombian man who is engaged to a ragdoll announces his fiancée is pregnant with their third child.
Real Raggedy Ann over here.
Well, that's nightmare fuel.
Do you think she'd win against the black people in the beauty contest?
Is that a male doll or a female doll with that jawline? Jesus.
A man who claims to be engaged to a ragdoll has announced his fiancée is pregnant with his third child. The TikToker from Colombia, who documents their controversial relationship under social media handle at MontBK959, met the love of his life after being single for a number of years. Was he an incel or just single for a number of years? Is the number of years how long he's been alive? Because you describe her as the love of your life. Are Colombian women that awful? He previously made headlines after revealing his plans for a dream wedding with Natalia, and the pair already share a son and daughter. Oh my God, how wonderful. Now the couple are expecting their third, who will be called Sammy. In a recent video, which has racked up 120,000 views and 2,194 likes, the man filmed Natalia and himself wearing matching t-shirts with Papa de Sammy and Mama de Sammy written across them. In another video shared to his 70,000 followers. Oh, God.
Good God.
Oh. This the same ragdoll?
She's just aged, okay?
Yikes.
Whew. In another video shared to his 70,000 followers, the happy couple threw a baby shower. Social media users congratulated the man's growing brood, while others poked fun. Oscar Castaneda Moore said, "Congratulations, a new member to the family." Catherine Gowana asked, "A natural birth or cesarean?" Oh, no.
Actually, it's an anal birth because I bought one of those butt babies.
Oh, yeah. Someone else added, "It's already 3. You don't know how to use a condom?" Another person said, "Congrats, bro. I wish I was so lucky." The man was previously confronted his followers about their concerns surrounding the bizarre relationship. Wow. Here, I thought the kids would have been real. Oh, no. You just finished the deed, huh? The TikToker who documents
are those glasses prescription?
She's just legally blind. Holy fuck. He told followers, quote, "If it weren't for the dolls, I would be more alone than anyone. At least I have something. With my Natalia, we watch TV and talk about everything." She's a great listener, I bet. They don't know how much I love her. I've lasted all this year with her. Oh, oh no.
Well.
However, this man isn't the first person to fall head over heels with a ragdoll and decide to start a family. Marivone Roca Morales, who married ragdoll, revealed he cheated last year.
On another ragdoll.
On a real woman, I hope.
Is that actually his baby then?
Just as the pair were set, that would be fucking hilarious. Sammy is born and it's black. Just as the pair were set to celebrate first wedding anniversary. God, you sick whore.
Dude, that picture looks like she got the jab from like that other lady.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is the pregnancy.
I couldn't tell.
The heartbroken
like
wife.
One boob.
The heartbroken wife, 37, from Brazil, hit headlines after revealing she had met the love of her life, a ragdoll named Marcelo. Oh, so the ragdoll cheated on her. Oh, no. Imagine being such a cuck that you have a relationship with an inanimate object and it cheats on you.
That's the lowest low.
Oh, no. I can see why he cheated.
Man.
She has since admitted.
He really knows how to stuff.
So the article has just decided to talk about this other woman who got cheated on. She has since admitted their relationship is hanging on by a thread after claiming he has cheated on her. In the latest twist in the very bizarre tale, she claimed he went to a motel with another woman and even says she found text on his phone. Dear God, the level of like mental derangement that you have a phone for him to begin with, and that you have another phone texting him just so that you can be like, oh, you monster, you're cheating. You know, like, in the latest twist in a very bizarre tale, she's claimed he went to a motel with another woman and even says she found text on his phone. It's like the phone is like a Barbie phone, you know, like just a picture of a screen on it. After a whirlwind romance, she claims to have fallen pregnant. And as she didn't want to have the baby out of wedlock, the duo decided to get hitched in a ceremony attended by 250 people.
You know what? That's the right move because, you know, like giving birth out of wedlock is weird. Like, why would someone do that?
Stuffing a stuffed animal up your coochie just so that you can pretend to have a baby is also weird.
It's for the benefits, isn't it?
In the latest twist in the bizarre tale, she's claimed he, quote, went to a motel with another woman and even says she found sex on her phone. Okay, so they had a ceremony attended by 250 people. Soon, she gave birth in only 35 minutes while at home with a doctor and nurse on site and live streamed the ordeal to an audience of 200 people. Oh, my God. While overjoyed about their new arrival, Mir Ivone revealed she started to have doubts about their relationship because she's the only breadwinner and they were struggling to pay the bills. Now, the mother of three and her ragdoll, another mother of three here, and her ragdoll lover are sleeping in separate beds after she caught him cheating with another woman. I can see why you had to resort to this thing.
They're not even like the.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. They're not even like, you know, the sexy Japanese whatever dolls.
I like how the baby has a unibrow. Did he get that from mom? Is that natural? They're not like the sexy Japanese dolls. What?
Well, like they're attempting to be like humans. This is just like a kid made the doll, is what it looks like.
Kutuchi says, is it delusional if she earns money from the social media posting? Bro, only 200 people watched her give birth to this monstrosity. I don't think she made any money. All right. Podcast routinely gets around 200 views, and I don't make any money. Hint, hint. Hinty, hint, 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 hint.
Look, if we meet our goal, we'll give birth on stream. Tell you what.
I drank pussy on stream for you guys. I got nothing except for the delicious taste of passion fruit lychee.
You ungrateful degenerates. I tell you.
Well, if you get us to our goal, Footnum will actually show us nipples on podcast.
Ooh, I think we've used this grift before.
Yes, our goal of $1 million.
In a bid to share their stringy romance, she exposed the betrayal on TikTok, racking up 1.6 million views and over 120,000 likes. Mia Yvonne said, quote, I was very sad and I could barely sleep because I love my husband so much, but he denied the betrayal. I found out through a friend who told me that she saw Marcello entering a motel with another woman while I was hospitalized for 3 nights and 3 days with Marcelino, our son, who had a virus. Dear Lord, why is he dressed like a doctor? You're the only breadwinner, but he's a fucking doctor.
She actually hired some other delusional people to humor her. Like,
yes, clearly. At first, I thought she was lying, but then I started looking through his phone and I saw the conversations, which made me sure he was cheating. He said, the bitch I'm with is delusional. She's dating a ragdoll. Please, I need you tonight. He kept denying everything and said he loves me very much, as well as asking for forgiveness and crying a lot. The argument was ugly and scared our son, who was crying, so I shouted to him, do you see what you've done? 1.6 million, time for the Huggies deals. I asked him who the woman was, and he didn't respond. Mia Yvonne claims she told her husband to sleep in the living room, as she didn't want to stay in the same room due to the betrayal. While she planned on kicking him out, she decided against this for the sake of her kids, Carol and Diego, and her newborn. She said, quote, I wanted to put him out of the house, but our baby is growing up, and at this stage, he would miss his father a lot. Also, the love I feel for him made me forgive, not completely, but I don't think I could live without my husband. Good.
Does she like dump each version of the child's age every time it grows?
Right?
Like
she like sews on an extension to the arms.
over here.
I need to talk with him.
Stuffed doll lives matter.
Yeah, I need to talk with him so he can decide once and for all that he doesn't cheat anymore, and if he does one more time, I won't forgive him. In the clip, she showed a montage of pictures of her with their son and her husband on the sofa. The caption read, quote, the first night of our wedding, we discussed and my husband went to sleep on the couch. I'm very sad. I only have time to forgive, but love speaks louder. I have to give him a hard time. I married a doll. On the 18th of December, 2022, the couple celebrated their first anniversary together, but she's made it clear that their relationship is hanging on by a thread. She added, quote, I am a woman desired by many, and I work, take care of myself and our home, but all he does is take care of our baby. I always remember that he promised me allegiance at the altar, and I can't believe he's done this to me. I can't believe how delusional this woman is. I told him, those who love do not betray, and we have sworn to eternal love. We cannot be 3. It's only the 2 of us for now. Yeah, she does a clever stitching and then just unroll it to indicate growing. Our happy little boy is very well taken care of, and I will baptize him soon, dear God. I hope he bursts into flames as soon as he touches the holy water. Because of this and our son, we'll continue living together, but my biggest dream is owning a home one day for us all. Previously, she shared a magic behind their relationship after she complained to her mother about being single and having nobody to dance with. Wow.
Wow, that explains it. It was her mother the whole time.
Wow, unbelievable.
Imagine the husband or boyfriend or whatever the fuck he is, like he unravels part of it and is like, see, that's a red string. He's not related to me. I have brown hair. I am not the father.
Somehow it feels like we've wasted longer than 14 minutes on this. I feel like it's been like 40 minutes on this one fucking
It
article.
wasn't.
No, it was 14 minutes. I'm telling you.
Right.
But it feels like it was 40.
Yep. It's because it was like 2 articles in one. But let's talk about this one more thing here. A man suspected, not confirmed, it's alleged, of having sex with a van. Now, if you showed me a picture in a lineup and said, pick out the van fucker, I would pick him. Why does he
looks
look like
the Star Trek guy?
Which Star Trek guy?
The kid from Star Trek Next Generation. That got
Wesley?
bullied.
Wesley?
Yeah.
Will Wheaton?
He
looks,
Will Wheaton. Yeah.
He looks a little to me like Rekieta. He looks like Rekieta if Rekieta was crossed with a leprechaun.
His fucking neck, but he shaved the sides of his face. What
Google Will Wheaton. I don't think that they shaved anything. That's him shaving. They don't shave you before you go for your booking photo.
My God. It does look an awful lot like Will Wheaton. Wow.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. I'm trying to look for the proper photo to showcase it to everybody. I'm guessing maybe. Wow. Depending on he looks different depending on which picture you use. I'm going to use this one. Okay, here we go, everyone. Will Wheaton mixed with Rekieta, mixed with a Down syndrome baby. Maybe? You see it now? All right. His name is Will. Oh, no. Michael Will. Michael Williams. Talk about being all up in someone's grill. That's a great byline. Damn. Good job, David Moy. A man in Dayton, Ohio is facing indecency charges after a witness reported seeing him attempt to have sex with the front grille of a van parked on the street. Officers responding to a call Tuesday evening found the suspect, 35-year-old Michael Henson, wearing only a pair of black shorts and black shoes, according to NBC4i.com, which cited a police report. Henson was taken into custody and put in the back of a squad car while officers spoke to a female witness. She said she saw Henson pull down his shorts and then put his genitals into the front grille of a red van parked on the side of the road, according to WDTN.com. When the suspect passed out in the front yard near the van, the woman called police. Henson woke up and was walking before police came to the scene, according to the Dayton Daily News. Holy fuck, you've really sourced this article, huh? Officers who questioned him said he appeared to be intoxicated. I can't believe it. That is not a drunk thing to do. That's a 100% sober decision. Police contacted the owner of the van, who allegedly said he was unaware of any. Fuck.
Comes back to them, you whore.
I really want to cover the Airbnb story now. All right, let's talk about Attack on Titan. We'll save that. Oh, wait. Henson was booked on public indecency charges and taken to the Montgomery County Jail, where he remained on $2,500 bail until his arraignment on Wednesday, according to Dayton Daily News. Wow. All right. That article was a downer. But guess what? We have Attack on Titan to talk about for our Watch Club.
Oh, yeah.
Season 1.
That's right.
So, audience, last night we were about to go live. And then Footnam and Greenline said, no, please, I've only watched 2 episodes. How many episodes did you watch today, boys?
I watched 3 last night.
So you got all the way to episode 5, huh?
Yeah.
Greenline, how many episodes did you watch while you were at work?
6.
Nice. Proud of you.
Ooh, he edged me out.
Yeah.
For the record, everybody here has seen it before. So this is a rewatch for all of us. I, however, watched all of season 1 and the OVAs that are up to season 1. The only one I didn't watch is the one that's like question mark in the episode number. And I've watched half of the first live action movie, which was a mistake.
Look at
Did you read the manga?
I started it, yeah.
Oh.
Have you not seen my tweets?
No, I have not.
Maybe we don't want
Hold on.
spoilers.
No, I have not seen
Where
your
was
tweet.
this enthusiasm for Steins Gate Zero?
What about Steins Gate Zero?
Well, but I would say, where was this enthusiasm when we watched Steins Gate Zero?
Steins Gate doesn't have a manga, does it?
It only has like.
I have the Steins Gate manga.
Has
It's
a
only
game.
3 volumes.
You should have played the game. Jeez.
Yeah.
Is it for PS5?
It might be.
Probably hasn't. Probably on PS5.
It's probably for PS4 that you can play on
Yeah.
PS5.
Probably on. There's a copy for Steins Gate Zero on Switch. I know of.
All right. Anyway, back to Attack on Titan. I have to say, I think that this, honest to goodness, is the show that single-handedly reinvigorated the world when it came to anime. Like, Wit Studio took this show to new heights that has pushed the entire medium to a whole nother level in terms of the animation is goddamn incredible. The CGI in the first season, where it's like, just like the backgrounds and stuff, looks really fucking good and very grounded for what they did. And the writing,
Some jank in it.
the writing, granted, it's adapting Izayama's work, right? Which Izayama's artwork sucks ass, and I'm glad that they did such a great job not adapting that. But holy fuck,
It's slightly improved.
yeah. But dude, like the writing in this show is so goddamn good, and it took me 4 rewatches. This is my 4th time rewatching the first season, and I watched I do agree with that. I do agree with that sentiment, but it took me like 4 rewatches to really grasp how goddamn incredible the writing is in the first season of this show. So I'll let you guys give me some of your thoughts first, if you would like.
Well, I have a follow-up question. So wait, why does that equal reinvigorate the scene? Did Fate Zero not come out like 3 years before and coom everyone off with the animation and stuff, like and the writing?
I haven't watched that yet.
I'm just wondering why specifically this reinvigorate. What came out after it that was
I'm
without
talking-
Attack on Titan? That would not like.
I'm talking about. So let me put it this way. I think that every once in a while, it seems like, because like there are a lot of moving parts in production for anything you're making, be it even just writing music, right? Writing a song, making a movie, shooting a commercial. Like there's just a lot of moving parts that have to come together to make any form of production or collaboration work. And I feel like this show just gets an A across the board, straight A on everything. There are very few things in it. I don't even know if I could pull something up off the top of my head that I dislike. I guess there's one thing that irks me a little bit. And it's in the localization. What's the name of the guy who bites his tongue a lot? Obuo? Is that how you say his name? You know what I'm talking about?
I remember a character that does that.
Oh god. Attack on Titan. Obuo?
Yeah, I took some screenshots that I can upload, I guess.
Okay, hold on. Let me say characters. Levi's team. Levi's squad. Let's see if I can pull up the character. Here it is. Special Operations Squad. Oluo? That doesn't sound. Oduo, I think, is what they've been calling him.
The localization's fault again. Oh.
Anyway, I'm trying to bring it up. This character here, the guy who's they constantly accuse him of acting like Captain Levi and like trying to show off, and he has a crush on Petra, right? He has a statement in the English dub where it's in the part when Eren is considering fighting the female Titan while they're riding on the horses before they shoot the like the
signal
ballistic. No. When they bring her into the trap
barrel.
and they hit her with all the wires.
Yeah, the barrels.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the barrel like arrows with the wires attached to them. So they're trying to lead her into that position to hit her with that trap, and Aaron is like trying to decide because he's like people are getting massacred by the female Titan behind him, and he's having conflicted opinions on what he should do and whether or not it's the right call to not engage with Annie at that moment, right? And Oduo says, ask not to do or die, or ask not the reason why, ask why to do or die, or something like that. You'd know what that means if you weren't such a rookie or something like that. And the reason I dislike him bringing that up is that is from a poem written about like a war in Crimea or something. And it just feels like that doesn't fit.
It kind of like breaks your world immersion.
So it's kind of like, I love Lord of the Rings, but when you think about something too much, it starts to fall apart under scrutiny. So there's a line in the Lord of the Rings where Gimli and Legolas are having like a dick measuring contest about how many kills they have. And Legolas shoots one of Gimli's kills because it twitched, therefore it's still alive. And he's like, but only because my axe is embedded in its central nervous system. And he starts moving the axe and it's causing it to twitch, right? And the idea behind that is like, yeah, it's a funny joke in the moment, but the concept of the central nervous system feels weird when Gimli says it. You know what I mean? Like in Lord of the Rings, do they really even, like scientifically speaking, are they conceptually aware of, like, it's just a scientific term like that feels out of place in a fantasy setting, right?
One thing
so
similar
it's kind of
happened in One Piece in the latest chapter, where one of the characters says, I'm in a common law. I'm his common law wife. And I was like, as I've previously said, Viz's translations are terrible. So I double check their translations all the time. And the Scanlation didn't say that. So I thought they had actually fucked up, but I went and checked the Japanese and it says that. Common law wife. I'm like, why are you putting this? That seems so out of place in One Piece. Like,
yeah, so that's like the one thing on my 4th rewatch here that irked me a little bit. Like, I wouldn't have chosen that.
I like to think you're taking your tiny little micro glass and looking at the least egregious part of it. Yeah, I could criticize that. Everything else is A+.
I have a question before we go forward.
Sure.
Well, 2 questions actually. One, are we keeping it spoiler free for anything post season 1?
Yes, because I've only seen season 1.
I definitely think we should try to. Yeah.
And then secondly, what was the last episode about?
So the last episode, towards the end of season 1, after the shit in the forest,
defeats the Titan, and then I have my crystal that's invincible that I just pulled out my ass. That one.
Okay, so after the stuff in the forest, it's seen as a catastrophic failure because Annie escapes, right? And they manage to get Aaron back, but then they're going back to the capital, and they have to have Jean as a substitute for Aaron.
I don't need a full. They capture Annie, and she turns.
So then
into
they have the fight in the capital,
the city. Yeah. I just wanted a general, because I forget exactly where the line was.
I'm trying to give you the line. So they have the fight in Stillhouse, and then eventually they overpower Annie, and she goes into her crystal form.
Isn't that the end?
Yeah, and that's where it ends.
Okay, that's all I knew. The crystal was like.
Okay. I just
Annie
thought
is revealed in the crystal.
I thought you may, if you did not rewatch it all, I wanted to give you a little bit of extra.
I've rewatched this season. I've rewatched the series like 4 times.
And then at the very end,
that's why I'm like, I'm not rewatching it again. When you guys get to the later seasons, I'll rewatch it because I've only watched.
And then at the very end of the final episode, we have the reveal.
The reveal of the eye.
The part of the wall breaks away.
Yeah,
right.
People live in the wall.
And then we waited for like 7 years for season 2.
It felt like. That's okay though, because we got Attack on Titan Junior High lickety squid.
Actually, it was only like 2 years.
Yeah, but it felt like an eternity. Yeah, I love Attack on Titan.
Like for the longest
Junior
time,
High.
we did like even before or like even after it was already released over here on disc, we didn't know if there was going to be a season 2 yet.
Oh, we knew it was coming. It took them forever, and
like
then they
anytime
cucked us
now.
with the fucking CGI.
Anytime now.
Colossal
Another thing
Titan.
that I
Hey,
like
that's
to point
spoilers
out
for season 2. Don't get there.
is that when this came out, I felt like this was like an unprecedented thing for the English dub to bring together so many like different people from like
that too.
Texas and
From outside of
California. I was like,
Funimation, yeah.
Yeah.
the fuck?
I thought
Why
it was
is
annoying because Bryce
here?
Papenbrook was being shoved in everything as the lead character in like every Aniplex style. So there was like Fate, Unlimited Blade Works, Sword Art Online, and it's like, whose dick did he suck to get all these lead roles in the top billing?
I feel very fortunate that I think this is the first time I had ever heard his voice. So I still haven't watched the shows you brought up, Sword Art Online or anything. So
while I can with his voice, it feels like he's like, I don't know. It's like he peeks out at this like type register, and then like sometimes when it's really upset, he sounds like a really like a child, like I'm gonna be mad now.
Would you believe me, Footnum, if I said it sounds worse in Japanese?
Damn.
I like the
specifically.
I love
specifically. Like the normal voice, I think is significantly better in Japanese. But the whenever Aaron gets into his like
he's angry,
so
you're saying that in Japanese, Bryce Papenbrook when he's angry is being faithful. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, like it's actually less cringe and less.
Doesn't bother me one little bit.
Well,
but,
I can understand why it might bother other people, but for me, it doesn't bother me at all.
That's part of the character. So I was genuinely shocked because, like you established earlier, like this is like one of the touchstones that like brought together, you know, like people to watch anime. Like this was like the thing back in the day.
So I will say this. Now that I think about it, one other pet peeve I have about the dub is how they pronounce Mikasa.
Yeah,
Mikasa. I fucking hate that. Why is it so hard?
Dude, hold up. They have a special feature, if I remember correctly, that asks why Mikasa, like pronunciation. I don't remember their answer, but I'm pretty sure that's a feature. So you can get an answer.
Yeah, bullshit. Why Mikasa? Because we're retarded is the only answer.
We know
I'll take.
the answer.
I need to watch that feature now to find out.
Yeah, I actually don't really care for Mikasa as a character. Like, I don't take it or leave it. I think
her and Sasha were both like very freaking linear, and Sasha was like overly done. It's like, haha, it was funny the first time that she's the hungry character.
Sasha in the later seasons, like.
That's ironic because I hate Mikasa in the later seasons, but I like her.
The problem I have is that, to be fair, that's every fucking character in this show. They're a blank fucking slate aside from like maybe Annie and maybe Reiner, but like everybody else, who the fuck are you? These people die left and right, and I'm like, oh, I forgot who the fuck that was.
Dude, I'm at the part where Armin was about to get swallowed, and I'm just thinking to myself, up to this point, he's done nothing. So if he got swallowed, it would be like, I guess that sucks for you guys who are friends with him.
So speaking of which, I think the thing that I like about the show, in terms of the dub the most, is I think that the three characters that I feel really deliver a memorable experience are Armin, Aaron, and Hanji specifically. I feel like those characters, those voices, I feel like if I heard them outside of the show, it would be distracting because I associate them so heavily with the show. I don't know if Josh Greeley has
Jesse James Greeley.
Yeah, I don't know if she has done the Armin voice elsewhere, but I feel like
I feel like that's his normal voice. It's just in this one he's way more dramatic than every other role. Seemingly,
I just feel like it perfectly encapsulates that character design. Like it looks.
I think he did great too as Armin.
Mm-hmm.
That's the end of that thought.
Yeah.
And
I
again,
enjoyed him as Armin. I liked I mean, it's it's a whatever character, but Levi, I think
Matt Mercer, is that who it
Matt
is?
Mercer? Yeah, Matt Mercer did a fine job. As
Yeah,
Levi.
I think Levi's a great character. I just don't think that like his voice couldn't have been somebody else and equally as good. You know, I just think that like Armin, I can't imagine anybody else doing that. Like I can't picture him sounding any different.
Speaking of Armin,
good.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say Hanji, the
Zoe.
Well, like the crazy lady, you know, like kind of thing. I mean, I like the character. I think she's a little bit weird, you know what I mean? But like, I like the character overall. And
she's
weirdly,
more weird in the OVAs.
Well, weirdly, the thing that really sold me on the voice, like that really made me appreciate it, was the live action movie, where most of, if not all, the characters are reprising their role in the live action dub.
Wow.
Yeah, and she actually, like, when you hear her in the live action, it's literally just her voice from the show. But I don't know, that's the thing that triggered it for me. That's largely what makes the character for me, is the performance that who's the voice actor for her? Do you know?
For
nope.
them? Oh.
Let me look it up.
I haven't gone to that in my rewatch. Sorry.
It's Hange, right? Yeah, Hanji Zoe.
J-I-E?
Voiced by G-E.
When she captures the Titans and like is like
Bean and Hane, or
yeah,
Sonny and
like
Bean.
naming them and like talking to them as if they're people.
I mean, technically,
bring up the side Bean.
I feel like there's a couple times where I'm like, why are they just like being chilling when they're like on the brink of like devastation?
What do you mean?
Like there's Titans out there and all this stuff, and some of them are just like kind of fooling around, like even just like was it Sasha being all potato or so? Her stupid
Jessica
potato
Calvella.
offer cringed me.
Jessica Calvella voices Hanji.
No wonder I didn't know who it was.
Well, the Titans, like, they're a threat. If
they can catch you,
yeah.
Like if you're looking down at them from the top of the wall, I wouldn't be scared either.
Yeah, and even when you're outside the wall, if they're away from you, they're not like too bad. If it's like one or two of them, it's when there's like fucking 20 of them all surrounding you and it's nighttime, you know.
Yeah. So let me I don't want to like read them verbatim or anything, but I'm gonna pull up my tweets and share the link to them.
Is it that isn't there something where they don't move during the night?
Yeah, they're not nocturnal. They operate.
They're anti-ternal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
they're powered by the sun.
So I just posted for anybody who's wants to follow along, because I have a bunch of actual clips from the show to add context here. Obviously, I'm not going to show them during our watch club here, but that's the start of my tweet thread, and I'm just keeping them all in line as part of that thread.
Real quick, the thing I was going to say about, or wait, you were just linking it? I thought you were going to show the whole manifesto.
But I'm not going to go verbatim through. I'm just going to like use them as talking points to bring up things that I was thinking about when I was watching the show.
The quick thing I was going to say about Armin or whatever is that there's that one point where what's his name? Reinhard or whatever. So when Aaron's like, teach me the way of the ninja, there's like four of them, and it's like, the four of us are different from the others or whatever. I know he was talking about, I can't remember what he was talking about, but I was thinking, oh, does he mean you're all secretly Titans? Does that mean that Armin was the Titan? Or like, and I'm like, well, if all the Titans look very goddamn close to their counterparts of a Titan, does that mean the one that ate his mom is Armin? And that's my conspiracy theory. So I don't know if that's, maybe I'm exploring a plot twist that comes later.
It sounds like you're giving spoilers when you actually specifically said, let's not give spoilers.
Well,
I didn't confirm anything. This is my theory because I haven't seen past season 1.
Yeah, okay.
So you're gonna actually spoil him.
Like, I mean, he knows the Titan that mom is Armin. So
I have AIDS. Reese
No,
is
this is-
gay.
He's
I'm-
reverse spoiling him. Yes.
Reese, I hate when people do that. When people are like, "Oh yeah, this character dies," and then you're sitting there watching the movie and you're like anticipating, "Okay,
Yeah.
is this when the character dies? Is this?" And then it's like, "Oh, the character never died. I just said that."
Remember this moment.
You've ruined my watching of the show.
You've tainted my ability to experience organically the story.
Which
by,
I feel
by telling me something, even as a goof, right?
Yeah,
But,
which I feel like is at times I found myself not enjoying it because this is my second go round, and I'm watching for certain.
See,
plot
I
threads.
actually was thrilled watching it again, and
No, I
realizing,
know you were. I saw your tweets.
Yeah,
I
'cause
know you were, but I had the opposite experience. I feel like I was like,
well, because the thing is that, and I'll talk about this in more detail in a minute, but the concept of the show is that it does something that I have dubbed, based on J.J. Abrams' explanation, of adding things to the mystery box, right? And the show does this thing where it strings you along a little bit on creating like a desire to know more about a mystery as it's unfolding. And the thing that I found so profound about it is that as you get another key to understanding something about the mystery, upon rewatching the stuff where I had a completely different mindset at that point on how these dynamics and stuff work, the mystery repeatedly did not betray. Like the stuff happening wasn't betrayed by the reveal of the mystery.
That's
like it
why
actually works in line both when you don't know and also when you do know. And that was the most amazing thing about it, because a lot of times there are things where if it's a mystery, once you know the reveal, a lot of movies are not worth ever watching again, because the whole thing is the titillation of the mystery. And once you know it, then it doesn't mean anything. But when it's done in such a specific way where they actually give you things that are right in your face the whole time, and you're like, oh, that's so fucking clever. They filmed it in this extremely specific way so that even when you know, you're still appreciative of how they conveyed it.
So
I'm trying to
that's
think of
why
an
I've watched this.
example when that happened.
That's why I've
why you
watched this
watched it so many
season
times?
4 fucking times, because I watched it the first time, it was great, and then season 2 came out and they revealed a little bit of like things that like happen in season, like that give you a new perspective on season 1, and then, okay, I'll rewatch season 1 again, and then season 3 come out and it happened again, and season 4 and it happened again, and so every time you've gotten more context over what the events that are taking place in season 1 are, and it's like, oh shit, like not only has this guy thought about all of this before he started writing, like he mapped this whole fucking masterpiece out.
Yeah.
Maybe except the very ending, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
and I haven't even gotten there yet, so I don't know. Like, that's the thing I'm apprehensive about. Like, fucking stick the landing, please. Dear God. I literally, because I've started tweeting so much about Attack on Titan, it's somehow in my cookies or something, in my algorithm, to where a YouTube video popped up that says, I wish I had never started Attack on Titan. And the picture is of Aaron from season 4, and I'm like, you bastard. I am determined to give it a chance.
No, he did amazing at the weaving of plot threads and keeping the mystery intriguing. Like the whole thing about like what's in the cellar, that driving force for the first 1.5 seasons at least. The whole thing with his dad at the beginning, where you're like, what the fuck happened to his dad, and what was that?
I want to
with
bring
the
that up
syringe
here in a
thing,
little bit,
and, like,
but
So I do want to say something real quick. Greenline, have you seen season 2?
I have.
Okay, everybody has seen season 2 except for Footnote, right?
Correct.
Okay, Footnote. When I share screen, there is a
You may come
spoiler
back.
for season 2 in the text. So just don't read anything on screen. Okay? And
I
you're
will
fine. I won't verbalize what it is.
I will
do
cover
my-
up the screen.
Yes, I think that would be wise. Okay, so I want to showcase just a little bit, just sort of my thought process. And I was like tweeting these as I was, watching the show. Like literally, I would pause and I would spend like a half hour or more crafting my thoughts on this and trying to articulate what I was thinking. But basically, the main point here is I've thoroughly enjoyed the rewatch. Like I think I have appreciated it more now than even the first time I watched it. And it's obviously it's building on itself each time. But one of the things that I really, really like about it is how well they convey the hopelessness that the characters feel at different moments, right? And particularly, I was talking about in this scene where the guy loads the gun, right?
Yep.
And they're like, that's not any good. And then he uses it to just end his own fucking life.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
and
I was
then
convinced,
over here.
I'm still convinced that he's loading it to, from the start. He's loading it to end his own life.
Yeah.
That's just...
And then
well, hold up. You said the hopelessness thing. That's what I mean by like there's these silly goof off slice of life-esque moments. That's why I'm like, well, why is it hopeless and then just like whoopsie doopsie all this stuff? They're not like
because they're
Doomer's
being
like
surrounded
But
by
you
like
don't kill yourself before you get to the end. And they lose all of their customers. So at this moment, this happens after we see Aaron save Armin and sacrifice himself.
Yeah.
So the perspective of things when you're watching it for the first time is that the hero of the story is dead.
Yeah.
Right? So not only is the cast of characters being put into a hopeless scenario, but you yourself as the audience feels like it's hopeless now. Because
did you actually think that he was dead?
The first time I watched it, I mean, I didn't know what to believe. I just didn't. I was certainly shocked that it happened. It's not even so much about him possibly, surviving. It's the fact that his arm and leg are gone.
Yeah.
Right. That fucking changes things, and that puts you in a frame of mind where it's like, holy fuck. Like,
even if he survives, he's not going to.
Damn, I wasn't expecting that. Where is he going to go from here? Even like Armin is the one who's good at strategy. Aaron is the one who's only like the only thing driving him is an intense desire to destroy the Titans. So if he loses his arm and leg, like other than prosthetics, I can't see this going well going forward. Like I am dying to see what happens. I don't know if he survived. I don't know if the story's actually going to now be about Mikasa. I have no fucking idea what's going to happen. Right. And so at this point, you see Jean and Connie and all of them, and they literally are basically out of gas for their ODM gear. And the people that they are supposed to get the restock of gas from are holed up in the Capitol or in the weapons depot area. And that's also being overrun by Titans. It's a completely fucking hopeless scenario. And one of the things that I absolutely love about this show is that it fully convinces me the only other show I have ever seen do something this well is Zippon, convincing you that yes, one battle cruiser or missile destroyer, whatever the fuck you call the ship from modern day, being sent back to the past actually could turn the tides in World War II. That's the only other show that has convinced me so thoroughly of something. What this show does is it shows how morale changes everything on the battlefield. That the ability for somebody to raise morale and rally the troops makes all the fucking difference in a life or death situation on the battlefield like this. And so you watch as Jean and Connie and all of them are lamenting the fact that they have been given the order to retreat and they literally can't. They don't have enough gas to even get over the wall to be able to get to safety. They are fucked. And they're fucked because people that need to give them the resources have become too scared, and also little do they know, but also overrun by the fact that the supply room has a bunch of 4-meter Titans in it, right? So it's an absolutely hopeless scenario, and the show, better than anything else I've ever seen, conveys that and makes you feel absolutely hopeless. And I talk a little bit about the fact that even in the first episode, the show masterfully sets up that because they haven't seen Titans in 100 years, the garrison unit's getting drunk, the people on gate duty, right? They're just getting drunk. They have no concept of the threat of the Titans. So they are woefully ill-prepared when the attack comes. That also perfectly sets up the fact that because of the carnage in Shiganshina, that each person in this photo here would sign up because they've got nothing else. Their entire home is destroyed. They can't go back there. And the thing, even more than, and this is the thing I fucking love about the writing, is that not only are they displaced, but they're displaced into an area that already is having a famine. And so all of these people are strained on the resources to the point where it actually becomes advantageous for the government to create scenarios where more death is occurring in order to ease the strain so it doesn't implode everything. Like, it actually creates a very clear picture as just how horrifying it would be to have an event like this occur. Beyond that, you know, it perfectly makes sense to me, given what happened, why Eren would have this deep-seated hatred. I talk a little bit here about Mikasa having her own backstory, why she's so devoted to Eren. One of the things that I really love about the show is how every single time you see Mikasa after the flashback, she's
gooning. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Is she not gooning to him every single?
But she's wearing that scarf in every single shot, and that signifies her devotion to Eren, right? Which is like sort of her motivating factor.
That's her only character trait.
I agree, and I think she's. I do not care for her character as much as most of the other ones. I know for some reason, like when I went to see the Attack on Titan recap movie in the first episode of season 1 with Duo, he was like gushing all over Mikasa, his favorite character. I just personally not my favorite character. I mean, I don't dislike her, but I just think that, you know, I just don't think there's a lot of substance there. It's more like waifu syndrome or whatever. So
I find it kind of weird that it's like she's this insane like badass and everything and great. It's
but there's a reason for that.
I know it's the power of anime, but
no, it's not the power of anime. It's the power of Ackerman. She and Levi are from a specific bloodline that has like a I don't know if it's like a heightened reflex ability or something, but it's like deliberately written into the story that they specifically are extremely gifted with the ODM gear and whatnot. The drunk guy was a scout in episode 1 AC. His drinking was in part due to the experience with the Titans. Hannes? Yeah. Hannes is part of the garrison unit, is he not? In that? He's got he's got the rose.
He wasn't in episode. He wasn't a scout in episode 1. I think you might be thinking of Shadis.
Yeah. So Hannes here is the guy I'm referring to who is drinking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, is he voiced by David Wald in the 4th season?
I don't think he's in the 4th season.
Oh yeah, I don't
know.
Is he?
David Wald departed after the 4th season aired, so.
Mikasa was.
Well, I don't think
I like Mikasa.
Showed up in the 4th season.
I like Mikasa until she got her haircut. Then it was like,
Wait a minute. So you mean this haircut, like from this hair to the short hair that she has in the scouts, or in the cadets?
No. When she gets a haircut in like the 3rd and 4th season.
Okay. Hey, do you want to PNG tube your way through this, Footnote?
What?
So do you want to turn on your PNG tuber thing so we can test?
Sure, one sec. Can we just don't scroll the thing?
So in season or in that same episode where I was talking about where it feels absolutely hopeless because Jean and all of them have been given the signal to retreat, but they can't. I just this specific shot from the thing, I made a GIF out of it. I love this shot. I don't know what it is specifically about it, but the choice to do the rotation like this and everything, it captivates to me. Like it catalyzes the turning point in this battle that all of a sudden they go from feeling hopeless to feeling like this is something that they actually can accomplish together, right? And this was just a really hype moment for me in the episode. And then
So
I shared
wasn't
this
just
part
in the opening.
What's also in the opening, yeah. But and then this part right here is Marco talking to Jean about him being a good leader, right? And Jean doesn't want to be seen as a leader, right? Jean, by the way, is my favorite character in the series. And he doesn't want to be seen as a leader. And I had this to say about the thing here, because he basically tells Marco, never talk about me that way again, right? And Marco says, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but the reason I think you're a good leader is not because you're strong, it's because you know what it is to be weak, right? And he basically pats him on the back a little bit. But I mentioned
when Marco died, did you realize it was Marco?
Is that in season 1?
They make it clear that it's Marco when
they do.
Yeah, Jean talks about
the
him.
first time.
Like, do you mean did I realize it was this guy?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I realized that the first time
I didn't.
around.
I sure.
The only way I knew it was him was when they said, "Oh, that was Marco." I was like, "Oh."
Yeah.
I thought in
time I
season 1 it was
watched
like
this, I didn't notice.
I could have sworn John died in season 1 or whatever near the
Okay.
end. He was like
So-
the only, or is it Marco?
So I should be
I
very
don't
careful
remember
about
the
this actually, because Putnam, I assume you have only seen season 1 means you have not also watched the OVAs that take place during season 1.
No, I haven't seen the OVAs
Okay.
yet.
I'll try to be careful about this then. I will just say, and I'll save the more like thorough conversation about this till later, but when Marco dies, you see him in his like death look, like that shot of him where he's like hunched up against the thing and it's like his gums are all pulled away from his teeth and everything. I legitimately for years believed something happened to him unrelated to the Titans. I believed like the way he looked compared to every other person we've seen, I was convinced there was a secondary mystery there that was eventually going to get resolved. And I like literally the mystery had been solved at some point. They literally tell you something in season 1. And because my mental track was on the range that something specific and paranormal or something had happened to him, it went right over my head when they reveal it in season 1, what happened to him. And it wasn't until I watched the OVAs that I was like, oh, that's it? Really? Like,
Also, as a letdown.
no, it's just they literally tell you what happens at the end of season 1. I didn't imagine it the way that, like, they say it in a way that doesn't convey the actual visceral reality of it. They say it in a way. It's at the part where when they're trying to coax Annie into the subterranean city and she's refusing to go down there. And they bring up the fact that the reason that she was able to slip under the, like she was able to kill the Titans that were in captivity without getting noticed is because her gear passed inspection. But the reason it passed inspection is because it was Marco's.
Mm-hmm.
So the indication is
she used Marco's.
Well, they say that her gear passed the inspection, but the gear that she presented in the inspection was Marco's. And that's how Armin was able to tell that it wasn't hers, because he helped Marco to do maintenance on it. And he recognized the scratches and patterns of wear on it.
Yeah.
Oh,
wait.
Because he was having a hard
Does
time.
she have some like Titan exclusive gear that wouldn't pass inspection?
No. She used her own gear.
They were checking to see which gear was used. They were checking to see like which one was like worn and which one had like been recently used, because they weren't supposed to have been used.
Yeah. So she used her own gear that she was familiar with and had like, when you go to the gun range, you want to fire your own gun because it's the one that you use. You're used to the sights and the way it kicks or whatever, versus using another person's gun that might be the same make and model, but like the sights aren't lined up exactly right the same way as yours are that you're used to shooting, right? So she used her own gear to kill Sonny and Bean, and Marco's gear is the one that she presented when they asked for everybody to present their stuff so that they could try to get to the bottom of who killed them, right? So she presented Marco's gear, which she hadn't used, and she presented it as though it was hers, right? Now, that is supposed to indicate to the viewer, although it went right over my head, that she kills Marco, or at least she lets him die by taking his gear in the moment when he's when they're in Trost during that conflict. Like in the OVA, I'll give you a tiny minor spoiler. It's like a blink and you miss it scene at the beginning of one of the OVAs. But they actually, like, Reiner's holding Marco, and Annie takes the gear from him, right? Like, they actually steal it from him. So anyway,
oh my God. That is not a minor spoiler.
That's not
at all. That is a major spoiler.
Something that's on screen that I'm not seeing. Are you referring to?
Shut up.
No, it's something he should not have said.
Move past it. He didn't notice. I'll be more careful. It's all right. Anyway, so in this moment when Marco is telling Jean, right? I mentioned that the reason I feel like Jean is one of the most important characters is because he's the most relatable to the audience, right? I said all of us have felt anger like Aaron's, but we don't live in it, letting it consume us like he does. We've all experienced the devotion Mikasa feels for a loved one, but few of us are ever called to test that devotion in life or death situations. Many of us are intelligent like Armin, but we aren't forced to strategize under the crushing pressure of having our friends' lives on the line. Jean, on the other hand, isn't special in the traditional sense. He doesn't have extraordinary strength. He doesn't have unshakable loyalty or a genius mind. He's just a regular person trying to survive. He doesn't want to be a leader. He doesn't crave responsibility, and at times actively resents the burdens thrust upon him. But that's exactly what makes Jean so compelling. He's an example of what it means to rise to the occasion, not because he's fearless or driven by some lofty ideal, but because circumstances force him to grow. He makes mistakes, he questions himself, and he doubts his own abilities. Yet, he still steps up when it matters most. Jean represents the part of us that hesitates, that wants to run or pass the responsibility to someone else. And yet, when the time comes, he shows that even an ordinary person can make a difference. That's what makes him one of the most human characters in the entire series. Also, R.I.P. Marco.
Just to clarify, so Jean isn't the guy that dies near the end of season 1?
Right.
No,
That's Marco?
Near the end of season 1?
It was like near the end of season 1 that there
Marco
was like
dies in like episode 8.
Yeah.
Here,
Like,
let's pull up a picture of dead
Levi
Marco. You'll
Squad
recognize
dies
him.
in the forest.
Hold on. All I'm saying is, so Jean's alive.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
once
Jean
season
is
1
alive.
or he's alive. That's all I'm asking. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I remember there's only like one person of note in the Spider-Man crew that dies or whatever.
Petra, no!
Well, that's from Levi's squad, and all of them died. Let me pull up.
Which I think, like, I'll be real.
Oh, I see.
I think they did a
you guys
much
are
better
already
job with
loading up
Levi's
images.
squad.
Nice. Go ahead.
And their deaths. I think they did a better job with Levi's squad and their deaths versus like the fucking no names that I couldn't be bothered to remember at the beginning of the.
Yeah, a lot of the characters at the beginning are like the guy who has the girlfriend.
Yeah.
And she's like, help me. He's not breathing. I can't get him to breathe. It's like the bottom half of that guy's gone. He
Yeah.
ain't going to start breathing, you know?
But like these people are being picked off, and I'm like, oh no, that who are you again? Fuck.
Yeah, well, that's because you don't have any time with them. And
Yeah.
you don't have any reason to believe.
I
See,
feel
the
like
thing-
that's the only way he could get away with this perpetual cycle of like what you were describing earlier of like putting them in the most hopeless situations. Because like, okay, but are they gonna just what do you call it, bait and switch it, where it's like, oh, actually no, they're fine, completely fine, or there's consequences and they have enough fodder that they can actually kill off to make it like, okay, there's some, like that guy that got smacked out of the air, the guy that got I guess Aaron's leg in that scene,
old guy,
which I'll return to that scene with my slideshow. But
oh, is this yours? Okay, yeah. So this is Marco. He's dead in like.
Am I allowed
this is
to look
from
at the
episode
screen?
13? Yeah, you can look
Do
at
I have
the screen.
permission?
Yeah. This guy, by the way, first time watching, I didn't even realize who this fucker was.
That's
Upon
what
my
I was saying,
rewatch.
like-
That looks like a
I-
Levi bootleg.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. They call him Marco, so I know his name is Marco, but I didn't realize that I had been seeing him a whole bunch through the beginning of the series. Like
Yeah.
specifically that scene with Jean, right? And that's why it fucks with Jean so much, is because Marco had told him like it was and made him realize that he has a duty he doesn't want to have as a leader of this group, and I think it's a rough position for Jean to be in because he's not as skilled as Mikasa. He's not as smart as Armin. He's not as driven as Eren, but he still finds himself in the position to have to lead all these people, and it doesn't feel like a position that should be given to him, but he has to because there's nobody else in that moment, especially.
So being a normie is his superpower?
Just being able to actually, make it count, like show up when nobody else is there to pick up the mantle and somebody's got to do it. So I do it, So I mentioned that after everything that you experience in episodes 7 and 8, just when you think you're catching your breath, they hit you with this, which is the moment where Eren emerges from the back of the Attack Titan. And Mikasa swings down and hugs him and listens for his heartbeat and hears it. And then just starts bawling, right? Like each one of us are feeling this like hopelessness, and all of a sudden there's hope. And then you realize that the person you thought was dead, the main character of the series, like it reminds me of the moment. Have you guys seen Clannad?
No.
You have not seen Clannad. Never mind.
I know
it reminds me of the ending to Clannad. How about that? We'll just leave it at that. All right?
I know the ending of Clannad.
Yeah, well, maybe some other people don't, so don't spoil it, Reese. You dumbass.
Well, I'm not
real quick though. What did you just say? So I've programmed my brain so it's like every time there's something that's making it seem like, oh yeah, the main character dies or something like that, I'm like, well, it's episode 4. I'm totally sure the author intended to kill the character here. That's it. He's done, though.
Oh,
right.
So it would be one thing.
No, what?
It would be
Are you
one
being?
thing.
Are you saying that sarcastically?
No, he's saying it sarcastically. It would be one thing if this was an ass pull, right? It would be one thing if this was a haha, just kidding, haha, like in the ending to that My Hero Academia movie where they give you perhaps the greatest writing the show has ever seen. And then say, haha, just kidding, he passed out, so it doesn't count, right? It would be one thing to give me an ass pull. But this one I feel like really works because it was by design and integral to the entire story from the beginning.
Yeah,
right?
If you get later in the show, like you see that this was actually set up before the story started. Like obviously, like maybe that's obvious, but like in episode 1, there's stuff that lets you know that this was going to happen.
I'm still angry at certain parts. Bear in mind, like I know it, but like there's still parts
like
that are
the
just,
mysterious injection or whatever.
So I pointed that out to Footnum because we were talking about it on Discord while I'm watching it, and I'm like, I could have sneezed and I would have missed an entire like flashback with Eren having the key in episode 2, or excuse me, I think that was episode 3. I wouldn't have even noticed. It's a blink and you fucking miss it. Such an important like factoid of the show that he has the key. I wouldn't have even known. If I had like looked away briefly.
Yeah, I don't think you're meant. I don't think you're meant to actively know all the time that he has the key. You're supposed to hear about the key, and you're supposed to remember the part where Dr. Jaeger told him when I get back, I'll tell you. What?
I'm quoting him. He's like, remember the key.
He's just making fun.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying, like, I wish they would have put more importance on just a tad, but like lingered on the scene just a bit more with the key or with something else that.
See, that's the thing. I don't think the key is as important as the cellar is. In that scene.
Right.
Well,
I'm in
set up
cellar.
that he has
the solution to the Titan.
When you realize who had the key beforehand, right? And you're like, wait, I missed an entire sequence where it's like, oh, that's when that happened. Okay. Well, if I looked away or if I had
I think you're remembering it wrong. Early in the series, there's like a flashback to Eren's dad leaving and saying like I have to take care of something.
Yes,
but when I get back, I'll give you a
Yeah, but Greenlight's talking about the other scene.
I know
where he's passed out.
I know. he says, "I'll give you a yeah." So it's in the part where he's no, it is in the part I'm thinking of. So early on in the show, there's a part where he says, "When I get back, I'll show you what I've been doing in the cellar or whatever." So I forget exactly how he phrased it. So in your mind, it's okay. There's the cellar, right? And then you're meant to forget about that intentionally. I don't even think you see him get the key there.
No, you don't.
You're meant
to get the key. That's
he
what
doesn't
he's saying.
get the key.
You're
there,
meant to
but-
let that go out of your mind so you can focus on other aspects of the story. And this is why I think that the mystery box is there, but it's not like a constant beating you over the head with the mystery.
I don't know. He kind of beat him over the head when he's like, "Aaron, don't forget the
let me rephrase this then.
Hold on.
The
the part where the key comes into play is in the part where Kit's is going to shoot them with the cannon after this scene.
No.
Yes.
No,
I'm talking about setup.
He's talking about the flashback.
I'm talking about the flashback.
He's like in between after the attack happens and before he signs up for the thing. They do the flashback of him talking to his dad and then his dad with the little syringe, and then he says like, "You got to remember the key." Blah blah blah.
The truth lies in blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
go to the cellar. Find the cellar.
Yeah, he says, "I'm sorry for the I'm sorry for like there's no time kind of thing."
Yeah.
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 So most of that flashback is actually in the part with the cannon. When Kit throws his arm down to like indicate like fire, shoot.
That happens during that scene.
Yeah. So he puts his arm down and in the moment his arm is coming down, Mikasa grabs Eren and yells for Armin to get up against the wall or whatever, because she's gonna try to use the
also
OEM
that guy, that fucking general guy drove me nuts.
Yeah,
I hate that.
Hold on, real quick. So as she grabs Eren, she grabs him with such force that he like lunges forward from getting grabbed in the stomach, and the key comes out of his shirt on the necklace. That's the first time you see that he has the key.
No, it isn't.
I'm so goddamn
the first
confused.
Time you see again, because it's a blink and you miss it, because this is set up for future stuff.
You're saying this
It's
isn't
blink
episode 2,
and you miss it. There's a scene right after the attack on Chiganshina when they're in the refugee camp, when Grisha is like there's they cut to a scene where Grisha's like trying to get back to the town or to the city or whatever. He like left, right? He's trying to get back because he's saying to himself, to the audience, "Hey, Mikasa, Eren," and I forget his wife's name, but please be okay.
Yeah.
You know, he's wishing that they're okay. And then we get Eren's flashback. Eren wakes up. They're refugees. They're trying to get food. This is the scene where they're trying to get food for the first time.
So what episode is this? Episode 2?
I think it's 2.
I want to say it's 3, but it could be 2.
I'll pull up both just so I can scrub through it real quick.
It's either 2 or 3 at 14:05.
All right, that makes this easy. 14:05.
But so Greenland, I understand that you're like, but like I blink and I miss it, and I
because
that was such an important
setup.
detail.
Like as you see, even Brad missed it. It's like,
I get that. I get that but it makes rewatching it so much better.
Yeah, it makes me angry rewatching it. It's just like, why would
because you have to rewatch this. This is a show you literally have to rewatch.
I shouldn't have to rewatch anything.
No. You're misunderstanding. What he's saying isn't that you don't get the full experience the first time. What he's saying is that the actual value of the show is that each time you rewatch it, it improves your overall experience.
Because of the later reveals.
Yeah.
Right? Like the later reveals recontextualize the first season so much that you have to rewatch it. Like, in order to get everything out of this series, you should go back after you've watched the later seasons and rewatch the first season with the context of what you know now. And therefore, it gives you a lot more opportunity to see these small little scenes that you miss.
And even from the very first scene in the series, The very first
is it because you feel cheated? Like that was a cheap way to make me artificially feel like, oh my god,
I
it's
feel
surprise.
cheated. I do. To a certain extent, because I understand looking back and being like, that's what that was. Holy fucking shit, that's amazing. I get that aspect.
Let me ask Footnum a question. So you're familiar with Aaron and Annie, having watched the first season.
No.
And they mention in the first season that they suspect that other Titans that we've seen are also people, yeah?
What? Well, no. Sorry. Say the question again.
Okay. I want to present something to you that is not actually a spoiler. I just want to make sure that it's not gonna affect.
That might be in season 2.
So I know the reveal is in season 2, but the point is that
the concept is kind of like
the concept is
apparent that
right?
people are Titans too.
Well, that for example, Aaron turns into a Titan, Annie turns into a Titan.
Yeah, there could be others.
So in the first season,
I wonder who the armored Titan is.
Right. So
looks
I mentioned
nothing like a person that we might see in the series.
I said, say what you will about J.J. Abrams, but his concept of the mystery box taps into an innate part of storytelling, even if he hasn't always wielded it perfectly. In Lost, for instance, the issue seems to have been writing mysteries without knowing the answers in advance, hoping to discover the brilliance along the way. That's a very risky approach, and it always falters when the payoff doesn't live up to the buildup, right?
Yeah, that's
Attack
my
on
one
Titan.
complaint about J.J. Abrams. It's like you have to have answers to these mysteries that just like otherwise.
Attack on Titan, by contrast, showcases how mysteries can be masterfully executed when the answers are planned from the beginning. Hajime Izuyama's deliberate approach ensures that the mysteries are purposeful and strategically placed. Clues are left in plain sight, but only make sense in hindsight, creating a rich, rewarding experience. Take, for example, the Colossal Titan's first appearance. Before it materializes, there's a lightning strike. This is a GIF.
I don't think there is in the manga.
Is there not?
I don't think so. I double checked one shot specifically with the manga, and on my way there, I just curiously was looking at how different the intro was, and holy crap, there's like,
I read the beginning. So
yeah, they go like right into the second Colossal Titan attack.
Yeah, so I could have used that as well, because that's how well the lore is established and everything. But later on, in when the Colossal Titan just randomly shows up again, and Aaron tries to kill him, and they learn about the heat coming off of the steam and everything, the Titan just disappears in a puff of smoke or steam, right? So that indicates to the viewer, well, fuck, this is not like a normal Titan that we've seen, right? But it is a little bit like Aaron and Annie, right? So it's conveying to you, even from the very first fucking episode, they're keeping the lore and world building rules intact, right? So I said, take, for example, the Colossal Titan's first appearance. Before it materializes, there's a lightning strike, an otherwise unremarkable detail that later becomes crucial to understanding Titan transformations. This attention to consistency in the mechanics makes the reveal of where the Colossal Titan came from hit harder. With a keen eye, you realize the enemy is among them even before they do. Other mysteries...
Well, real quick... I was going to say, before you advance from that one, what regarding the mystery box thing, that's kind of like what my main complaint was, like when I first watched it. It's like, okay, so there's all these questions, but it really is a make or break on the answers to the question. So I don't know how to feel about like how great it is, because if the answer,
and this is what I'm saying, you're having a very unique experience that the rest of us are not going to have, because you are going to go into season 2 fresh for the first time. This will be your first time experiencing season 2. So when we get to season 2 and we start to talk about some of the stuff that Random 11 and I are talking about, where it's like, it's mind blowing to see it again, knowing the stuff that you're going to learn in season 2, it's going to recontextualize things, as Randy put it, from season 1. And that, because I remember previously when we had offhandedly mentioned Attack on Titan, you described how much you hated the show the first time we had talked about it. Like when we had sort of it had come up on podcast before. And I think that
literally because of the thing you're describing, because you're like, each layer you peel off yields yet another mystery. And I'm like, that makes me so pissed off. I want one goddamn like concrete answer that isn't just well.
There
Shit,
is
here's
a
bunch-
concrete answer though.
The
That's the
concrete
thing.
answer every step. It's not like a fucking Scientology where they tell you this is how everything works, and then once you get your super Xenu level wizardry, then they say we lied. That's not how it works. It's actually this. It's not really like
Okay,
that. Like the way
let me
it builds up is
rephrase
fucking
this.
unbelievable.
So, for example, the basement. I remember for years and years, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, what's in the basement?" And or okay, whatever. What's in the mother's basement? Well, actually, I have a real quick side question. Do you need a key to get there if you can turn into a Titan and punch it? But anyway, that's besides the point.
But think about it. Think about it for a second. He was given the key before what happens when the Colossal Titan kicks in the wall. So the intention was that he needed to get to the cellar for a specific reason, and the idea was that he would be able to get there.
No, he was given the key after.
It was after.
This timeline,
in between,
the timeline with the key is actually kind of like I was bringing it up to Greenline as well. The sequencing just was weird because, like, yeah,
okay. I don't want to spoil.
I'll wrap up what
I
was saying.
I think that the reasoning for the key will make sense once you get to the cellar and understand what the key's actually used for. It's not I don't. If I remember correctly, I'm kind of hazy on it. I don't think it's a key to the door.
No,
it's a key to the door.
Okay, Reese. Okay, Reese. Okay, Reese. Look, that was a very unimportant point. I was just making a side meme.
Okay.
So anyway, when you get to the cellar, I'm anticipating it's going to be like the One Piece where we get to it. You've been blue balled for so long, you're going to be like, okay, that's another mystery thing. And then, I don't know, maybe there's going to be more freaking mysteries, even though they said the truth lies there. But more than that, though, by the time we get there, there's going to be other like pertinent mysteries that are imminently like relevant that you're like, wait, okay. What about that?
Let me ask the host.
So that you get to the cellar, that'll be revealed, and you'll be like, okay, but what about that one? It's like a dopamine addict. You're going for the next high. You're like, what about that mystery? Well,
let me ask a quick question.
So fatigued.
Let me ask a quick question for the rest of the hosts. They get to the cellar in season 2, right?
I want to say season 3.
No,
season 3.
Season 3. Yeah.
Okay. So I will just say, I think season 2, which is a short, like half season.
Yeah, 12 episodes.
It's a good season, but you will feel unfulfilled.
No, season 2's ending was great. Fuck you.
Okay, hold on.
We'll get to that later.
Hold on.
But hold on. No, it doesn't really matter.
Real quick. Real quick. I need to say.
Go ahead.
What I remember there being moments in season 2, particularly the ending, where I was like, "What the fuck was that?" And I honestly believed it jumped the shark, and there's no way that it could improve. And then the rationale given in season 3 completely validated what they do, and I'm like, okay, I'm back in the roller coaster. Like I am 100% on board with what you're doing. Like this is crazy. I never expected this, but I'm game. If I remember correctly, I actually don't remember what's in the cellar, to be honest with you. But I remember when
I remember how insignificant it is.
Hold
by
on.
The time you get
I
to it,
do remember when I first watched it being underwhelmed by what's in the cellar. However,
really,
if you tell me that that's at the end of season 3, then I'm in my head now realizing, just like the end of season 2, it's probably going to feel like a what the fuck that's it or whatever.
And then season 4 is going to be like, shit, it is the key to the truth of everything.
So the thing that the cellar,
and you have the benefit of not having to wait. Okay, because you can now marathon the entire goddamn thing in one go.
The real oh shit thing at the end of season 3 is after they get to the cellar because of what they get to in the cellar.
I honestly cannot remember anything from season 3 other than episode 1 and then something else that I won't bring up.
But no, it is a mystery after mystery, okay? But there is an end to the mystery, and it was all planned out except maybe the very, very end. But like For 90% of this story, it was all planned out, and the mysteries build, and they're concrete. It's not like Lost, where they're like fucking making it up as they go along.
I haven't even seen Lost. I just continually use it as an example of all the that it's not doing.
So trust the process and keep watching. Secondly, have you been spoiled on anything from season 2
or beyond?
I'm guessing the insert character here is the Armor Titan. That's the only the CG Titan.
Have you been spoiled on anything, or are you just guessing at what these things are?
That first one's a guess, which I'm pretty sure isn't a guess.
Well, what is insert spoiler then?
If it's Reinhardt looks like the Armor Titan. That's just my opinion, bro. But then you got I hear the Colossal Titan CG. Big spoiler.
Big spoiler.
That is
big spoiler.
It is CG.
Okay.
It is
I want to address a couple comments here real quick. The Kotichi says Mikasa is one of my favorites, but there are better characters. I'll have to check again, but he was there when the walls fell. So
he pissed out when he saw the Titan that ate Aaron's mom. Obviously he's seen Titans, but that doesn't mean.
So I'm just saying, in the opening to the show, they specifically say humans have not seen a Titan for 100 years.
No, that's not true.
That's what the opening dialogue thing says.
Well, it might say that, but it's talking about the people in the walls.
People in the walls. That's fine. Regardless, the point is that the garrison.
And if he was a garrison, he would have been in the walls, so he wouldn't have. Yeah, he would be included in that. Yes.
Even if he was a garrison, like they train outside the walls too.
Regardless, the point.
I don't think so.
Stands.
I think only the scouts are allowed to go outside.
The point still stands. The belief,
at least they go up
security the walls have provided still makes sense. That he would feel as though there's no reason to fear anything because he's been given the chance to be inside the walls where it's safe. He thinks in his mind, there's no way I'm in any danger. It's like, imagine you're in a shark cage and you built it yourself and it's made out of this fucking steel that nothing can bend. And
it's hilarious when the shark crushes those fucking things.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, a fucking giant ass great white shows up and bites that shark cage and bends that shit. And all of a sudden, you shit your scuba suit, okay? Because all of a sudden, something you believed could not happen just fucking happened, and it's your ass, right?
Okay.
Do you have a source on this? Because as far as I remember, the only people that were allowed to go outside are the scouts. I'll trust you.
Which is the specific reason why Aaron is so interested in becoming a scout.
Yeah.
Because he believes in... Because he believes in the freedom of experiencing the outside world. Like he views life inside the walls like being a bird stuck in a cage. That's specifically why the Wings of Freedom matter. Because goddamn, the world building is so fucking rich, isn't it? Like just the concepts of it. Also, no, I won't spoil this yet. I'm glad. I will say one thing. I was minorly spoiled. I was spoiled on something to do in season 3 that I legitimately thought ruined my experience of that moment. And even though I was spoiled, it still kicked my ass in where the story actually went with this minor detail. I was given a piece, a line. I saw somebody say something on Twitter and I was fucking pissed. And I literally sat down and decided to marathon up to that point to make sure that I wouldn't be spoiled on anything else. And I'm so fucking glad that I did, because it taught me that even when you think you've been spoiled in this show, you haven't.
Wow.
And that was the thing that blew my fucking mind in season 3.
Yeah, when I found out Aaron was a Titan before I watched Attack on Titan, it turned out he wasn't just a Titan, he was a Titan.
I did not watch.
I didn't know
Attack
he was
on
a Titan
for years after it came out. I didn't watch it when it first came out. I waited. I had the discs. I watched it on Blu-ray, and I watched it on Blu-ray. And I had gone to Anime Expo for at least a year, where everybody was cosplaying as the Survey Corps and people walking around in skin suits as
it's not. Hold on. Time out. It is
he
not.
knows how to say it.
Survey Corps. Yes, I got it. Whatever. I saw people in the brown jackets and everything, right? Running around Anime Expo. Like fucking everybody's dressed up as that. And then I saw a ton of people dressed up as Titan Eren. I didn't know that was Eren in his Titan form. I knew it was from Attack on Titan. And
you just thought it was a Titan.
I didn't know. Like, and it's one of those things where, like, I know for a fact I've been spoiled on things in season 4, but as an adult with so much shit going on in my life, those spoilers go in, make me upset, and then before I know it, they've left, and I can't even remember what they are now. Like,
It's probably because there's so many friggin' mysteries. So, real quick, I want to rephrase it for Random 11. I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's kind of like I'm getting a millimeter of progress at a time. So
you have the benefit of being able to binge the whole fucking show, okay?
Yeah, and this is the thing. You can describe it as a millimeter, right? But this is the thing that Random 11 and I are geeking out about, is the fact that infinitesimal millimeter recontextualizes everything in the show that you've seen up to that moment. Everything. And that makes such a goddamn difference.
You know what makes it even worse is that fucking Wit decided to fuck season 1 up and put that stupid scene where she's embroidering the stupid Ackerman shit instead of getting the tattoo like she was fucking supposed to. Grr!
So what he's describing is, do you remember in the flashback?
He told me before the stream.
That's what we were talking about before the podcast.
For the audience, so the audience knows. In the scene early on, when Mikasa's parents are killed, she is embroidering, like stitching an embroidery with her mom. And they talk about it being a special technique passed down by the Ackerman line or whatever, right? And in the manga, I guess she gets a tattoo instead. And the tattoo is something that is like unique to the Ackermans or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. And I assume that's going to, I mean, even though obviously her name is Mikasa Ackerman and Levi's name is Levi Ackerman, I assume eventually that's going to become relevant. Right. Yeah. That they're both Ackermans and maybe they both have the tattoo or some shit. I don't know.
Well,
I haven't gotten season 4. I have no idea.
I actually don't think Levi even has the tattoo. It's
Okay,
something specific to Mikasa. Anyway, the point is, it was in the first, again, ChatGPT said it was chapter 6, but it was definitely within the first 10 chapters that this shit was revealed, and it became relevant because obviously everything's fucking relevant in the first few volumes. It's like, why did you fucking change that? It's so annoying. And then, small spoiler, obviously, it's not really a spoiler because it was revealed in chapter 6 or whatever. But like when they do bring it up back at the end in season 4 or whatever, and they're like, "Oh yeah, Mikasa's had this tattoo this whole time." It's like, what? Like if you're watching the anime, you're like, when? How is this a thing? You're telling me that every scene in the anime that she's had her arm out, there's been a tattoo? Have they been covering the tattoo?
Okay,
no.
Right,
like even and the annoying thing about Mappa is not only did they just decide, well, fuck the whole embroidery thing, we're just gonna go with the tattoo thing from the manga. They weren't even consistent in the 4th season. There's scenes with her arm out, like visible where there should be the tattoo and there isn't.
That sounds like a Mappa problem, not a Wit problem.
Yeah, but Wit chose to not put the scene in. Fuck them for that one decision. I don't know why. I guess they figured it was too barbaric to like tattoo.
So I don't know specifically what actually I probably could find out. Hold on. It's chapter 5. A dull glow.
ChatGPT said it was chapter 6. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't see like a definitive. Oh, wait, actually, hold on. Here's chapter 5. I think it is chapter 6. Hold on.
I whipped out my Colossal edition to fact check a sequencing.
No, I think it is chapter 6 because chapter 5 is. I just didn't see that there was a divider here. Hold on. It is. It might be at the end of chapter 5. I can't quite tell. Let me. I'm gonna grab it and put it into a place where we can.
It wrecks like it's like a big glaring like mole on the face of
Yeah.
a perfect like tapestry of like shit that he's weaved, and it's like, why is this here? Fuck you, Wit. Why?
So this is the page. It's page 33 of volume 2. This brand must be passed down from generation to generation in our family. When you have a child, you'll bequeath it to him or her. Say, Mom, how do you make a child? Ask your father. Hey, and then the part is like, yeah, the good doctor's going to be here. You should talk to him about it when Aaron's dad was showing up.
And
So, yeah,
I
this is the
guess,
thing and then in the show, they do it as the embroidery thing instead.
yeah, my only guess is Wit was like, well, this hasn't come up in years, so we'll just make it embroidery.
Why any impressionable kids get branding themselves?
Yeah, maybe. But
You know,
like,
honestly, like,
no.
I feel like the way you described it, that it's a tattoo. Is it a tattoo or like a brand, like an actual like hot iron brand?
It's not really clear up from my memory.
Okay,
so
when you
but this is
described
saying
it to
brand,
me,
so
I was picturing like her as a child screaming in agony while mommy was like doing a prison tat, right? And I'm like, that would completely fuck the tone of that.
It literally
of that
says,
moment.
it hurts. You're holding up well, Mikasa. So she clearly branded
It must have
her.
already happened though.
Yeah.
What is
like
throb clarity?
Throb is the thing. I don't know what 844 is, but I don't know what the
I think it might be the number.
That's
on
the
door.
brand? Question mark?
No, that's not the brand.
The throb is like the heartbeat noise that they used to transition to some flashbacks. I think 844 was like the door
address,
number.
9/11?
Yeah, the address. Or maybe the year. Yeah, it might be the year. Like in age 844, this is when this happened. I think that's actually right. Now that I think about it.
It's
anyway,
9/11.
So I just want to say I'm going to skip over the layered mystery things because there's some things in here that Footnum shouldn't hear about.
Tattoos are considered negative context that links to the Yakuza culture. Yes,
but it's in fucking everything, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to stop them from putting it in the anime.
At least not if they did like an uncut version for the Blu-ray or whatever. So I'm going to skip over like the specific things.
It's not like the rest of the anime is like all happy fun time, and it's like, well, we can't have this one bad Yakuza thing. It's like,
I mean, they have
themes,
pulled.
right?
We covered this on the podcast that Japan did pull a manga about the Yakuza. It might have even been called Yakuza from sale because it was too good of propaganda for the Yakuza to look like a
yeah, I don't think that's going to be happening for this.
Not for this. No. So I'll just say other mysteries later in the story deepen the intrigue. What's in the cellar? I'm going to skip all the rest of these. Just there's a couple things listed here. Each question is carefully teased, and as you peel back one layer, another lies waiting. Izayama's planning is the difference. Each mystery feels like a piece of a vast interconnected puzzle. The payoff isn't just satisfying. It recontextualizes everything that came before, making the journey feel as significant as the answers. And upon every rewatch, that journey feels richer than the one before. Chef's kiss.
My interpretation is that's the Hydra, and two heads take its place.
And just when you're finally feeling a sense of hope that our heroes might actually turn the tide, this is right after Eren has emerged from the back of the Attack Titan, right? You're thrown right back into the chaos. The standoff with Kit's Warman comes at you like a cruel twist of fate. We've just entered the station after an emotional roller coaster, and before you can even catch your breath, the lap bar comes back down, sending you for another loop. This scene is about humanity's complex relationship with fear and hope. Fear of the unknown grips Kits and his soldiers, paralyzing them into seeing Eren's Titan form not as a chance for salvation, but as a terrifying threat. It's a visceral reminder that humanity often clings to what is familiar, even when it no longer serves us. Then there's Armin, standing amidst the storm of fear, pleading for a sliver of hope to take root. His trembling voice isn't just trying to convince kids. It's a battle against the universe itself. Hope is rare. It's fragile. It's the single most valuable resource in existence. And the moment we grasp it, it seems as though the universe will throw everything it can at you to make you let it go. In this scene, it's not the threat of Kit's cannon that endangers Hope. It's the lingering doubt in everyone's heart, the instinct to flinch and retreat in the face of uncertainty. Armin's speech here isn't powerful because he's certain. It's powerful because he's terrified, and he still refuses to give in. He knows that once hope is extinguished, there's nothing left to fight for. In the face of overwhelming fear, holding on to hope requires an almost impossible level of courage. The brilliance of Attack on Titan is how it captures something innately human. Everyone, at some level, has felt fear, doubt, or the fragile flicker of hope, even if only in smaller moments in our own lives. These themes feel viscerally real, pulling us deeper into the story and giving us an incredible motivation to root for ourselves as much as we root for the heroes. They are brave enough to do and say what must be done to achieve a future worth fighting for, and in their struggle, they inspire us to do the same. And all of this is happening. And while all this is going on, there's yet another ripple to the scene, right? So Eren has no idea what's happening. None. He doesn't have any memory of being the Attack Titan at this point. He's even more confused than everyone else. When Kits demands to know if he's human or Titan, Eren is as bewildered as we are. His mind, desperate for rational explanation, clings to the idea that it must have all been a dream. But then reality begins to set in. His missing arm and leg are back, his sleeve still torn from where he lost his arm. It wasn't a dream. As the pieces fall into place, Eren is struck by a cruel twist of fate. His life, which he's willingly risked over and over to save humanity, is now in danger, not from the Titans, but from the very people that he sought to protect. This moment forces us to confront the devastating irony of Eren's journey. In his battle to exterminate Titans, he has unknowingly become what humanity fears most, a monster. And now, the ones he fought to save have turned against him. The weight of this betrayal is as devastating for the audience as it is for Eren. We've already seen him throw himself into unimaginable danger to save Armin, to fight for humanity's survival. But here, Eren is utterly powerless, not against the enemy he's vowed to destroy, but against those he believed he was fighting for. It's a moment that cuts deep, holding up a mirror to the cost of survival and the fragility of hope. Just as Eren declared himself to be human, the tension reaches its breaking point. Kits, consumed by fear and distress, raises his arm to signal the cannon. But before the shot can be fired, Mikasa immediately grabs him. This is what we talked about. This is where we see the key emerge, which rings in a flashback that opens up a ton more questions. It's like, it feels like you're getting answers, but in that moment, the most amazing thing about it is that you actually don't really learn anything. And it just absolutely shakes you to your core. That there is something else going on. And now we know Eren's dad absolutely knows. We are reminded of that fact. But we still don't know, right? And that's I think the beauty of how they utilize the mystery box in this scene, right? Because it makes you remember something that won't even become relevant until season 3. And I just think it's fucking brilliant. Specifically, it happens in a moment that lasts less than a second, where Kits is bringing his arm down. Like, it's like the entire thing is forcing the audience to stop and take a huge breath before getting plunged under the sea of mystery. And I fucking love that choice here. And then this is my absolute, hands down, favorite part of season 1. When he transitions into the Titan to protect Eren and Armin and Mikasa, and instead of using the design of the Titan that already exists, that we've already seen, they use the version of him fucking amazing animation watching it materialize. And then it only produces this form, and this is the shot I'm going to be talking about here, where you see Mikasa inside the rib cage, Armin inside the rib cage, right? And you see this. It would have been so easy to just do it King Kong style, holding Armin and Mikasa in his arm as the Attack Titan, right? This is my hands down favorite moment in season 1. When the cannon finally fires, Eren does not transform into the Titan we've already seen. From a design standpoint, it would have been easy to just reuse that form and have him holding Armin and Mikasa in his arms, shielding them from the cannonball. Instead, Izayama made a deliberate and striking and purposeful choice to have Eren only partially transform. This decision not only conveys that Eren doesn't yet fully have control over his newfound power, but it also presents him with a grotesque, ghoulish visage to Kits and his men. This horrifying image reinforces their worst fears and raises the tension to a level that feels almost cruel. It would have been one thing for Armin to plead for their lives with Eren in human form, where they at least seemed harmless, but for him to make the case for Eren, while Eren looks like the monster that they already fear, when every possible factor is stacked against him, it pushes the situation to a nearly impossible extreme. It's as if the universe is deliberately handing Armin a task designed to break him, and yet, against all odds, he rises to the occasion and he delivers. But it's this imagery of Armin and Mikasa inside Eren's ribcage that strikes me the most, because the haunting visual symbolizes their connection, not just as allies, but as essential to each other's survival, as crucial to Eren's being as internal organs are to the human body. It is a visceral depiction of how intertwined they are, not just in this fight, but in their lives as a whole. This deliberate design choice elevates the scene beyond its immediate tension. It amplifies the storytelling. It portrays Eren's power as both a savior and a curse, and leaves an unforgettable impression on the audience.
Okay, I gotta stop you there.
Let's talk about
I have a few questions, if you will.
Sure.
One, did you use ChatGPT or whatever to write any of this?
I used ChatGPT to not be as repetitive in the words I wanted to use.
Okay. Secondly, this thread would have been a lot better as a standalone video.
Agreed.
That would have been great for the channel, probably.
That could have been sponsored by Girls Frontline too, perhaps.
Thirdly, I am so glad that I didn't waste my time reading it, because now I'm having it read to me.
I'm not going to read all of them. This is pretty much the one region I wanted to read, because this is the part that I
real quick. Are the spoilers past or do they come up later? Can I look?
He's kind of skipped through them.
Yeah. Anyway, I describe this as perhaps the greatest Sakuga sequence in the entire series.
It is pretty good.
It's amazing. It is not just good, it is incredible. With like this part where it comes down and he like,
and they copied it in Puss in Boots.
Yeah. That's how good it was. They copied it in Puss in Boots. Anyway, so I talked a little bit.
You know you're hot shit when Puss in Boots copied.
I bring this part up because what happens immediately after he transforms in order to pick up the boulder is he attacks Mikasa. And I go on to talk about how I normally would hate this. I fucking despise it. When you watch a superhero movie, for example, and the hero just randomly like, oh, my power stopped working. Oh, now I'm a man again. Am I really a superhero? I fucking hate that shit, right? Like, and I just, it bothers me normally. But I forgive it in this case, and I try to rationalize it here.
I'm a massive simp.
Well, I try to rationalize it here because Eren's instinct on when he killed the Titans in the previous time when we watched him turn in, well, not the previous time before that, because he did it for the cannonball thing a moment ago. But in the first time we see him transform, he's on a rampage to kill every Titan because he's just been eaten by one, and he's fucking livid about it, right? And so in this moment, the threat he just experienced was not the Titans. It was Kits and his men, right? So I try to rationalize a little bit like that he turns on humans because they were the threat he just faced, right? And that same as when he got shot with the cannon and he was able to materialize there because he's catching the cannonball, right? Now, I do say though that I forgive all of this because it leads up to the best line in the entire series for me, which is when Armin stabs the blade and is talking to him, like, wake up, please. And you see like the dream sequence that Eren is having where he's still with his mom and dad and he's like sitting at the breakfast table or whatever. And Armin asks him like, why did you throw caution to the wind to go outside the wall, risking dying like my parents? And Eren's response is, what the hell kind of question is that? You know goddamn well why. It's because the world outside the walls is my birthright, right? Like his conviction is so goddamn deep that wakes him up out of the stupor he's in to be asked, why on earth does this even matter? And it like shakes him out of it and pulls him back into the fight. And it's like literally, I can't imagine they're going to top that line in the rest of the series. Also, fucking this animation is goddamn incredible right here. Like they were just flexing in every episode at Wit. And then it's perfectly framed for that. Oh, chef's freaking makeout session over here. All right. So this is where the spoilers are going to start coming. So I'm going to try not. I'm going to read these to myself while you guys talk and make sure I don't. I'll just save these for the season 2 discussion. How about that? I will say one thing though. Something I observed that I thought was pretty poetic. And I'll save it for season 2 when we discuss that. But I noticed that Annie has an inverted story to Eren. Right, Eren's life is hating the Titans and then becoming a Titan to fight them, and Annie's life is being raised to effectively be a Titan, and then finding that she's become more human through the cadet training and everything. Right, and I find there's a lot more to it. I'll save it for when we do season 2 so that I don't spoil anything.
I was gonna say, did they actually go into any Annie stuff in the first season? I'm pretty sure.
Well, they talked about. They did talk.
You have some
her...
flashbacks of her dad training her to be a fighter, like where she gets her combat skill. Right?
Because what is it? Back in the day, one of my other biggest things that pissed me off about season 1 is how at the very end, like they finally defeat Annie. We're about to be able to interrogate her and find out, oh, why'd you do it? And what is the blah, 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 XYZ? And then Cuck Crystal comes in, you're invincible, cheat. And I'm like, why didn't you do that earlier when you were like struggling and about to die anyway or whatever?
See, and this is the thing. I think that like I can agree with your sentiment on that feeling like a cop-out, right? But it's one of those
things. Didn't she harden her neck at that point?
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the things where I feel like they earned that. And like the more I've experienced the show and the more I've really thought about everything that's happening in the show, the more I've appreciated the strategy and like the thinking 4 or 5 moves ahead that almost every character is doing, right? Like Annie is actually a brilliant strategist, right? When it comes to the choices that she's made and the deliberate, thinking ahead to take Marco's gear and all the stuff that she's needing to do, it actually makes a lot of sense why she didn't give up earlier, because the mission is to get Eren. And in that moment, you can actually see her crying as the Titan when they take Eren out of her mouth, when they cut the tendons and stuff. And Levi's ankle gets like half broken or whatever in that one scene.
Here's the thing as well, though. I'm not expecting the world, if they did like interrogate her and everything. I literally just want even one goddamn answer of like, why'd you do it, bruh? Why'd you betray us? Why'd you do it? Like, that's all I wanted, man. I couldn't even get that. That's why
you'll get that. You just won't get that from her.
At least you have season 2 to go
you
right
could have at least
into.
Killed her. I would have been fine if they just killed her instead of Cuck Crystal.
Well, here's the thing though, is one of the things about it is I think it's a very important part of the story that without spoiling anything, you aren't necessarily supposed to know at this point whether or not they even can be killed. Right? Like Eren got eaten and bathed in some stomach acid and then regrew his limbs and everything, his regeneration ability and all that. Right? I don't want to give away because it will lessen the impact of moments that'll happen throughout the series. But how things play out as things go on will make you 100% say, okay, that was the right choice. It was the right choice for them to capture Annie. right? They've neutralized her at bare minimum by putting
I'm
her.
not saying that she should have died. I'm just saying that would have been preferable to, well, here's the cut crystal.
Mhm. Like
Otherwise,
Randy.
it's like, well, at some point they're probably going to be able to interrogate her. But if we know what's going to probably happen, she's going to break out and then be a problem again. Then I'll have to read whatever. That's my guess.
The thing that bothered me the most about Attack on Titan was waiting for it to come back each time. And I'm not going to watch the broadcast with like the freaking screen growing dark every time they initiate the Titan transformation with the
I don't think they actually did that, did they?
They did.
Yeah, they did.
I know they did because SG Sammy, when he was doing his Vic coverage, used the footage of Aaron turning in season 2, and he used the broadcast one that goes all dark. I'm like, you goddamn loser.
The seizure
Yeah. So
not paying attention too much about it.
When it came to season 4, or like, because it's like the final season part 2, the final real final this time season, I decided not to even start season 4 until it was fully done, so that we could do this, right? Because like you, I dealt with some frustrations at the end of each season where I'm like, I really want to get there, I really want to know, and I didn't want to start season 4 and have them be like weird, segmented, like how they break up the real final. This time
release
real
was
final.
Terrible,
horrible. Yeah, and so now, like, I'm excited at the fact that I legitimately could just sit down and marathon all of it if I wanted to, and I actually hate the fact that I got to pace myself so we can do it for the Watch Club now. So, anyway.
Okay, the fucking General Kit or whatever the fuck
Warmer
dickhead.
Yeah.
Hated that guy. They really made it easy to hate that guy. But General Prix, whatever.
Pixis?
Love that guy. Yeah, Pixis.
Yeah,
that's the other voice. Fucking perfect voice.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love him so much. With that like Zenigata like phlegm.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
What about him?
I just love him. He's a way better, like, it's a stark contrast to that other guy.
Commander Pixis.
Yeah, the one guy, and I think Commander Pixis comes in and saves them from that situation, right? And in that scene, where the one guy is like unreasonable in thought. Right? Like Armin is fucking telling him, like, we are people, fuck, like, don't shoot us. What are you doing? You could clearly see he's human. Like, he might be a Titan, but like we can use him. And Commander Pixis is like, basically like, get the fuck out of here, you stupid idiot.
Look at that salute. He's like Armin's epic salute. Look at that salute, how perfect that is.
Oh yeah.
Does that look like a traitor to you? Or something like that.
Yeah, so I thought so. He voices Richard Moore. It's our Bruce Elliott.
Yeah,
he voices Richard Moore from Case Closed. I love that. He's the best. Date of birth 1949.
Damn.
God bless you for not dying yet.
Also, I want to say that the music is great in the series. Not only the opening and endings, but also the score. Man,
incredible.
This is season 2, but the season 2 finale score is like,
Barricades.
Jesus Christ.
No, Barricades is amazing.
The one with Krista. Oh god, that might be like the most blood pumping moment for the show.
Save it for season 2 though, but yeah.
I'm just saying.
So good.
I have I have a playlist. When I was doing the trash can cleaning job and I had to go on the routes every day, I had a playlist on my YouTube. It's called All Day Workout. And the reason I call it that is so it starts with an A, so it's at the top of my list and I can grab it quickly. And it opens with that clip I was describing of Armin talking to Aaron and him saying the world beyond the walls my birthright, and then it goes directly into Barricades, and then from there it goes into the second, I think, My Hero Academia opening, right? And it's like, yeah, 100%. Like, goddamn perfect score.
Yeah.
Can't say enough about it. And one of the things I love about the Japanese, especially when it comes to like the production environment around anime, is that the Japanese are uniquely capable of taking other cultural influences from outside cultures and making them distinctly unique, like taking something that doesn't belong to their culture and utilizing it in a way that honors that other culture, but also makes it uniquely Japanese. And so the opening to Attack on Titan for specifically, which I love the like where they do like the misheard lyrics.
Yeah.
So like
I
there's
want to have sex with the bees and the eagles.
Yeah, having sex with the bees and the eagles is what it sounds like they're saying in English. If you were to hear it as English instead of German, they're actually saying we are the prey, they are the predators, I think is what they're saying in German. Yeah, I just
a lot of the soundtracks also have German singing.
Yeah. So that song, and this is what I love about it, is that the song has German and Japanese lyrics.
Yeah.
And they merge so goddamn well. And I was telling Reese that I could have had the amount of tweets that I had about season 1 just about the second opening. I don't know what it is about that. Every choice made is unbelievable. Right? Let me pull up real quick just to show you. Where do you think? I guess I'll just grab the last episode because that'll be the fastest way to make sure I've grabbed season 2 or season 1. Season 1's second.
You know what's funny? The one time I was talking to my friend years ago, and I watched like a Quasar Sigma's 1 opening, where I tried to send it to him after he was cooming over the Attack on Titan opening, and then I realized, I'm like, this opening looks oddly similar, and it came up before Attack on Titan. Like the styles of shots where it's kind of like the moody, like whatever pan, and then it's the whatever. I can't describe it, but it was weirdly similar.
Right.
Titties.
Real quick, just in terms of like stylistic, like if you're given the setting of Attack on Titan outside the walls is basically no buildings, just flat land, mostly couple trees and a sky, right? This is how they choose to do it. Look at that sky, first of all, right? Then they do this.
Your name, guys.
That's the second season opening.
No, this is episode 24. I just grabbed one towards the end so that I would ensure that I got this is season 1.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, right.
So they choose to do these things, and it's like every choice seems so insignificant, but fuck, does it add something to this? Where you have the Japanese text here, which, by the way, Reese was telling me that they completely cucked us on the Blu-rays, where they removed the Japanese text and put just like static English text up.
Yeah.
But they have the Japanese text here, and it's moving. It's in motion with the camera and whatnot, or like it's moving with.
It's a separate 3D object.
Yeah, and it goes like behind the goddamn trees here, right? And then let me try to.
The CG senses are tingling.
Let me try to figure out if I can do this with here. Let me just pull it off screen for a minute so I can. Then the other thing that I just this is the thing about the show. It's like, yeah, some CGI is used. It's used fucking masterfully.
Yeah.
Like, this is the show that said, hey, idiots, this is how you're supposed to use CGI. And then unfortunately in season 2, they make the Colossal Titan CGI, and that shit. It sucks, but that's the one blemish, really. Let me see. The songs are just unbelievable too. Also, can we just talk about the part when Krista shows up with the horses? Waifu of the year, right? Like just my future wife.
I feel like they're all coming over.
Is she capable of killing Titans? Is my question. Like,
stay tuned.
Yeah.
So yeah, like stuff like this. Okay, let me just showcase a couple more here. Hold on, I'm in full screen, so it's not showing it. Okay. So like this part right here. Not that. Oh my god! I hope I don't get a copyright claim for this.
Good luck.
God damn it!
You're about to get fisted, brother.
Oh, you could have waited till the cleavage cleared up.
I'm trying to show the part with the blood on the window, right? And then like the raining blood, and it's like one of the things I really love about Japanese anime openings is and endings is that they convey almost like it's kind of weird. It's like like I have this task I have to do all the time at work where I have to make PowerPoint slides that don't show people. Like I'm told not to use like stock photos of people, and I have to convey ideas abstractly. And I feel like one of my biggest inspirations for that is anime openings because they abstractly convey a feeling with imagery that is not obviously literal, right? One of the things like at the end of the ending is hold on. You see the walnut. That in the ending sequence is like the walnut rolling, right? And it's like, I don't know what that means, but it feels tense. You know what I mean? Or like when you see Mikasa contemplating the part where she's going to die because she thinks Aaron's dead and there's nothing else to live for, right before he shows up, and you see the pomegranate. And the pomegranate represents the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil from the Bible. Like it's I don't know why it has this association, but specifically the pomegranate is heavily associated with that biblical mythology, and so it's like taste apple. Yeah, so the apple is like the one you see in like children's like storybooks where they draw the picture book version of the Bible. It's usually an apple. Right. But for some reason, I'm not sure why this is, but there's like this deep like connection to the pomegranate as like that specific fruit. So they show just a shot of it. It is aspect to aspect editing of just giving you a visual, and the meaning of the visual is like an implication rather than a direct. It's almost like channeling the concept of the abstract from the opening. Right. So there's this.
Whoa. Before you, damn it. That last shot you were on, I was just going to say, same energy, you know?
Anyway, and then this is the part that I just absolutely love the most, where they're showing the ODM gear, and they do the fucking shadow! God damn, that is so fucking brilliant. I don't know why.
Putting a shadow is brilliant? Okay, I think you're tripping.
Fuck. It's like, especially, it's not this shot. There's one shot specifically that like captures what I'm talking about.
Yeah, just keep going. Yeah, keep going. You're like
I just don't want to get copyright claimed.
Okay, yeah.
I just don't want this to get blocked worldwide over gushing about how great this thing is. That.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's funny.
I love that.
I just was talking to Reese. I was trying to articulate, I was leading into explaining what I love about it. And he jumped in. He's like, "It's the shadow, right? It's so goddamn good." Like we were both on the same page about it. Yeah. And then they completely ruined this for the Funimation Blu-rays, where they take all that out and just put static English text over it. Oh, god damn! You deserve to be sold.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, you have a bunch of photos you loaded in here. You want to go through those, Funa?
Yeah, real quick. I didn't actually take screenshots at the time because I wasn't sure if I was going to have a presentation or something. But so back to what Greenline was saying. So I'll tell you my experience in the order it happened. So it starts off with Aaron being like, "I want to be a scout," and then they're like, "Oh, a scout! You cannot be a scout." And then his father's like, "Yo, I'll take you to the basement, Buckaroony." And then he goes flashes the key at him. And then afterwards, then the Wall Maria fell or whatever. And then you eventually see him, his dad in the carriage after he's left being like, "Oh, my child, be careful," or whatever he said. And then the way the sequence happens is, I don't know if it's in the same episode or that same time.
Just a heads
But
up.
then
I
you
have 2 energy drinks, a full bottle of water, a glass of whiskey in me. I'm gonna go take a leak, but I'll be listening to you here. I'll be in
Okay.
spirit.
So then it has the cut scene of Aaron's father, flashback of him like with his needle being like, you must remember the thing. Remember the what is it? The key to the you must remember the key. It will have the truth of everything and blah, 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 blah. And then he wakes up, and then basically what I was talking to Greenline about is that there is no like actual explicit. Well, I was wondering, when does that flashback take place? Which I think Brad was saying earlier when it took place, but I was kind of losing where the hell he was even saying. But because I was like, does it take place before Aaron announces he wants to do the scouts, or does it happen after that?
I don't remember specifically, but if AC said it happened when it happened, that would have been after he had already joined the scouts.
After he's joined the scouts, he gets injected. He was like a kid in that flashback.
No, it was definitely after. It was definitely like it made it look like a dream sequence, but it definitely happened after the wall fell.
It happened after the wall fell, but I thought his
when does
dad
the
left
flashback
that
happen,
day.
or when does the flashback occur?
Both.
Chronologically, like that flashback is that event happened chronologically at some point, and is it before or after
the wall fall?
The physical flashback happens, like they go to the flashback after he gets turned into the thing and he's getting accused of being an enemy, and then he has the flashback.
We might be talking about 2 different flashbacks.
We probably are. I'll hold up. I'm gonna pull up. I actually gave. Didn't I give? I don't think I gave Greenline timestamps. Where did I rip this? I ripped this to this drive. It's in like, I swear it's like episode 2. So I'm gonna scrub. Good God, if it ever loads.
Scrub a dub. 3 men in a tub.
Okay, he's still a kid. This is where he's getting plowed by the armor titan. Okay, I think I found it. It's in episode 2. He's oh wait, no. Oh, it is here. Okay, it's in like about 14 minutes into the second episode. His dad's on the carriage, but this is right before you see his dad on the carriage. He's like on the boat right after the wall.
That's after the wall fell. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But
so the wall
hold on.
fell, and then they have to evacuate
into the second episode.
The outer.
God damn it! Yeah, it's episode 2, 14 minutes in.
If that, I didn't realize that was. Yeah, we had already covered that thing.
Yeah. So he's asking. The flashback occurs in episode 2 after the wall fell and they were relocated. It's like right around the sequence where Mikasa shoves the bread in his mouth. It's like a little bit after that. So it's like they've already been relocated. And that's when the flashback takes place in the narrative of the story. But when does that moment from the flashback take place? I think is the question you're also asking.
That is.
I think Random is trying to answer the one question. You're asking the other question.
I don't think it's actually a flashback. I think it's
a hallucination.
It's framed as a flashback or a dream, but I think we actually see that is actually happened between like the boat and when he wakes up.
My interpretation originally, which has already been vetoed tonight.
Hold on. Also, when he wakes up, we see the key on his chest.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have it when he got on the boat.
Oh my fucking Lord! Let me just go watch it. Jesus Christ!
Hold on. When he,
This is what Greenline was getting at. Is like, when was he handed the key? Because his dad kind of left.
Is it not on Netflix anymore? What the fuck?
I think they're adding it back, or was that some other anime?
Oh shit! If you watch episode 1 minute and 17 seconds in, they show a Titan that looks like the way it's drawn in the manga, instead of how it's drawn in the anime. I didn't realize that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so there's a Titan at 1 minute and 17 seconds into the first episode, and it looks like what I think Izayama drew the Titan. It just doesn't look like the normal Titans. It looks more ominous instead of goofy, right?
That was one of my criticisms as well, is that most of the Titans look like just autists.
I think it adds to the unsettling nature of it. All right, so I want to see. I'm curious now. You got me curious. In episode 1, because I thought it would be interesting if he had the key on him when he first wakes up and he's crying.
He did, well, at the very end of episode.
Oh my god!
Bonnie's just carrying him away.
You lied to me, sir.
Who? Her? Who? What?
AC. I asked him specifically, when did this fucking flashback happen?
14 minutes into episode 2.
I know, but you told me earlier it was during the.
There is a second flashback that gives you more details in Kit's warmer sequence.
14 minutes into episode 2 is when his dad is on the carriage, implying his dad has left ahead of time, whatever, before the wall fell. Thing.
Okay, so the wall falls, and then he has to.
844 is the year, because in the first episode it says year 845 Shigansuna district.
Yeah,
as an establishment, just adds up. So good.
Okay, so yes, that the flashback of him being on the carriage is after the wall fell.
Yeah.
But the event itself?
Yes. I'm just going to say that.
Okay.
And then the other flashback is alluding to the exact same time.
Yeah. He only gets injected once.
He got the injection. Whoa.
He got the vaccine.
Some people get triple G jugs. Some people turn into a Titan. What can I say?
It's hit or miss, really.
Hold up. So, okay. So, that being said, so, wait. Does it happen during the commotion of the wall falling, or does he just suddenly randomly do that before he?
My thought on this is that this happens before the wall fell.
No, it's after.
So after the wall falls,
there's a stretch
Dr.
of time
Yeager.
see,
because in my mind, he doesn't see his dad after his mom gets killed. He never sees him again.
He forgets.
That's convenient. I mean, what?
Reese is spreading spoilers.
I don't mean to. Sorry.
All I'm saying is that happens after the wall fell. It happens in between the evacuation of Wall Maria.
Yeah. There's a stretch of time that's not visually accounted for, which is when this
So I guess his dad just screws off then without Aaron.
We don't know what happened to his dad. That is the mystery.
He does screw off. He's gone. He went to go buy milk and just left him.
He went to the
went to get ciggies at the store and never came back.
Yeah, so I have something I desperately want to say but won't. I have two things I desperately want to say but won't.
Okay, desperate.
I want to change the brand, but I can't.
Why not?
I don't know.
It won't
let you.
Switch the tab back and forth, and then you can change the brand again.
Which one do you want to change it to?
Like, go to banners and then back to media and assets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't do it for me.
What are you trying to change it to?
For you.
I wanted to go to podcast brand. Yes.
There you go.
Where is it?
Now you're in Vic Mignogna.
I want to be the other one. Why don't you change it again?
I didn't change it.
Stop doing that. Go back to podcast brand 1.
Don't
Thank you.
gaslight Reese.
Stop. I can't find
All
it.
right, I'll come.
Not that.
I think I've lost.
Stop fucking
what
doing it! For fuck's sake, I'm trying to find something.
that wasn't the intended clip.
Oh shit! Why do we keep going back to Aqua?
So I'm coming day and night. I mean, it's terrific, right? So, you know, I'm in heaven.
I'm just...
Fuck you.
I was like, sooner or later, I'm gonna find out which one he's trying to find.
I was thinking about that when she shoved it. I'm like, oh, I remember this scene. The uncensored version. No.
All right.
Oh,
let's
God.
address some chats. I'm sure there's a lot.
I mean, we've been covering a lot of them. I mean,
okay, I just want to make sure. I scrolled up.
So I think I'll start with my notes, and then that will, I guess, have the slides that I can reference when I get to them. Where did I put it?
Quotage says, "Was it an Ackerman brand or the other half of the family?" Yeah, because wouldn't her mom technically not be an Ackerman? Right?
Well, if her father was an Ackerman.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that's probably where she got the name from, right?
Yeah,
AC is describing the Titan question.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember if it was her mom's side or I guess it was her mom's side, which wouldn't be Ackerman.
No, it's not about. I don't want to ruin it.
It doesn't matter. The point is, the tattoo was supposed to be there, and it wasn't because Wit decided to fuck around with it
and find out.
That period was covered when they showed the retaking of the wall effort in season 1. What do you mean that period?
I think he's talking about the period in between them getting the period for evacuating Wall Maria.
Yeah.
It's expanded even further in further seasons, but we'll get to that. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm having the Reese problem.
What's going on over there?
Okay, I got it for you. You want to go to intros and ads?
Intros and ads.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
Nobody else touch it now.
All right, so okay, so here's the thing that I've had before I even start my rewatch. And the answers I've gotten from all one. Don't show that slide. I'm not ready.
I thought they were in order. I'm sorry.
They are actually, but let's see. So, what is it? A question I posed. A question I posed.
That's the Attack on Titan live action I want to watch.
Go ahead.
We have to make that the outro.
Oh my god! I'm gonna kill you. Okay.
You need to add a knife to your fist when you say that.
We got to make the musical song.
Yes, you're right. Roar!
Yeah. Roar! Okay.
Hey, sorry, Putnam. Go ahead.
I have consulted a couple sources who have seen all of Attack on Titan, and I asked them the question. So, well, actually, okay. So here's the more detailed way to put it. So, in episode 2, I believe, Armin gives us some like lore, and he says, "The walls, we've survived for 100 years because of them. It's a matter of time before the walls fall. Immediately, the colossal titan spawns. Good timing. Wow. Sorry, that's separate. The walls are 50 meters tall, successfully built without being destroyed up to this point. And if so, the Titans have attacked for like 100 years or whatever the hell it is.
So the question is, how on earth did they build them? Right.
Without getting ravaged. Yeah. And if we go to slide 1, you'll see
they're huge too.
And like obviously these are way thicker just so you can actually see them.
Yeah.
And then you so that's the one that fell. So the ones that we're actually experiencing throughout the series are the inner ones.
The one technically
And then,
fell is one of the nubs on the outside.
No. Actually, they actually
Oh,
have
yeah,
Walmaria fall too.
Yeah,
So Shiganshina, if you look at the far right side of the screen, see the bubble there? The bubble sticking out?
The nub.
The little outclothed
Aaron
thing. Yeah.
lives in one of those.
That's
yeah.
So
and
that's
Armor Titan fisted the inner wall that goes into Walmaria, right?
Yeah, and then once the Titans are in, they eventually are able to get all the way in through Walmaria, and that whole thing gets lost.
Wouldn't the other nubs actually be safe havens?
Yes, it should be. It's never brought up, but yes, in theory.
Yeah.
So here's one of the nubs, and as you can take a look, that's pretty damn big. So if you put it throughout the scale of this,
so the walls are massive. They're bigger than the Great Wall of China. Yes.
So he literally has a quote that says, where is it? It literally says, the humanity has been brought to the brink of extinction when the Titans appeared suddenly, whatever years ago, and the remnants built the walls. That's all they said. And I'm like, oh, so they're on the brink of extinction. So there's even fewer resources, and they somehow build these 50-meter walls.
So that's no. That's part of it, though. That is part of the intrigue. In the same way that we still to this day do not know how the pyramids were built, and that we have had mass extinction events in real life that have left us with a mystery as to who came before, because the technology that they had was greater than what we currently are capable of doing. And we have all this hubris as to thinking that we are the most advanced we've ever been. But the problem is that the only thing left from civilizations thousands, maybe even millions of years before us, are things that are made out of stone, like these walls. Because
but that was only like 100 years ago in this timeline.
Yeah. Well, so that's the assumption. Just like how we assume slaves built the pyramid, but actually, upon scrutiny, you're like, no, that can't be how it's done.
Well, yeah. I mean, there is how many generations of people does it take to actively try and forget something? Right. Like, if we wanted to forget about Hitler, how many generations of people would it take to forget about him? If one generation said we're never talking about again, how long will it take before
and the
people
thing is that
don't realize Hitler exists?
If we keep naming Hitler like we are, I don't think we'll ever forget.
No, but the idea is all it's going to take to forget about Hitler is for somebody even worse than Hitler to actually do things in life.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like, we don't. How often do you think about Genghis Khan?
No.
Yeah.
Right? You think about Hitler,
but we
don't
still
think about Genghis
him.
Khan.
But we still think about him.
Yeah, we still know he existed.
still think about him from time to time.
But
I won't forget him.
But no, all I'll say is, trust the plan.
Yeah,
trust the plan.
Well, hold up. I was just gonna say, well, from what I've heard, they don't explain it, but I don't know if they do. Okay,
they do
I hope they have an explanation.
There's one.
You are approaching this series.
You already got a hint at the end of season 1.
Yeah, you're approaching this series from the perspective that it would act the way that most other media you've consumed acts, where they are going to give you logical, reasonable explanations for things, and they're not going to give you false information. If you've read Game of Thrones, which I don't think you have, but if you actually read the books, they actually deceive you, and they'll say things that to the character seems to be the truth, but is actually not what happened. And this show takes that approach as well, where they will convey things as certainty, but it's actually the accepted truth of the time, not the actual truth. Just like how I use the example of, we think when I was growing up, I was taught in school slaves built the pyramids and that they were tombs for pharaohs and stuff. Even though if I'm not wrong about this, they have not found any of them to actually be tombs. The only thing they have found is that there have been people buried in there, but they are after the fact.
No, I think it's the reverse. I think they've never found someone buried in one but they think it's a tomb.
Yeah, something to that. Yeah, something like that, right? So so there's it's the best theory as to what happened. So they're saying, history shows us that 100 years ago or whatever they were built, but the truth is that they don't fucking know. And the life expectancy of people in Attack on Titan is that of the Middle Ages, where people don't typically get to be very old. So the generations are even shorter than what we would expect here. Because a person who's 80 years old would be like, yeah, my dad told me about how they built them. But in Attack on Titan, it's like, that's like 3 generations ago.
Okay, so that aside, I know what you're saying, and normally it would apply if it wasn't an answer that I seeked from someone. But it's one of 2 questions I asked.
Okay.
Here's the second one. I said,
I'm going to say one thing. Plug your ears.
What? When can I come back?
It's okay. It's okay. The names of these walls
are significant.
Are relevant.
Yeah.
They're extreme. I don't know if the show is ever going to tell you, but these they are named after something in Norse mythology that becomes extremely relevant.
I'm pretty sure they tell us in season 2.
Okay. Yeah. So Maria, Rosa, and Thena is what they're actually supposed to be called according to the mythology. And I'm gonna follow up on this point when we do the watch club for season 2, because by then you will understand when I explain it to you what that means. But it's gonna start, like, the mystery is very profound, and as it starts to unravel itself, you're like, fuck, that's brilliant. God, that's such a cool idea, right? Anyway,
I'll have to see.
Yeah.
Anyway, so now I will be anticipating some sort of explanation for these walls. And the second thing that I asked, I've gotten 2 people. Now, the first person I asked was years ago while it was still ongoing. Second one, I got further confirmation that Eren Yeager is such a cuck that he doesn't kill a single Titan with 3D maneuver gear. He didn't kill a single one.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think they ever show him do it. No. But in actual reality, most of the characters never do. In fact, they talk about characters as being like, wow, they have like 10 kills under their belt. Wow, 10 kills.
But no, if you have a bazooka, why would you take out a little pocket knife and try and kill someone?
I know why. I'm just saying he couldn't even get a single kill out before he got himself, quote unquote, killed. So that's just amusing to me.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you would know that by season 1.
He's only like 12 or 14, 15. Right?
Like all of his kills before he got the Titan ability were in season 1. So
he didn't have any kills.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
He's saying that you would have seen them if they occurred.
Yeah.
And
it's not like a spoiler to say.
At least what has been displayed to us, you're correct. He does not actually kill any of the Titans with the ODM gear. And the thing is that nobody besides Mikasa actually does in the Trost conflict. Mikasa is the only one from the 104th Cadet Corps that actually has kills.
Yeah.
In that on screen, I believe.
And then Levi shows up and just like Levi.
Speaking of which,
Levi's all over the place.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, this part where Sasha saves, is that
okay. This is actually a bigger rant about so with the walls thing, this is a big hang up I had when I first watched it too.
Imagine living in the shadow of that fucking wall.
Yeah, no sunlight for the first 50 meters half the day. What is it?
Imagine building the walls. Hold on. Imagine building the walls to protect yourself, but you didn't make them big enough in terms of like the overall area that they're encompassing. So your crops are always in shadow and you starve to death.
Damn. Actually, I guess. So you've said ages ago how like you're not a fan of sci-fi because they usually include mechanics and stuff and add more and more like details to that mechanic, which actually just kind of, how would you describe it? Opens more plot holes for you not to really buy it? Or whatever?
The concept is that, like, I'm not usually a fan of sci-fi because I have seen some sci-fi that I really like the Chronicles of Riddick, But the reason I don't usually like sci-fi is because I feel like the world building is often lazy or stupid. And so the concept of like technology and stuff is the idea that that sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, meaning that it becomes like it works because we say it works. Right? Some shows and series have done a very good job of grounding stuff in reality where they build rules into the world building and they work within those rules. Because without the rules, anything could happen in any moment and you're just pulling it out of your ass.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, I remember you bringing that up multiple times and there were multiple ways I interpreted it. And I thought one of them was kind of like you add so many freaking mechanics that it just seems like, well, it actually opens up, I guess you could say, plot holes to how that device works or something like that. But anyway, that's where I'm going with the ODM gear is how it's like, I
there
just
are
cannot
aspects
get
of it
over
that
it.
don't make sense, like the spinning
I
attacks
just
and
cannot
stuff.
get over this being viable in any possible capacity. The one guy who tried to make a real life one just barely was able to use it once to climb up a wall. But in this sequence, actually, the training episode where they're learning how to do it the first time, that always pissed me off. How it's like, okay, they're about to learn how to use the ODM gear. Okay, maybe they're going to explain something that can make me kind of like somewhat believe it or whatever. But no, as soon as he learns how to get stable, as soon as they get him
Surprisingly,
stable, they immediately go to like the wall thing. Actually, I don't think it's immediate.
I just want to say, when I was doing the trash can cleaning and I had to use the hydraulic gun and everything, you know, when you have to shoot shit all the time, all day, your aim gets really good. And something I found that really surprised me is how easy it was to aim from the hip.
Yeah,
so I'm just gonna say,
like spinning, getting like freaking turned around upside down and all that shit, and being able to hit a freaking tree branch.
Yeah. I mean, yes, there is some suspension of disbelief in the sense that, it would be nearly impossible for a person to do it. And yes, you would get tangled up in the ropes, especially doing attacks the way that Levi does. 100%.
Nobody's been running into each other, crossing wires and shit.
Basically, that's what I'm saying with the training episode. Why it pissed me off so much is that I thought, okay, they're going to try and do something, but the next time you actually see them really using it is when the Colossal Titan attacks, and then suddenly everyone's a god now. Well, actually, no. The first thing you see is Aaron like flipping up and like showing off and being like,
So there are 2 OVAs that you can watch now. That you've seen season 1.
Not the one that you just said.
Wait, what? I can't watch an OVA for season 1?
The one that you said, oh yeah, this is the one, and then you said a spoiler. So not that one. You wait till season 2 to watch that one.
Yes, thank you. So
right,
there are.
Have to tell me which ones I can watch.
I will. So in the I got a guide for you.
Tell me later which ones I can watch, but
there are 2 OVAs that take place around the training arc that give you a slightly more of the progression, right? One of them involves they're like slice of life, basically. One of them involves a cookout against Sasha and Jean, and the other one, what's the other one, guys? It's
the only one that I watched was the one where they capture the 2 Titans.
That's Ilse's Notebook. That they don't capture them in that; they just talk about it, right? Or is that when they capture the original 2 that end up dying, and then they get Sonny and Bean the next time? Chikatilo and I
don't know. It's the first time
that's Ilse's Notebook, and that's actually in the manga. Like in the actual progression of the manga, that story is told as part of the manga. They took it out for like pacing flow in the show.
And it was a pack in with one of the books.
Oh, the other one is the one that the image from last podcast's backdrop was, with like the KKK looking guy, where they get they get like kidnapped or whatever, like their ODM gear gets stolen. So those 2 you could watch now that you've seen season 1. And those will just give you a little bit extra. It's not much in terms of like them progressing, but you kind of see them, that they've been using this gear for a couple of years in their training. Like they don't just show up to training day and then the next thing they're in Trost. Obviously, they just don't show you. Yeah, they probably put a sort of montage in. Right? Yeah, it's a good chunk of time later.
I'm not saying it's the time frame. I'm saying they didn't convey to me their progression from going to 0 to God tier. And
well, I think something that's worth noting though, and this is a weird way to do it, but they kind of show that Aaron can't do the ODM gear at first, and he like keeps falling, hitting his head after talking all tough, and then it turns out that the equipment he's using was faulty,
and he was actually a God tier this whole time.
That he was able to do it even with the faulty equipment at first. And
yeah, so he's actually
God. Bullshit, because in the military, if they're having a regiment, they would have checked his gear beforehand.
Well, that's the thing. They're like, we're gonna have the hides of the people who didn't properly check the gear.
That was revealed in season 1.
Yeah, that's like that's in the training.
No,
he uses the ODM gear and he like flips upside down and like hits his head on the ground.
Yeah, but it was revealed that it was sabotage.
Yeah, the sergeant guy literally says
sabotage. It was a clasp was broken.
It was worn out.
It was just a minor thing where his gear was
this gear is faulty, and then he gets a new set and he's like balanced right away. This is easy.
Yeah, so actually it was a God this whole time.
And they actually kind of keep that going because Jean, when he's in Trost, trying to find gear to use because his gets broken or whatever. He's like, why the heck is it so stiff? It's like the stuff is really, like whoever's in charge of it isn't good at maintaining it.
Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so yeah, it was the lack of just displaying, going from 0 to like, oh, I can actually do this. That was like my one thing I was looking forward to, and it didn't happen when I first watched it. And then to make things even worse with the Trost, wrong slide. The Trost thing. This sequence made me so mad when what's her name? Sasha. So she is running vertically down a wall. Reminder, I just saw them struggling to go balance, and then she jumps over one of those ribs. She does a flip, and gravity takes her back to the wall magically, and then her gear gets
tension
deployed.
Brings her back to
She didn't have her gear deployed. She was just free balling it. She did a flip over the rib, and she went back down, and then with pinpoint accuracy, she was able to hit his leg with her side thing. Once again, I guess they're not for some reason I thought they were aiming it with the hand, but I guess it's just the side boob.
Reese, mute your phone.
Is that your phone doing that?
Stop messaging me then, Randy.
Good God. Anyway, that sequence really like
I should be able to message you in private, Reese. God damn.
Yeah.
And
you
look
guys
at
can
your
have
message and then answer it.
Look, have your lovers quarrel on mute.
We're not having a lovers quarrel. We're sexting, okay?
Anyway, so you can see how, especially after not being shown how they sufficiently go from point A to point B, how this would like trigger me, which I'm pretty sure even with sufficient training, physics doesn't work like that for the flip. But let's see. So there's that, and then the next slide. Oh my God, this one.
A female Titan.
And
wow, they do exist.
In that same episode, that's where they have the Imploding.
Can I stop you real quick? I just want to say one thing. Everybody does. You would hate the live action movies when they introduce the ODM gear. They don't even have it until after the walls fall. And so Hanji goes to introduce it as a concept, and she pushes the button and it shoots out and misses the target and hits a flag and yanks the flag back and like drapes her in it, and like, this is what's gonna stop the Titans. Freaking flag gets draped over her.
Oh,
Yeah, you
boy.
would hate
Actually,
this. Live action sucks.
that's another question. I haven't rewatched season 1, so I don't remember. But do they ever like miss? How often do they miss? Because once again, to that whole like suspension of disbelief, it's like, good God!
I just had
amount
the
of
funniest
times-
idea when we brought this up earlier. It's like actually shooting somebody in the back with it while you're both midair.
Yeah, extended range, I believe is what it's called. But yeah, they have like the impeccable aim, and as you said, with the like your arms wouldn't be, because I was just thinking of the most basic thing, like if you had both of your lines extended forward and you're swinging forward and you have your arms out, those lines are going to cross your arms, so you have to either like put your arms way up and then put them around. Like that would be like insanely
as well, like trying to use cutting utensils with these ropes that once you cut lose the anchors and you're fucking dead, you know.
Not to mention the actual like the power behind the hydraulics or whatever that's just like pulling it in and pushing it out and all, and they have the consumable of the gas, which I'm not even sure how they have pressurized gas, but they don't have like I don't know other things.
And then
Or
be able to get
maybe
them
I'm
to
on track.
unhook or whatever you plunge them into at the right time.
Yeah. So that's like a huge deal for me with the immersion break. I'm like, so that's why it's actually kind of better with the upscaled fist fighting, because I can at least be like, okay, the power of anime, he's a Titan now. They're fisting. So like that's
He's gonna fist this female Titan so hard.
Oh, not to mention, I have a picture of this. This is such a bad design. Like, clearly he looked at the box cutter he used to get screen tone, and he's like, I can make this a weapon. Dude,
100% pretty good.
Imagine having a blade that can snap off and be even more fragile as a.
Well, the
Titan
point
killing
is that they get dull. It's not about them snapping off so much as that they get dull, right? And so the idea is that as let's say the last 3 of them, like you cut into the Titan, but you don't get deep enough or whatever, or you do get deep enough and whatever. And let's say that you hit something as you're using it and it breaks off. You still have the remainder of it is probably still pretty sharp. You just have to get closer to what you're cutting, right? It's actually a pretty decent design.
By that point, you just swap out the blades because they're carrying the extras with them.
Well,
yeah, but once
that's
you're
the thing.
done
It's
and you've got nothing
because
left,
it's so disposable.
Yeah.
Like any blade that is held in, like with a quick swap system like that, is not going to be rigid enough to like slay a Titan. But that's less of a like normal people aren't going to really think about that, I assume.
I don't know. It's weird. Like one of the things that's hardest for me to like wrap my head around is the fact that the Titans weigh almost nothing. Like they literally like boom, boom, boom when they're walking. But Hanji said that she kicked the head and it might as well have been light as a feather.
That might be a thing after they die.
Might be, yeah, because they start to revert back to steam. Yeah, I definitely think that could be part of it. But I'm just saying that because they have these weird properties like that, I don't think it's safe to just assume like you wouldn't be able to cut through them. You know?
No, I don't mean that it wouldn't be able to cut. I'm just saying it wouldn't be rigid enough. But I mean, if you're hold on.
Oh yeah,
it's too floppy.
If they lose, what?
It's too floppy.
If they maintain their weight and then they lose it after their death.
I mean, a well-handled piece of paper can cut through your skin.
The one-eyed one has a point.
No.
Have you guys ever made paper ninja stars?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I haven't made it. I got them when I bought stuff from Japan, and they included fun stuff for some reason.
They included a crane and a ninja star.
Yeah, literally.
So real quick, I just want to address these real quick so we can get back
Every time I see a short person, I think so, like Reese.
Well, good thing we've never met in person.
Every time you see a short person, what? Oh, you think about Napoleon. Okay.
Yeah.
Every time he gets a short person, he gets a hard on.
The book Japan is Napoleon, by the way. The pyramids were robbed, so it's difficult to say that they used to be capped in gold and gold doesn't weather and all. Yeah. Why ask such a question if you don't want spoilers?
Yeah, but
Aaron was not a 3D gear pro nor a strategic genius, even when he had all of his limbs. That's literally what happens when the first wall fell. The inside walls lacked the room to grow outside the shadows.
What?
That's not. Maybe
Not
maybe
quite.
by the walls, but the walls
Yeah.
are big enough.
The walls are enormous. Yeah. So they do mention that they didn't have a good crop yield. They had a famine in that area where they got moved to. And I'm wondering if because it was easy for the Titans to get from Shiganshina into Molmaria, that maybe those other bubbles, because that the door there was also like they're not as enforced as
the interior
Shiganshina
door
ones.
isn't.
So maybe they were able to break in to the other groups, and maybe they're not actually civilizations of pockets there. And also, you're cut off from everybody. So
yeah, that's the biggest thing. You do like as a civilian populace, you don't really want to be on this satellite thing where you have to travel through miles of Titan infested things just to get back to everyone else.
So
right?
one of the OVAs that you should not watch until after season 2 is called The Lost Girls, and it's part 1 and part 2, part A, part B, something like that. That one is based on a short story written by somebody that's not Hajime Izayama. I think it works in the show. There's also The Cruel Mistress of the City, part 1 and part 2, which is an audiobook or a light novel. And I think that those talk a little bit about some of the stuff that happened after the wall fell. There's also Before the Fall, a whole manga series that's about what happened, like all the stuff from before. So there's a shit ton of stuff here to if you really want to get into that lore and really enjoy it. Like there's a lot, and I'm hoping eventually that they animate some of that.
Before the Fall could be great.
Yeah.
Well, I heard about Before the Fall, and it's before they even had ODM gear, so that's where I was
it's like they
sign me up.
They developed the gear throughout the series. I think.
Oh, yay! I want to be full gearless.
So Kotati says the 3 walls would be better stacked as one thick wall, but the plot demands 3 walls like Ba Sing Se and Avatar. I think personally, that the walls have like something about what they're named after and all that kind of stuff. I think that has some importance. And it's kind of like how there's 3 pyramids in Giza kind of thing. And like how they line up to the stars or whatever. I think there's something there that is meant to be meaningful, whether we ever learn what it is or not. Reese, they had intense training and most people could barely use the gear. The OVA kind of made this clear. They were always scouting talent. Aaron nearly failed due to the ODM gear. The faulty gear was revealed. They should punish the gear maintainer. Yeah, absolutely they should. Also remember, these are the top 10 cadets. Yeah, so it's Connie, Sasha, Aaron, Annie, Reiner, Bertel, Marco, Jean, Armin, and Mikasa. Is that all 10? That's all, right?
10.
Fucking great. I'm amazing. There might have been more people, but because there were other people, but only the top 10 were allowed to join the military police.
Yeah, the
which
top
would have
10
been in
really
the
was a lot.
interior.
So everybody, pretty much everybody
And
else.
the only person who joins it is Annie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like John's whole purpose in joining was to get the military police, and then he drew some balls and joined the scouts.
Most of the class not that good with the gear. Yeah, and you see those people get mangled in the Trost stuff. As soon as they're put to the test, the only people who survive are the 10, and then Marco is not one.
Except for Marco, yeah.
They do miss, but most of the time it's the material that is too hard to penetrate, or
so they're actually perfectly aiming still.
The blade is to be sharp, not strong. They spin to cut the Titan. Maybe they use inertia to keep the blade straight. Before the Fall would be a slice of life.
That's
one of the
they
things
don't have a gear yet, so it's not a slice of life.
Without getting too much into it, one of the things that I really like about the show, or at least I really liked it when I had only seen season 1 and 2, And I was really interested in where the show is going to go. And I think my wife has read the manga. She told me that the manga goes way more into this, but there's also like the political intrigue of sort of the politics of inside the wall and the shit the government's doing to try to manipulate things, to try to maintain order and stuff, and lying to people and just all sorts of stuff that they're doing to try to cover stuff. There's also the wall cultists who have their own opinion on everything. And then, there's just a lot of really interesting factors all simultaneously happening. Remind me before we end, or if I could just say it now, it'd be probably better. One of the things I just want to say about the last like 4 episodes of season 1 is, and it took me a while. Like I had to start writing a tweet to realize, as I was trying to formulate what I wanted to say, how fucking brilliantly crazy the plan they had was to capture Annie, because they tell the audience that they are having Jean dress up as Aaron in order to buy them time, because Aaron's about to get executed by the government unless they can prove his worth. And so that's the story that they tell Annie and the audience. But actually the story is that this is a ruse in order to get Annie so that they can prove that she's the Titan, so that they can save Aaron from getting executed by showing his worth by capturing Annie in the fight. It's like, it's such a convoluted, but like actually strategically, once you break it all down, makes sense, the pathway that they're going down in order to make this work, and the level of compartmentalization that they have between the audience and the people in play, and the greater scheme of things where Irvin is picking up like all these advanced plots. It's mind-numbingly brilliant how much thought went into it. And as I was trying to convey my tweets, I was thinking about the fact, like, I'm trying to convey here the initial watch perspective, and yet also the rewatch perspective, and yet also Armin's perspective, and yet also Armin's perspective once you've rewatched it and you know what his real perspective is, and also the perspective of Annie and how Annie is seeing what Armin's doing. And I have this thing where I feel like in the manga especially, they convey something where Annie asks Armin, do you really think I'm that good of a person that I would help you? And Armin has a response that is a little bit drawn out in the anime, but in the manga, it's a little bit more straightforward, where he basically just says, I don't really care for the term of good or bad person, because in actuality, people only use those terms to describe people who are helping their worldview or whatever. And he says, so with that in mind, if you don't help us in this, no, I don't think you're a good person. Right. And she says, all right. And then Armin looks down to the side. Right. And then she says, I'll do it. Right. And that's like the confirmation, because originally all right in that situation could mean, all right, I accept that you think I'm a bad person. It could also mean, all right, I'll do it. Right. And so Armin's glance down could mean that her saying yes when she says all right, if that is how you interpret it, could mean to Armin that is confirming suspicion that he doesn't want to be true, that she is the female Titan. Although it could also be him feeling guilty for having manipulated her. And it could also be him being disappointed that she is saying all right, as in, I will accept that you think I'm a bad person, I'm still not going to help you, and that he feels like he's lost until she says.
Could also be that he's hiding his boner for her.
Could be. But see, the thing is that on top of that, and I think there is something there, and I don't want to speculate on it too hard, because of something that happens farther into the series that I think might be affecting something happening here, where it seems as though Annie has a soft spot for Armin because she specifically chooses not to kill him in the field.
She likes Aryans. Wait, what?
So possibly. So she chooses not to kill Armin on the field, right? Even though she easily could have. And in that moment, he goes to her alone to ask for help. And I think that presents him as more vulnerable. And that's also one of the ways why that affects her decision-making, because her agreeing to help gives her a chance to capture Aaron again. But it also makes her feel more safe that they're not on to her, because why on earth would you ask the person whose mission it is to capture Aaron to help you to save Aaron? But also, if he really did suspect her, why would he ask her when she could have killed him and didn't, and now can in the alleyway, right? There's all these factors going into what makes this scene so tense that when you first watch it, goes right over your head. Don't even think about it. Right. And then once you rewatch it and realize what the actual plan is, then it's like a whole different experience watching it, because you know that he's asking her because he suspects her of being the Titan. And that, like, it's mind blowing, each layer of realizing how this is hitting you each and every step of the way, whether it's your first watch, your second watch, or third watch, right? Just every single time that I try to unwrap everything that I'm experiencing, I'm in awe for how well it's constructed, right? And again, I don't want to ruin something from season 2, so I'm gonna not talk about some of the other stuff. But I'm really looking forward to being able to in a week. So anyway, let's go back to
week.
Your...
You think you're gonna get through season 2 in a week?
Season 2 is 12 episodes.
Footnote's got to finish season 1 to get, and then start season 2.
I'm gonna hold you to it, sir. I'm gonna hold you to it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna do the watch party next week, if you watch it or not.
Yep. I mean, I've already seen it, but I'm definitely gonna watch it. The real question is, do we actually try to watch Junior High?
Now,
or do we wait until the very end and then watch it?
I feel like the end.
Yeah,
because I will not be partaking in that one. Okay. But I will say for next week, because it is 4 a.m. right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now I am currently in a position where I don't have to work tomorrow, so this is not really an issue for me. Next week it will be an issue for me. So maybe
let's
super early podcast next week.
That's
if possible.
We're gonna try, and then I'm gonna be in Dallas the following week, and then I'll be in Orlando the week after that. So it's gonna get messy, but we'll do our best. So Footnum and Greenline, do you have anything you want to say before it gets too late for you either?
No, I think we've already mentioned it, but I didn't like how Armin was portrayed as being a super kid genius. I think Footnum may have already mentioned that, but
I didn't.
I feel like there was ways they could have gone about explaining how Armin was just smart without explicitly being like, I'm just this genius philosopher at 5 years old.
Well, the thing that I really like about Armin's intellect is that he explains his rationale for why he suspects Annie, and each way it checks out. Like, it actually makes sense.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like him at the very start of the series. He's just like this genius philosopher at 5 years old. It's like, what the fuck? Okay.
I don't think that's that outside the ordinary for somebody who reads books, like he does, and to be introduced to ideas.
There's ways you can go about.
I also don't really picture them as being 5 in the start of the. I think closer to maybe like 8.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at 8, I don't buy him being this super.
How old's your son? AC
11.
Is he a philosopher?
Is he as smart as Armin was?
I mean, he's smart, but in different ways.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's ways to make him, let's say, curious, but not like act like he sounds like he's 80 years old and has been taking philosophy for the past 50 years.
I don't know. I think that you are conditioned to think that somebody his age wouldn't be intelligent like that, only because you grew up in a realm where kids that age have grown up with TV and playing video games, as opposed to experiencing other forms of passing the time, like reading books and stuff. And I think that there would be a possibility that in that situation you could be much more mentally have a higher mental fortitude than
kids these days don't have a thirst for knowledge. They're given everything just by clicking a button.
Yeah. So let's go ahead, Fidnam. Let's continue your explanation.
So, in the very episode where I think it was a flashback where they were basically lore dumping, they were talking about all the aspects of the Titans, and then they said they resemble a human male, and this happened before that sequence, and those look like titties to me. But this,
I didn't remember that.
I'm pretty sure there was actually a titty Titan in episode 1 as well. Or
I mean, I remember them saying it resembles a human male. I do remember that. I don't remember this Titan. I think I did remember seeing this in my second or third rewatch, but I forgot about it.
And then later in that same episode, you see I don't know. That looks like titties to me on the left. Am I crazy?
But the vast majority of the ones that you see are masculine looking, right?
And there's a reason for that.
What?
Just wait. It's gonna knock your fucking socks off.
Back in the day, someone was watching Attack on Titan on the other monitor in computer class or whatever, and my friend who was watching it at the time was like, oh, and I just look over, I'm like, huh? And it's like the existence of a female Titan was the preposterous thing at the time. It's like, ooh, because like, oh, they're like, isn't that the? Oh my god, stop.
Tits.
The thing I hate is they have all these names for all the different, like the Colossal Titan, the Armor Titan, the female. She's just the female Titan. Like she doesn't get another name. Like it's just
Well, I guess it's significant enough a difference that.
I was gonna say that's like saying. Did you ever watch the show Community? You know the episode where they do the D&D.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, he's over there by Fat Neil. He was like, "Why didn't you call me something else?" Like, well, you were standing next to regular Neil. Yeah, so it's one of those things where you're going to describe the thing based on the characteristic that's unique about it compared to the other things.
Yeah.
So that when I'm talking about the special Titan that's not the really tall one and it's not the armored one.
Yeah, it's clearly different because it looks like she's skinless, right?
Mm-hmm.
Compared to regular Titans. And like the only other feature besides
so much of what you've brought up sounds like the most ridiculous nitpick as well, by the way.
Me?
No, Footnum.
Oh, Footnum.
I'm not bringing this up as if it matters. I'm just bringing it up because the show is just like, oh, female Titan. And I'm like, there's a female Titan right there. There's a female Titan right there. I don't, what?
Yeah, but this is the thing. They exist, and there's a reason you don't see very many of them. Well, I don't know if I would say there's a reason, but there are significantly more of the male variety, and that also might be a problem with the dub. I'd have to double check the Japanese on that.
I don't particularly
clearly the
remember there
female
being
Titans
an explanation
exist,
of that.
but I don't know. I just remember back in the day it was such a big deal that like, whoa, there's a female Titan, and I'm just
in the
like
live
memeing
action,
around, being like, I see that looks female to me. I don't know why they weren't freaking out.
In the live action, the character that I think it's meant to be Jean gets all high and mighty and acts like everybody else is scared as shit or whatever, and he's the only one who's not scared of the Titans. And Aaron challenges him, and he says, "Do Titans have nipples?" As a way to prove that he hadn't ever seen one before, and that's why he's acting all tough.
Anyway,
does Fidnum have nipples?
I don't know.
We don't know.
We'll find out.
Can you raise up your PNG tuber?
Sure.
Show us your nipples.
Randy's just cussed off. Like, no. I saw him.
You happy?
You got abducted by some aliens there, but yeah, I'm happy.
I have satiated Randy 11's lust for me and my body.
Specifically.
Anyway, I was just bringing that up because it, quote unquote, was such a big deal or something from what I was understanding. So I was just like, that looks female to me. I don't know. Like, because if that's a thing, I almost wonder if maybe Wit wasn't like the guy who did that shot or that shot wasn't on the same page of like,
do you remember
female,
what
we don't want
episodes those are in? Sorry.
2? Oh,
so
wait,
it's like really early on.
Hold
right?
up.
It's during the initial.
It is early on.
Okay, I'm just gonna look at the manga real quick while you're talking.
It's 5. It's 5.
Episode 5? So it's during the Trost stuff or no?
Yes.
No. Is it? Damn.
Well, it transitions into the
second
Trost,
one,
I believe. The second one's Trost. The first one is before.
Yeah, the first one. The first one's like first 2 episodes.
517 is the first one, and 1720 is the second one.
Okay.
This one took place in Trost, yeah.
Yep. And that one was just like was that the initial when the wall fell again? Moe Titan.
Mhm.
How
This is
often do they?
This is the Titan in Attack on Titan Junior High.
Oh God. How often do they pull the strings? I'm just curious. I don't remember if they use that strategy a lot.
I think you see it like 2-3 times in the first season.
Because I almost would feel like they do that a lot.
If they were able to know, that was.
So this is the
function.
thing I cross-checked in the manga.
Mhm.
So the event itself is not like an issue. It's just the sequencing they do in the anime triggered me. Wait, sorry, I have to put my. It triggered me. Okay, so so the way the events resolve, you have freaking Armin. He's about to be swallowed by the Titan. He opens his mouth. Oh wait, sorry, it's out of order apparently. 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, yeah. So he opens his mouth and then he is actively sliding down.
He's basically all the way down his throat before you see Eren.
We then see his mouth is open at post being swallowed, and Eren's still lying on the roof with his leg freshly bitten off. And then you have a flashback where he's like talking about like, I have this taboo book about the outside world, and then the next scene he's suddenly in the mouth. Like that pissed me off so much. So I cross-referenced the manga, and he at least makes an attempt to show Eren getting back up, but the sequencing's still like bullshit, dude. like it. I think it was done deliberately this way to give you that feeling of like, oh my god, Armin's totally dead. Oh my god.
I think it would be better if his arm was up at this point, like remained up.
Like he had just dropped him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Continuity error. That's all it is.
Maybe he's holding on. Maybe he's standing on his
uvula.
Uvula. Yeah, maybe he's got a foot on his uvula, and he's
the way they animated it made it seem like he was sliding pretty rapidly down there. But once again, it's not an actual issue with the event. It's completely fine that he jumps in, saves him, throws him out. I don't care about that. It's just the sequencing feels like they're trying to manipulate you into thinking this is way more dramatic and stuff than it should be, because I already hate the cliche of like someone's falling off a cliff and there's a noticeable different distance, and then suddenly I grabbed your hand and we're on the edge of the cliff, hold on, and then they save them. That's basically this, but
Chosen one.
Oh my god. Now granted, this is episode 5, so that's kind of caught up. I do have a couple notes down here. I don't think there's much. Let's see. Yeah, there's the second time the Colossal Titan comes is once again immediately after they. Oh, whoops! My avatar is immediately after they address like the status quo. The first time was like, one day these walls. I don't know if it was they'll fall or they'll be penetrated or something, and then Colossal Titan comes out immediately, and then the second time it's like, I can't remember what he said. It's like, we're so safe in here, blah, blah, blah. We'll be ready. It's not safe. It's we'll be ready for when those assholes come. And then they come immediately after he says that, which I don't know why I don't like that timing. Once again, sequencing thing. I already said that. And then I was keeping track. I am actively keeping track of every time they add a mystery and then how many times they solve a mystery, so I can see my chart by the time it's over.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I think those are my main grievances thus far with the episode up to episode 5.
Just up to episode 5.
Yeah, but minus that, like I already mentioned, how I hate the cuck crystal. Actually, in general, it's like once again, like Mikasa so far, I'm pretty sure the whole season, once again, she's like only has one trait, and then Sasha so far is just the annoying, I do the food thing, I'm the hungry one, and then she has her cringe like offering her potato thing. But
so
anyway,
in the OVA where they do the the cook elf, right? It's like a slice of life one. You get a little bit of Sasha and John's backstory, and I don't really care about John's. I don't think it's profound.
But he's
what
the
you
best
learn.
character.
Well, I just think that the OVA is kind of take it or leave it. Like it doesn't have any, lasting impact on the story, other than showing you that Jean has a problem with his mom, right? But Sasha, you learn because she's kind of like she's from like a rural town, so she's a hunter, right? And later on in the series, you see her like with a bow and arrow. There are some really tense moments where she has no ODM gear and only has like the bow and arrow as her weapon, and like gets surrounded by a Titan and kind of stuff. And it's like it really builds a lot. Like you haven't had enough time because there's a lot of characters of the 10, and then obviously
I'm
Marco.
definitely what is it? That's definitely like something I'm expecting is like, okay, later maybe they'll do something. I'm just saying for now, like this character is coming off as just annoying. I'm a food, and then they keep beating that when her scenes come up.
I'm a potato.
So yeah, I just think that like Connie, Sasha, and Krista. Oh, there's another one, Ymir. She's another one of the characters.
See her at all.
Yeah, you barely see her.
She feels like she's gonna be a Titan or something. Just
Connie,
saying.
Krista, and Ymir all have much more development in season 2 and 3. So the characters that you haven't really gotten to see that survived in Trost, you're gonna get their stuff, and it's gonna start to really Bertolt too. He's another character you don't hardly see him at all in season 1. He's going to become more important in season 2. So all of the stuff the problems that you have with the characters.
I'm giving you a status update of
sure.
This is where I'm at season 1.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just saying
trust the process.
Yeah. Let them cook.
Yeah. So other than that, I guess you could say when it comes to Attack on Titan, so like you said, they have all these moments where they say the hopelessness and all of this stuff. I'm just sitting here like, what am I expecting by the end of it? I can only see like doom and despair for like they won't get to a good place without significant what do you call it? Collateral damage. I feel like it's just kind of doomed to get to a place where I'm just like, am I happy? Am I happy for them? Well, at what cost? What have we lost? And you're constantly distancing, or at least me, I'm constantly distancing myself from characters because it's like, well, what's there to live for besides get a normal, like, stable life, I guess, which is fine. But it's like you haven't established something besides. It's hard for me to explain because it's like
what are we actually striving for? It's kind of like the idea of like in The Walking Dead. It's like
there's no really light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like
it's just stability, which is fine, but it's not like giving me hope that like should I even bother caring about the characters if
totally. I'm 100% understand your sentiment. So all I can say is stick with it because the journey will be worth it.
And once again, like most of my bigger hangups is just simply, okay, what's the answer to these things? Like that's kind of important to figure out. Is it just some random bullshit asshole, or does it actually make sense? Whatever.
Like I said, the only asshole, having seen the entire series, only asshole
is a tattoo.
Is a tattoo, and it is fixed in the manga. Just frustrating.
Cool.
And with that, I pass the question with, I guess you could say, minimal spoilers. What are your hopes for the ending, Mr. AC? What is your best possible hopes?
My hopes are that Mappa lives up to it. That's the only thing that I'm worried about.
I think they pulled it off pretty good.
Yeah, and I have high hopes for it. That's
well,
the
what
only
I'm
thing
saying
that-
is
He wants to know how
story-wise,
to play a story. Yeah.
like
Cool 2T says Sasha would be best girl except for Ashley Birch.
The voice
just in
actor.
general. Wait, what?
What's wrong with Ashley Birch?
Oh,
What did Ashley Birch do that made you mad? Goatee.
more like Ashley, bitch.
At
Oh,
least they didn't do like a southern accent for her.
Is she supposed to?
Let me just ask real quick. Why does that bother you so much?
It just does. I don't know.
Oh, the accent.
Yeah, just because like when I first heard it, the first anime I think I watched where I heard a character from Osaka or Hokkaido was Azumanga Daioh, and she's got that like southern drawl, right? The character that they call Osaka because that's where she's from, and it bothered me at first because I just didn't understand it until I realized that the purpose of, and I'm sure you know this, but the purpose of giving them the southern accent, what English speakers refer to as like being from the South, is because people from the South typically are from farmland and that sort of country cowboy, thing.
Yeah.
And the characters that they give those accents to in anime are from places like Hokkaido and Osaka, which is Japan's equivalent of Texas in the United States, so to speak.
I slightly quibble on what your explanation is, because you have less of a southern accent in places like Kansas, and you have
Kansas isn't considered the South.
I know, but people who speak like that.
Accent.
Here's a better way to put it. People who speak that way are associated with being dumb.
To a degree, yeah.
Or
and
from
that is usually what the
effectively
idea
from the
behind it
booth.
is.
So this
that
character
is
like they don't have that accent in Florida.
It's a more simple life where the life
this character is being written to be someone who's a country bumpkin who's an idiot.
Yeah,
so
and
to
often,
finish what I was saying, somewhere like Kansas, which has huge farming land, doesn't have the accent. And also
we don't have the accent here in Iowa.
There are places that have very strong accents, like in the Midwest, like Minnesotan accent. Right?
Minnesota.
That's a different from the Texan one.
That's Yiddish.
Yeah, I think the idea is that.
But my point is, it's a strong accent, and in that area, that is also a farmland area.
Yeah.
And so
why don't they have a Wisconsin one? Is what you're saying, and all that.
Like you could use all sorts of accents. I think that the reason that they use the southern accent is because of the stereotype of it being like.
Well,
redneck.
Random 11. When you watch a Hollywood
redneck part. 100%.
When you watch a Hollywood movie, when you have that redneck guy who speaks in that way, what is your instinct of that character? Like,
what do you mean? Are you saying do I go along with it?
What is your perception?
No, I think he said.
Well, it depends on the character, but
and a part of this is it is important to acknowledge the fact that you guys are both in Canada. So you don't actually have the
I've
same
seen movies. I understand.
Of course, you've seen movies and stuff. But I'm just saying you might not have you might have your own interpretation of like that. What we would
have
look
you
at as like
encountered a southern accent in real life?
I have seen a Westaboo in my life, and it was the most creepy thing I've ever seen. Like
in
a guy
person?
who just
I don't
lives
know.
here, and he uses a southern accent, and he dresses up as like a cowboy, but he's just a guy who
a
lives here.
Westaboo, like a Western weeaboo.
Yeah,
we have
that put in perspective.
Okay, I get that's good.
That put in perspective how cringe we must come off when we go to Japan and be like, "Konnichiwa."
Yeah,
we have the Toronto man's accent, all right. So I'm not saying like it just honestly, if they started speaking Toronto man's, I'd be annoyed too. All right, it's just it annoys me. All right.
From my interpretation of going like, because I go back and forth to Alabama sometimes, like the accent to me feels like more low down, down to earth, homely. Not.
It's also kind of like
not hip with the times, not tech. tech
Less
tech up the ass
sophisticated.
kind of thing.
It's kind of like what you were saying earlier, where you're talking about I forget the example you used, but the one where I said that One Piece has the common law wife thing brought up in the manga, and it just being off-putting. It's super off-putting having the southern accent show up in an anime.
Is it because it's like you're inserting Texas into Japan suddenly?
Yes,
basically?
kind of.
So I will just say I 100% agree with you. I still find it a little bit like jarring.
And also, I don't like the fact that I know for a fact most of it is coming from Funimation, who are in Texas, and so it's kind of
ADV
like,
as well,
well,
when they were dubbing stuff.
Yeah, and
let's just do the accent that we all know, and that pisses me off too. Also, kind of.
Yeah, and I totally get that. The only thing that has gotten me to the point where I don't specifically choose to watch shows like that in Japanese every time is because the rationale for why they're doing it at least makes logical sense why they've made the choice.
Yeah, I do understand the Osaka Ben thing. Like, I get the reasoning. It just bugs me.
Cool 2T says it 100% is her politics regarding Ashley Burch. That's why he doesn't like learning about VAs.
So she's kind of like a Monica Rial to him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, sorry, but that's the name of the business here. You're not gonna find many. When you do find one that isn't, you're like, oh yeah, Ruben Langdon, who isn't voicing anymore. Yeah, you can pretty much just assume they're all gonna be insufferable cunts politically.
Yeah.
All right, guys, it's been 7.5 hours. This has been among the fewest articles we have ever covered, but the Attack on Titan topic is quite a doozy, and I've thoroughly enjoyed getting to talk about it. So, JT Vega says, I do encounter Canadians with Southern accents. Give me your best Southern accent.
Howdy, partner. Where'd you find that?
How do you say A with a Southern accent?
Y'all.
I was going to the corner store, Pick up some
Next
new pork.
podcast, your mission, should you choose to accept it, the entire podcast.
No. We just need to put a cowboy on your a cowboy hat on your PNG tuber with a little maple leaf.
That'd be pretty easy. I could do that.
All right. So yeah, next on Sunday, next weekend, season 2.
One, two, 3.
Yeah, it's only 6 days away. Yeah. So I want to
420
know from the
blaze it.
audience, and these are going to be more things for like the people watching after the fact, so you can leave a comment. I just want to know, I have made, well, I guess I wouldn't say I've made a marked effort. There have been more articles I could have thrown in. Last podcast, I had an article from The Witcher, for the new Witcher game that I had in there, but it was more because we just didn't have a lot going on. And I felt like it might be too light of a podcast, but I put it towards the end of games news so that I could specifically choose not to cover it if it felt like we had sort of already reached what we wanted out of the stream. And because of our drama queen topic, I'm glad I was able to pull it out. I put it in this podcast as well. I pulled it out, and I'm glad I did. Partially because the Minecraft thing I totally forgot about, and it was sitting on a window as like make sure to cover this, and I forgot about it. So that was good that we didn't do the show yesterday, and we were able to kind of move that over to here. But I'm just curious from the audience's perspective. How do you feel about a show as light as this is in terms? I mean, obviously it's 7.5 hours. I get like this is a big task to get through. But in terms of fewer topics, should I endeavor to make podcasts that have us cover less, but allow us to have more in-depth discussions about things? Because
Is it clicking?
What?
Is it clicking?
Like
this is something that's been proposed before, I think.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing the light.
No, it's not that I'm seeing the light. It's just that right now in the last 2 podcasts, the beginning of the year is like it's pretty light. Like a lot of places are not putting out a lot of articles because every business is kind of like on their break period, right? Like at the beginning of the year, almost every single article that comes out of Sword News 24 for like 2 straight weeks is about the Bukuro bags, the like New Year's bags that businesses give out as like little goodie bags. It's like every single article is that, right? And so Sankaku Complex has dramatically slowed down in the articles that they're putting out. And so it's kind of like between Bounding into Comics, Crunchyroll, Niche Gamer, which I only really get like 1 article a week pretty much out of them, because the rest of them are stuff we don't really want to talk about, and then That Park Place, which quite frankly, the fewer articles I cover from them, the happier I am, in terms of just like the way that the articles are presented and stuff. Is just like, I don't usually even want to talk about most of the stuff that they write about. Just like I don't feel inspired by it. So I'm thinking maybe for 2025, it might be a good idea for us to, it might be a good idea for us to kind of let shows be 40 links instead of 80 links. You know what I mean? Like, and just kind of try that out for a little while. I still want to get through some articles that are on the back burner, just because I think topic wise, I think that they're important, and I think that if we don't cover them in a reasonable time frame, when they do start to build into much bigger topics down the road, when the snowball starts getting in effect, we will have an overwhelming amount of stuff to do. But if this is good for you guys, I'm cool with trying to really get this under control. Article.
I'm DTF.
Yeah,
personally.
I know you are. Footham's been asking for this since he joined, practically. So I'm just curious from the audience perspective, if you like it when we do podcasts like this, where we get to do fewer topics, but more that let us sort of breathe a little bit and talk about things. I personally really enjoy that. Last podcast discussion about Drama Queen, I thought was really, really good. I really enjoyed.
Yeah, I like that side tangent.
I mean, it was a bit long, but I really enjoyed the conversation we got to have. And I also feel like, I don't know. We'll just kind of end it here, but I just want to get some feedback from you guys. Anyway, if that's good, let's catch up on chat real quick, and we'll wrap this up. What? I do encounter Canadians with Southern accents. Y'all better watch it. They might spank the booty. What? Hey, partner. Yeah, it's Attack on Titan, so it's great. I think it's fine. Cool. Yeah, I definitely want to try to make things a little bit less stressful going forward. If UT was some other anime, it might bomb. If it was some other anime, it might. I don't know what you mean by that.
What?
2025 Blacklist. What? I don't know. Anyway, let's put the Titan outro.
Titan
Where's the
outro?
video? There it is. Is it in here still? It better still be in here.
That should be the official. That should have
Yes.
been the official opening for season 4.
Yes, totally agree. Okay, I'm gonna end stream, set outro video. Oh fuck! There it is. All right. Good night, everybody.
Boo.
Good night.
Oh, I guess I didn't actually hit the thing yet. All right. Good night.
No place to hide. The Titans come to protect us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this roar?
He tears through walls with rage and might. No end in sight, just endless desire.
Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight
shadows cast on crumbled ground. The titans roar a deafening sound. No, mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of fury.